Wait for it. And welcome to Political Trendy Radio, episode 7 for July. What is today? The 6th, 2015.
The 6 millionth.
The 7th is Andrew. Email me at ellindamood@gmail.com. Follow me at Twitter, new Twitter account. Well, not same account, different name. PTR or PT Radio 666. PTR, of course, is capitalized. I am Elliott. We've got a large cast of characters. Introduce yourselves.
Okay, I'm Eric, and it's great to be here on Political Trendy Episode 7, The Grindcore Awakens.
I knew he was going to do a stupid Star Wars reference.
Oh, God. Alright, well, my name's Scott. I am also happy to be here. But I run a group on Facebook called Metalgate Band, and I also do a podcast every Tuesday, which, if you are free tomorrow night, feel free to join us.
It's a great podcast.
My name is Andrew Campbell, and I'm delighted to be here. And I feel like quoting my favourite Irish comedian at the minute, Tommy Tiernan, I don't have AIDS, I have hay fever. That's enough to be fucking dealing with.
They're Irish comedians?
Yeah,
The Irish aren't funny.
And I'm America Cover.
Fuck you, Scott.
Only Americans are funny. That's it.
That's what you think.
And I could do the intro really quick. Oh,
They already know who I am. I don't want to say anything right now.
Legendary.
He has a YouTube channel, which you can subscribe to if you look
And
up his name.
I'm also the biggest fan girl of the Amazing Atheist in all the universe.
Oh, God.
And I'm the biggest fanboy of Jinx Dawson in all the known
I
universe.
don't really care though. Fuck society.
Fuck society.
Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me!
Isn't that my band name, Eric?
Seriously, I'm on.
He didn't get it. Never mind. It's Monday night, and we're just hanging out here. We don't really have any topics unless you guys have any.
Well, I've got a fucking video I was going to show off, but I just...
No, don't share YouTube videos yet. I don't know if we can do that with clearance and stuff. I have to look into it. Just wait until Friday. He wants to do like a drunken peasants style, where they review videos.
I personally don't even give a fuck, really.
No. I'm just saying.
That would be fun.
We'll do it on Friday because I need to find some interesting videos of like, I don't know, political gaffes, drunken sports. I found one NASCAR one that was.
The video that I was going to show was about white. The video that I was going to show was regarding the subject of white guilt. Oh damn! I was born white. I'm so sad.
Amazing Atheist video where he has the belt. He's like,
yeah, his new one.
Fucking kill me, I'm white! He smacks himself. That shit's funny.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm white. Yeah.
God, why'd you make me white?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because I always like the people who victim or who try to blame all white people for problems or whatever. I'm like, because we chose to be white.
And because I was born 250 years ago, too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean...
I'm 300 years old, goddammit!
Yeah, right? That'd be awesome. Actually, it would suck, because you'd learn that humanity never learns from its mistakes.
Well, it wouldn't suck if you had robot body.
No, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
We've gotten to robot bodies on PTR.
Have you ever seen that C-Lab episode, iRobot?
You're talking about T-Lab 2020 to 2021.
2021.
Oh, the good one? Yeah,
The good one. Yeah.
I like that.
It's the original.
I like that in 1 year, the lab went completely to shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, when Harry Goss died, that show died.
Yeah. But like no,
I
but
used
I
to
mean
watch that when I was younger.
like because the original show was C Lab 2020 and everyone was competent, and one
Oh
year
yeah.
later everyone
Yeah.
just went completely insane. I love that.
Is it ran by the same exact people?
Yeah, there's the
I'm pretty
well,
sure. I haven't seen the
yeah.
original.
I I,
I
I
never
I
liked
grew
the
up with the
original.
original, and then I found the other one on Adult Swim. Actually, it's kind of funny on that story. I remember this night, the first time I saw 2021. My grandmother, obviously, she watched the original, and she's like, "Hey, see that 2020, 21? I thought it was 2020." And then she kind of, we were watching it. I was a little kid, and she's like, "What on earth?" I'm like,
Fantastic. I used to love that Adult Swim would take those like Hanna-Barbera cartoons,
Yeah.
and you had Space Ghost hosting a talk
Yeah, I
show
miss
with.
that shit. The new stuff is okay, but it's not near as good.
I
I
hate
just
Family Guy.
the new stuff. Well, we're not done with Family. Is not even new anymore. But new stuff doesn't even have a plot. It's
Yeah,
just
it's just
seemingly random
I did
jokes.
I did like Xavier Renegade Angel though. That show was pretty fucked up.
I liked the plot of it, which is basically, I mean, I was mad that they made fun of like anarcho punks because I was like 12 and I thought I was, Mr. Anarchist guy, and now I see that, wait a minute, it's actually, and I get what they mean. I get what the plot is. It's basically making fun of every, you know, authoritarian or every kind of structure of culture that people mindlessly believe in. But at the time I was like, what? Making fun of
fuck
anarcho
these
punks.
guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
I,
I was gonna add
I'm
something
roasting my crass records.
I was gonna add something in there, not about this, on a completely different subject and more of a question to you guys. I think I'm actually kind of racist against Americans in a way. Which, no, listen.
Aren't we all?
There's a girl that I've been talking to from the Philippines, and I've always said I will not date a girl who has a kid, and I won't date a religious girl. I mean, she's not really religious. She's Catholic in the way that Andrew's Catholic, so atheo Catholic. I don't know. Okay, but
Non-practicing Catholic.
I've always what?
Non-practicing Catholic.
But I've always said I will not date a girl who has a kid, but I'm like, well, she's Asian, so it's okay. Am I racist?
No, just an idiot.
Yeah, don't date a girl with a kid, dude.
Well, I
Just don't do
mean,
it.
Oh,
you know,
she lives in the Philippines, so it's not as if I'm gonna see her.
Oh
my
well.
my thinking is, I used to say I wouldn't date a girl unless she knew my music. Okay. Now, for anyone who doesn't know me, that sounds like the stupidest thing in the world. Once you know me and you know what a large part music plays in like my everyday life, you would kind of be able to understand. Okay, um, but whatever. But now all bets are off. Well, actually, not all bets are off. All bets are off because I'm engaged, but that's another story.
Oh
But
yeah. How different is Candace in comparison to you?
like night and friggin' day.
Same
I
fucking.
mean, she's laid back, which I kind of am, but she doesn't. She likes pop music. She's not religious. She believes in God, but isn't, you know,
How
a
does that
freak
kind of
about it.
how fucked is that?
Ambiguously believing in God, basically.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't really go to church or anything. She's kind of central left. We agree on some things. I think she thinks I'm a bit extreme. I mean, as you all know, I'm not like hard left when it comes to a lot of things, but I am,
You'll argue the
more
left.
left when it comes to a lot of things. But I'm not one of those like people who thinks we need to like kill people to like preserve animals or something like that.
Okay.
Killing people to kill people, sure, but
I'm
fuck the animals.
and I guess I'll say this live. I don't really care. I mean, but by the way, I just want to tell you, this is more so on Elliott, but it matters to the rest of you too. Um, I was talking to some mates who one of them is gonna, about 4 or 5 of them are they refuse to participate, but they're going to watch, and that's because I told them because they're like, what the hell is a hangout? I'm like, it's like a live radio show. They're like, you don't know anybody who has a radio station. I'm like, no, you fucking idiot. I'm like, hold on a minute. I showed them the Drunken Peasants podcast. I'm like, see how they're doing this? This is similar to what we are doing, only not only with ours, anyone can join. I mean, it's just we talk about subjects that are relevant or irrelevant. We just talk about random shit. I was like, are you live? I'm like, well, yeah, that's kind of the point of it. It's like, well, I'll just watch them. I don't want to be a part of something that's live in case
You
I say the wrong thing.
chicken. Oh,
Pretty much.
pussy. Oi, I hope you're watching this, you
Well,
big chicken.
what I was gonna say is, I've heard a few people, a few mates of mine say they've watched a good 30 to an hour long of it, and then they've clicked away because they got stuff to do. So pretty much say all the important shit in the first hour.
No, we don't
No.
want to. If you don't like it, if you don't, you know what, Bishop was talking about, like how people have short attention spans or
No
like
shit.
something like that, and I was saying, something. Are those really people I want as fans?
No.
Of course not.
Dude, okay.
Those aren't people I want as fans.
I've
If
been
the
told.
public doesn't like me, then
Yeah, you'll lose a lot of spark if you start fucking playing to the crowd, right? Sure,
Yeah.
you want to entertain people, but you can't. Like I remember Les Claypool had said that he never ever thinks about his fans when he makes his music, and I absolutely agree with that.
I've always said
Yeah.
my show is for me and people like me. If you're
You know
as brain damaged as I am,
It was fucking weird. My newest video, which Scott, I didn't know if you see it or not, stop slamming on my faith. It's a set. You just watch it.
very
But
big promoter.
when I did that, I was originally just gonna have a 5 minute long rant. It turned into 15 minutes, and I'm like, fuck. I crossed the 10-minute line, and people aren't gonna watch it. But surprisingly, it's got almost 100 views, got me 10 subscribers, and according to analysis, 80% of those who have watched it in full, and I'm just like, damn, YouTube.
I
Holy shit.
I've never. I mean, I like podcasts. I've never viewed this as a YouTube video. I've never considered myself a YouTuber. I've never thought of this as a part of the YouTubosphere, and you can call that pedantic and
You
cold
fucking
if you
hipster.
detached. Yeah, right. But it's just truth. I was never. I mean, when you had Sargon on that show, and I'm sorry I keep referencing it, I had no clue who he was. I didn't know he was so big. I just knew he was some guy. I thought he was just some friend of yours. Well-spoken friend. I didn't know he was this huge guy because I don't watch YouTube videos. I watch races on YouTube. I love live races or old races and stuff like that. So I mean, and I'm not trying to be mean to any of the YouTubers. It's just it was never really my. I mean, I watch a couple now, but so I always considered this a podcast, and I'm thinking if you're only going to listen to 2 minutes of a podcast, what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, what were you here in the first place for?
Yeah, right. And you say all this
I
stuff.
just
So
don't know.
what are we
Yeah,
going to do for the next?
like with my podcast, I don't even do like that nice little intro you had. Like, if people are gonna listen, they're gonna listen, and those are the people I want, right?
Oh, definitely.
I generally, yeah.
I don't know why I did the intro. It's just something that I was kind of like a holdover from listening to a bunch of podcasts and was like.
I probably fucking should, but
No, I love your intro of episode 10. All right, well, welcome to the podcast. We've just talked about burning an ISIS prisoner.
yeah, or we'll open with like, hey, put your dick away, come on, come on, that's add a line.
I
And
always
then
said
proceed to break every boundary that we possibly can.
I said the other this afternoon that the funniest thing someone could do is join a hangout or in reality walk into a room, sit down, or in the Hangouts case or whatever, just stand there or be there for 5 minutes without saying nothing, and then when everyone's really quiet, say, "That was a really good orgasm."
Oh yeah.
Hey Scott, when'd you hang out again?
I'm sorry.
When'd you hang out again?
tomorrow night, 11 p.m. Eastern. So
How many? So not
That's
yeah.
10 p.m.
That's
Central.
that's 23. So
What
yeah,
time is
so
it in Mountain?
21 my time.
figure that out yourself, fuckers. I don't
How,
know.
how
I
big is
hate
your
that shit.
how big is your podcast?
No,
Uh,
8 p.m. Eastern. Wait, you said 11 p.m. Yeah, that's
yeah, it's
10 o'clock your time.
yeah, on the West Coast it's 3 hours difference. So
And you're in Kansas.
no, I'm in Indiana.
No, I know, Mr. Anarcha, dude.
Oh.
You're in
But,
Kansas. That's
how
what.
big is your podcast?
I usually get about 30 people watching.
In it? Oh, watching it.
I
Bigger
got
than this.
fucking Sargon on there though, and I had like fucking 1,000 people watching us.
I know, it was awesome.
I
And
was
I
all
was
like, I'm a fucking badass. I got 1,000 people watching. I was like, nah, it's Sargon.
and I was there. No, it was me. And well, I was amazed by how, I mean, looking back from how big he is now, I didn't realize how nice he was.
Yeah.
Do you mind if
He's
I
just
join
like
it?
a humble guy, like. But I mean, looking at because I have this vision. It's not a fair vision, I know, but I always have this vision of all the the big guys stamping on the little guys. I know that's not fair, but that's from some of my experience with the blogs or whatever. But
I
I
kind of
mean,
expected to. I mean, if I was that big, I'd be a little bit of a dick. I know I would be, but no,
well,
Sargon's a good
I'm
guy.
already. I mean, I declared war on the amazing atheist for no apparent reason.
There you go. That's the way to do it. Just call him out.
And the
Scott,
thinking atheist.
do you mind if I join it?
Yeah, that's fine, man.
Cool.
We're
I'll
gonna
see
be.
if I can.
There's gonna be some shit said tomorrow that's gonna be a little fucking spicy, but we'll talk on Facebook
Oh, I
yeah.
bet.
so you don't get
Yeah.
blindsided.
All right. Yeah, because I need to get back into Google Hangouts, and I need to start getting back into that stuff.
Well, we do 2 shows a week, dude.
I know, but I used to do like 6 to 7 per week.
Jesus.
That's all
I'm usually in one. If I'm not doing one, I'm usually.
I mean, I've never done one myself, but I've joined 6 to 7. I used to be in the shit ton of them all the time.
Well, you could have, but you messed it up. Remember
I
on
just don't-
Wednesday?
I don't really. Yeah, I'd rather be part of someone else's.
I'd rather be part of someone else's personally. I mean, I know that sounds weird that I'm doing this show, but because nothing is on you. If you're part of someone else's, the stress is off.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, when
know,
I come onto yours, I'm just kind of, I just kind of sit back, jerk off, and talk.
Yeah, but when it's yours, you're like, it better be good, it better be good. I mean, even if you don't do it for your fans, you're still going like, I'm dying out there.
Yeah, you don't want to look like a fuck, You don't want to look like a piece of shit,
No, definitely. It's well, especially for the people like me. That the second part of the meme, people like me. Will I listen to it?
Yeah, I don't mind being a piece of shit, like of someone's opinion. What I mean is quality. I don't want to be poor quality.
I'm surprised the 7-hour, 8-minute one. We actually had very few minutes of silence. Very few instances where everything just breaks down and we're like, what?
Yeah, something.
How did we? Because Anarcha, weren't you there for the whole 7 hours? Jesus fuck.
Yeah, that's quite normal for me.
It's fucking brutal doing one that long. When I finished that one up with Sargon, dude, I was fucking beat for days after that. That tore my ass up.
Yes. I want to have some more people on. I mean, not just you guys, because you guys are great, obviously, but I always like to have different people on.
Fuck you, Elliott.
Oh,
Are we not good enough now? No.
No, of course not.
I just.
No, I mean,
Here you
yeah,
suck.
well, I've actually had people say that. Well, you're gonna kick me out. I'm like, dude, I'm not saying we're gonna kick you out. We're just gonna add.
Yeah.
You don't need to be a
Right,
dick
but-
about it.
Damn,
That was here.
90 fucking views. Come on.
We got 90 people right now?
No,
on
talking
his
about my video.
thing. Won't stop
Oh.
talking about his thing. Share. You guys should share the YouTube link. It's on my page.
Yeah, I really fucking should.
I don't know.
I'll share it on my big account because nobody pays attention to it on my small one.
I found a battery in my nightstand
My
drawer.
2K friends account actually is full of atheists and people that matter, unlike my small one. I love you if you're listening.
I hate you if you're listening.
Okay, that's not my words.
No, that's me. That's Elliott. Elliott hates you. Hey, Seth Andrews.
They
I
just
actually like you personally, but Elliott hates you.
you actually got a couple of viewers right now.
Hey, hey, God,
Hey, it's for horses.
Markiplier will kick your ass.
He's not one of your viewers.
I know, but I still want to kick his ass.
If he was one of your viewers, you'd have like 60,000 little.
And he'd be like, what?
You'd have like 60,000 fucking 12-year-old girls at your door with fucking.
And my sister.
What the fuck? Pitchforks.
Call Kate Lingo.
Fuck Caitlyn, go.
His sister is fucking cute.
Fuck off. She's mental.
Aren't we all?
A mental case.
Triple mental. Fuck.
I mean, my dad has OCD, and she has it to the max. Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, what?
I am surprised, and I'm not saying anything like too personal or anything. Everyone knows this already, other than people who are listening, and I don't really care about them.
God
I'm
damn it.
surprised I came out of that family. Because my extended family are a bunch of right-wing rednecks and not so closeted racists.
Oh, I don't think your sister's cute anymore.
No, I said my extended family. Are you deaf? Are you actually deaf?
No, I'm just
Said
not
my
really, I'm
extended-
just not really paying full attention to the conversation because I'm trying to share your fucking link.
I like being mean to him. It's fun.
You're being
It's
mean.
fun because I'm the host of the show. I can be mean.
I
No,
didn't-
my extended
I-
family, not my nuclear
I had
family.
no idea
just
that was
mute him.
being. Suck
Yeah,
my.
shut up.
Eat my pussy.
No. Ugh. No, my nuclear family is more Democrat, whatever. But my extended family, yeah, right wing, not so closeted racists, especially the one from Texas.
You know,
And my other families, my nuclear family, they're more normal. But most of them, they're like the most heathen religious people. They're like, oh, we believe in God. My mom doesn't eat meat on Fridays, and that about covers it.
Man,
Or I mean, I'm sorry, meat during Lent, and that about covers it.
it's crazy. No matter what you look at, like religion or fucking racism, like there's a spectrum to everything. Like the people who just hate black people for the sake of hating black people, versus people who actually will pull up statistics and shit. It's mind-boggling, you know.
Well, I mean, my girlfriend's black, and she's nothing like, she doesn't like commit crimes or anything.
even if a statistic says that 90% of all black people murder and rape and all that, doesn't mean that doesn't mean you should hate black people. You just should hate those who murder and rape.
What about the 90% of white people?
Same thing with them.
Well, it's like I said, it's always a spectrum, and you always have to acknowledge that rather than, oh, he's black, you know.
It's just a lot more fun to say, fuck that guy, he's black.
That's what I love. Sorry.
No,
It's just so much easier to generalize him and throw the N-word out there, or throw the word honky or cocky or whatever out there and say, yep, all white people are racist assholes, all black people smoke and do drugs and shoot up blocks, all Mexicans.
Well, white people are racist assholes. I mean, it has to be true. I read it. Malcolm X said it.
I like I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Boondocks on Adult Swim.
Yeah.
I like
I watched an episode or two.
I like the MC with the afro. He hates black people, but he's black.
yeah. Or Dave Chappelle's blind black racist character.
Yeah,
That shit was fucking classic.
I hate black people. Aren't you black though?
What about Uncle Ruckus?
That was the funniest shit I've ever fucking heard in my life. I'm like, what the fuck? Wow.
The Chappelle thing?
No, the Moondock thing.
Oh, right on. But did you see that Chappelle show where he was he was raised in a white community back in the 40s and 50s? he was a blind black kid, so he grew up to be a white supremacist black guy.
I did that joke. I did that joke years ago and never didn't even see the show.
Uh,
I did that exact same joke and never actually saw the show.
well, he ends up
And,
being told, "Hey, you're black." And he divorces his wife because she was a nigger lover.
That's funny. But yeah, every time I read, well, all these black people murder and rape, I was like, so yeah, that the white guy who did it just doesn't count then.
if your opposition to something is rooted in, quote, because of my religious beliefs, unquote, you have no foot to stand on. Unsubstantiated claims do not have any pull in a civilized society, and progress cannot pander to delusion. So there's that. I read it.
Do you ever actually think religion will ever actually be overthrown? I mean, I used to be in the atheist community. I'm kind of out of it now because it's a community, and I'm me. Kind of a. I always Eric knows this. Eric, you know this. I'll kind of go into a community, look around, kind of immerse myself in it, then decide that although I like some of the people, the community's not for me, and I'll leave it. I'm not a scene person, as Eric knows. I mean, I used to be a diehard punk scene,
Ow.
but
Ow.
I think he just died.
I sneeze, it hurts really badly. Ow.
What'd you do?
Every time I sneeze, that actually hurts really badly.
That's
You were
not
dying the last show I was on here too.
Have you seen his?
I get heartburn and
video.
indigestion really easily.
That
Have you
sucks.
seen his video that he did on the Friday show where he was Putin? Have you uploaded that yet?
No, I haven't. I'm just now getting to work on it. You do realize there
Oh,
was
dude.
Dude, there's like 10 fucking clips from that 7-hour video that I've been working on all day long.
I can think of about 40, honestly. That
Yeah,
was
same
gold.
here, and this one's probably, with each one we do, you keep me busy. I'm just letting you know that, Elliot.
Well, it's not my fault I'm a clown. But anyway.
Thank our crew for Google AdSense. At least I get paid for it.
Yes, and I don't get paid. You should give me about 90% of your money.
Fuck you. I'll give you.
I actually got a. You should monetize your YouTube account.
Do it.
Why?
Make that shit pay for your way to England. I mean, it might take 5 years depending on how long it takes you to get big, but
I'm not doing that shit until I have a large enough audience. I'm not wasting my time with it.
it doesn't. It's not really a waste of fucking time. It's just it builds up.
It is a waste of time because douchebags like me have ad block. So, I'm sorry, but it.
There's a lot of people that hate ads.
I'm sorry. I got so annoyed by watching ads. I don't want to see them ever again. Plus ads on Facebook. But anyway, and anyway, the atheist community talked about a future where religion would ever be overthrown, or religion's on the first step to be overthrown. I'm like, dude, it's never gonna happen.
It actually could.
It never will. The sheep need 99% of all humanity is sheep.
I mean, religion will always be about it, but what I think will happen is in the future, like Christianity, it's gonna die off. Islam is gonna die off. Scientology is gonna die, but something brand new will come around.
I don't know if Christianity will die off.
I wouldn't be so sure. Like, I think, religion will never go away. Things like Christianity and things like that will never go away. Scientology will have to fucking collapse because I just don't understand that at all. But there's a lot of shit happening right now in America. But give it say about 20, 30 years down the line, the whole country could change for the good.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully.
Or it could change for the worse. I mean, think about this. How long has Christianity survived?
3 years.
1,000 years.
It's not going anywhere. You know, Scientology has a less strong lifespan, but even will have some kind of weird niche following. I mean, unless we just do a crusades and kill all the Christians. Not that I'm advocating that, of course, but
Cough.
but
I've,
I don't. I mean, I think people thinking. I mean, if religion goes away, like if they have quote atheist countries unquote, they'll start worshiping the dictators, like they
Yeah,
did
they'll
in the
worship the
Soviet
state.
Union. Like Stalin. Stalin. People always say, well, he was an atheist. I'm like, he saw himself as a god, so I don't really know how that's an atheist. You
I
know.
think as time goes on, America's attitude and everything, especially towards religion, race, and everything, people would just give less of a fuck. They would probably wouldn't give two fucks because
Yeah,
time,
I
time.
think eventually, but also religion has an ebb and flow effect. You know, it could be now we're in an ebb part, and maybe one day people will get more Christian. God, I hope not. We're already Christian enough here.
I think it's like you said, though. If you take away the deities, they'll just be replaced by the state.
I've got
I
a
wouldn't
new,
mind being worshipped.
I've got a new, I've got another video I'm gonna do probably tonight and tomorrow. Probably end up doing it tomorrow because I don't really feel like my camera's charging. I fucking found it. Plus, I gotta find my tripod, but
Plus, you're on this.
oh, I don't. Yeah, that too. But I did a video about a month ago called "Heaven Would Be Terrible," where I quoted parts of the Bible explaining why heaven. The video it was directed at those who believe when grandma and grandpa go to heaven, they look down on you. And according to the Bible, when you go to heaven, your mind and your mind is completely wiped, and you have no memory of your previous life, and you just are in eternal worship of God. That is all. That is what the Holy Bible says.
I think for
And
people like Bonnie, Eric, that wouldn't really change much.
but
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I
but
like Bonnie, but Jesus fuck.
but my next video is gonna kind of be the sequel to that one. It's I'm not going to actually talk. I'm not going to talk about the video itself, but the title of the video is going to be "If I Went to Heaven," and that's how I would react to such a thing.
I have a theory which is no more or less credible than any of the other major theories. And I think I floated it on this podcast that whatever deity in the sky is actually an ironic deity who punishes those who pray to him and rewards atheists or Satanists because wouldn't you do that if you were a deity?
If I was a deity,
boredom?
I would let human beings. Never mind.
I'd probably just kill random swaths of the population. You know, kind of like the Old Testament.
Random, it flooded the fucking world. How do you call that? Just random swaths.
Just, you know, kill kids who made fun of your prophet's bald head by sending two bears after him. You know,
Yes.
War
That's-
is entertaining as fuck, especially if you're a deity watching it all around. So why not spread several different myths about yourself, going around making people fight over which version is right?
Yes. Jim with the answer.
I'm saying he needs to start his own cult.
He does. He has his
Uh-oh,
own cult.
I think I might have just created a monster here.
The cult of Jim, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cult
I
of
join.
I have been called the Jim before.
Yeah.
As well,
Jim.
I have also been called the asshole, as in the asshole all other assholes are gauged by.
I am going to refer to you as the Jim from now on. That's just that ship has sailed.
I was told before, and Eric, no, I'm a lot younger than most of you. Well, actually, probably not most of you, only about two of you. And Eric knows this. I was kept away from a lot of people at school because
Yeah.
they were afraid I was influencing them.
They thought that I was going to become like another Charles Manson and influencing a cult to commit crimes.
I was voted future cult leader in high school.
Yeah.
I was known as the satanic baby killer of Jeanette.
I was
Also,
known
my friends whenever the Heaven's Gate cult hit the news, everyone committing suicide, their first response was, "Jim, did you do this?"
Hey,
That
can you
shit
repeat
was
that? My computer froze. Hey, the gym, repeat that. My computer froze.
I said whenever the Heaven's Cult was big, my friend's first response was, "Jim, did you do this?" I also made the reference that I am the satanic baby killer of Jeanette.
In high school, I was known as that fucking weird ass atheist kid that nobody wanted to be around.
I was that weird blind kid who always talked about obscure music. He won't shut up about Napalm Death or Extreme Noise Terror or Burzum.
Oh fuck.
We
That's creepy, because I was just thinking about Napalm Death.
great minds think alike. I don't
saw
know what
them
other
live
people thought of
3
me. I
years
was too
ago.
busy doing drugs.
I was too busy like partying on the weekends and coming back at school. Oh yeah, hi, how you doing?
I literally have no clue
Whatever,
what they
just
thought about me.
It's interesting, because the teachers fucking
I don't
loved
actually.
me. The teachers fucking loved me. I paid attention in class. Whenever I wasn't sleeping, whenever I was sleeping was shit I already knew. And the teachers figured out I was sleeping because they were boring me with stuff I already knew.
Exactly.
So, the teachers loved me. The administration hated me because I came from a loony bin. So they were afraid I was gonna fucking be like this fucking bastard fucking murdering people in school and shit. My fellow students fucking went from bullying me up until the point I got in the middle. Then they got terrified of me, thinking I was gonna murder them all.
Yeah, well, at least you got that going for you.
You should have.
Oh yeah, all I had to do was just fold my hands in some weird, like, ritualistic manner, go, and they fucking just make a clean a hole for me.
Damn, I wish I could have did that. How old are you, mate?
I am pushing 40. I'll be 40 February next year.
You know how I thought you were 26, 25.
Yeah, I
Oh,
thought
I
so
see.
too when I first heard him.
I'm 21.
Like I said, just think.
You're in
Kind
with the
words
baby.
making me younger than I
Yeah.
am.
Alright, hey, the gym, you make YouTube videos, right? Come on, tell me you do.
Mostly gameplay videos on one channel. I started to do something on this channel, but I haven't been inspired to do anything really much with it. I'm starting to get in a more bitchier mood, so I'm probably going to start do something. I don't know.
Gonna say you seem like that type of person, but you have the voice and you have the opinions. You just seem like a YouTuber, which
He sounds like
is
Dan
awesome.
Look.
I'm a YouTuber as well. You should check out my channel. Eric's leaving us.
Oh well, it has been left.
Hey, do you have access to the chat at the side over here?
I got the sidebar.
Alright, hold on. I'll just type in my stuff so you can check me out.
In the show I was in with the Metal Gate show, you always struck me, Jim, as someone who would gotta shut this up. Someone who would like be silent and then all of a sudden like deliver the words of wisdom, like just be quiet for 8 minutes, then shut them up. Damn it!
Oh,
Stop posting
sometimes
things.
it is intended to shut people up. Other times, I just like to think before I speak.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a crucial element there, because if I just fucking sit there and react to everything, what the fuck good is it? It's just a bunch of fucking random banter. And I'd rather my random banter just be about random slaughter of all humanity. It's much more entertaining to think about that randomly.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
To give you a quick summary, Anarcha, which is the first one I'll link to my main channel, Rants and Journalism. Second channel is Scared Peasant, Japanese niche games and RuneScape videos, and bullet hells and whatever.
Ooh, bullet hell.
I love bullet hells.
I love them, but I suck at them so bad.
I do this, but
I do too.
after weeks upon weeks upon weeks and just hours of pouring into them, I can get pretty far in them. I used to play Dota on Pachi like for 13 hours straight.
See, what I've been playing mostly is turn-based RPGs, like your Final Fantasy series.
Have you played Persona series?
I've not gotten into that yet. I keep hearing good shit. I'm gonna have to try it.
I'm fucking obsessed with Persona. I own 3, 4 golden. 1, which is Revelations Persona, 2, Innocent Sin, and Eternal Punishment. You just gotta try it, mate.
I like the old JRPGs, but as soon as Final Fantasy VII came out, it's like people lost their fucking minds over it. And
Dude,
now you can't have a JRPG without a bunch of effeminate little pussy guys running around with swords bigger than their fucking body.
Like
Well,
Eric?
see, that part I don't really mind so much. It's the fact that Final Fantasy VII introduced the concept that graphics are better than gameplay.
Okay, I don't know if you guys
It's
are going
happening
to
with a lot of modern games.
don't get eerie with me on this, but I don't like Final Fantasy VII.
I don't either.
Okay, good. I was gonna say,
I-
please don't hurt my third
I'm
eye.
not going to fucking hurt you over that because I find it to be a good game, but it's not like this huge legendary, oh my
Yeah.
god, I'll
Just
fucking
like a-
suck the cock of anyone who makes the remake.
Yeah, it's
And-
not broken or anything. It's just
No, it's not broken. It's just
It's a very solid system. The materia system's solid. The storyline. I
and Andrew
mean,
is my
it's nothing but exploring the fucking common things associated with your common high school stereotypes. The bully jock, the Bible girl, the cheerleader, the gangbanger wannabe, the fucking cool dad that bought everyone beer, the cool nerd that did everyone's homework but would occasionally narc on them, the college kid that slept in his parents' basement, and the fucking annoying little sister.
I was gonna
That
say
wasn't a stereotype. That was my high school.
say
That
and
literally
also
was my complete with Bible.
they knew.
like,
I mean,
Jim, I was gonna
Complete
say,
with.
on that note,
I was.
not just Final Fantasy VII, but once this was like late last year, mid last year, whatever. In Gaming Daily Worldwide, which is mine and Andrew's, Andrew in this chat. That's our gaming group. There is a person in there which they're currently in there now, but if you said anything wrong, anything against Final Fantasy VII or The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, you're shit. Those are.
Yeah, I've never played that one. I played the first one, loved the second one,
Yes, I love it. You're so awesome.
and I also played the one on the Super Nintendo.
But for fuck's sake, if anybody says anything bad about Ocarina, they don't know what they're talking about. Final Fantasy VII 2 is the best. Nothing is
I
better.
honestly prefer Final Fantasy VIII because that storyline actually requires you to have your brain engaged,
Never played
and
it.
you would have had to have fucking read up on so many different before playing the game to grasp it.
We're talking about Final Fantasy and other games.
I think what you guys should do, if you guys want to really make amazing YouTube videos, try to make text adventure games interesting, because they are interesting when you play them.
Play them.
But God, watching them being played would be the most boring piece of shit I've ever seen.
And
Go north.
Oh,
Oh, by-
if you
by the
want
way-
to fix that, just add liquor to the equation. That seems to spice everything up.
speaking of this, which this is the only time I'm ever going to mention this on the internet, my buddy and I from Japan are actually working on a JRPG while we're actually talking. It's well, I'm not gonna give too much information about it because it's a very small project, and I'll probably have lived in the UK with Andrew for 7 months by the time I'm actually ready to make any sort of an announcement about it. But yeah, it's 16-bit, and it might remind you. Have any of you played Seiken Densetsu or Secret
Oh
of Mana?
yeah.
It may remind you somewhat of Secret of Mana in the way that it looks, because to be honest, we're both fucking poor and we really couldn't afford much, so we kind of just took the map of Secret of Mana and forged our own out of it. Just kind of redid it a bit, put pieces in different locations, and just did our own thing with it. We did it enough to where we can't get our asses sued off, but
That's always nice.
I mean, we just that software is readily available at a good price because it's what 20, 30 years old at this point. We just
That's how a lot of the best stuff is created. So a lot of the best stuff is just basically. I can't give you any specific examples, though I know some, but I'm blanking on it.
The
But
story
just
and all that is completely original, though. We came up with the story, character designs. I mean, it probably won't even be released until 2020 or 2018, 2019. It's just 2 people working on this.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Yeah.
an RPG Maker project.
Did you guys hear
The guy from
about the shit?
Prism was designing
I
the
mean,
Wolverine game.
there's nothing wrong with it being an RPG Maker project, in my opinion. It's just the fact that that market is so flooded with mediocre crap and shit that just completely sucks.
Except for Fallout 4, that shit's gonna be great.
I think that's kind of the slam scene.
Well, we refuse
Like
to. We're trying to actually put a lot of effort into this so it doesn't become some mediocre, generic, piece of shit game. I mean, we're actually. At first, the original idea of it was my buddy. He lives with about 3 or 4 people, and they're all Final Fantasy nerds. And the original idea was, you know what we should do? We should make a game that completely trashes and makes fun of Final Fantasy VII. And then after we started working on it, we're like, this is kind of stupid and boring. Why don't we just come up with something completely new? And then it went off from there. It was going to be like a 16-bit Final Fantasy VII mockery, and then it just went away from that.
Final Fantasy VII kicks ass.
Yeah, I don't like that game. I mean, it's cool that you do, though.
Dude, it's fucking fantastic, dude. It's great.
Yeah.
I've never
Play
played
7 hours of cutscene, play 10 hours of cutscene, play.
I
I
mean,
think it was.
the cutscenes are good though. The plot is good.
They're
It's so
alright.
good that it turned into like a hit movie.
Persona
I think
4,
the marketing is the hit movie.
Persona 4 is love.
Now, I don't play games, so you might, just dismiss my comments out of hand, and if you do, I hate you. But I think it was Jim who said something about, that was the game that good graphics that convinced people that good graphics were a substitute for good gameplay or whatever. And that's what I find in a lot of games that I find my family playing, is it's really good sound and really good graphics, but I'm watching this going, this feels too much like a movie for my taste. I don't know. It doesn't really feel like a video game. It feels like
To me, there's
I love-
nothing wrong with really strong, good graphics and sound design and all that. That's all a bonus for me.
That should come second to actual gameplay mechanics as well as the integrity and like the in-depthness of the game itself. Like if it's everything you've seen before and it's fucking mundane, it's got like a 2-hour tutorial and it's like every other game for me, then I'm like,
That's a huge problem nowadays with these games. Fucking press X to skip combat. Bullshit like that. Like,
I mean, I'm kind of a jerk when it comes to games. I'm like, I'll start playing it for like an hour or so, but then I'm kind of just like, you know what, surprise me or I'm done. Like, give me something I haven't done before. Or this is just gonna be thrown in the pile of games I'm never gonna play.
there's only one game.
What I love about Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie from my childhood is you can actually, because I'm sure we've all played, other than maybe Elliott because he doesn't play games, but I've played Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie at least 700 times, if not 1,000 times since I was little. But game I'm playing right now, I'm playing old school RuneScape, and the graphics on it, they're like they were originally, and people are like, I like RuneScape 3 better because it's in HD. No, I like the way this game looks, and actually.
You played an oldie I want to play. I've been watching a lot of your YouTube videos.
Oh, you have?
But
See, I like the way old school RuneScape
one.
got that feels to it, It's
The
not...
Croc one you played
Oh,
though. I
thank
want to
you.
play.
Thank you. I just love the retro. It doesn't need to be flashy in HD. It just needs to be amazing like it is, Just look,
You guys need
I
to
like
look at his character design.
Old school graphics kind of do it for me. Same with my anime and TV. Like, I don't really want to watch any of the new shit they make, like Sword Art Online and shit. I want to watch like fucking Trigun and like Dragon Ball. The graphics are like shitty, but it's outlandish and funny.
I will admit that I do watch a lot of the anime that I watch is newer because it's slice of life and romantic comedy, but I do like the older stuff better though. Like, for instance, I'll just go mainstream a bit. Old Sailor Moon, love it over new Sailor Moon. Old Dragon Ball, love it over the new shit. It just
like you could even see that in like Disney films. Like if you go back and look at like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs,
Yeah.
that shit was hand drawn and it looks fucking amazing.
And the
Whereas,
plot, I mean, not to get too Disney on you guys, but I'll back up that point by saying the plot of the old Disney movies and the lessons they taught you as a child were way more relevant. Like, take Snow White,
Yeah.
for example. Like, granted, Snow White comes back to life, but to have a kid tackle the concept of death and to put
yeah,
death in a kid's movie, like,
Now,
that's
I have
something
a
that not
problem.
every other kid's movie does.
I have a problem with some of the old Disney movies in the plots. I have a problem with them. Have you ever read? I did as a kid. Have you ever read The Little Mermaid?
no.
No.
The plot is completely different. In the plot, the mer slut girl gains her powers, gains her human.
Ariel?
The mer whore.
I'm back.
Yeah, whatever. I don't.
Yes,
Um,
I've read the original
I
Little
think
Mermaid.
Okay,
I think
you
the
know how
Disney
different it
movie.
is, and
Do
you
you
know
know
it
how,
changes.
do you know how different the original Alice in Wonderland is and compared to what everybody
Oh,
worships
dude,
today?
Yes.
at the risk of just like releasing too much information on the internet, man, I could like drop acid and watch Alice in Wonderland for days. To be honest with you,
But
like
go
the
ahead.
Disney cartoon, man.
Are we
There's so much
talking?
imagery.
Okay, the Disney cartoon, not the porn.
No,
I was about to
the
say
Disney,
Alice was in
Disney
Wonderland last
cartoon,
night.
all the vivid images.
Snow
The
White.
porn's
I,
fucked
I,
up.
I
I
think I met
like that.
Snow White.
Because you're talking about old Disney movies, I remember reading somewhere that there was a guy called Frischner who had created the initial steps of motion capture, and there was there's a technique called rotoscoping, and I believe that there was one Disney movie that went really over budget with it, and they started using that technology,
Yeah,
motion capture. Yeah.
I
yeah.
think
Like
the
Yeah,
it looks
rotoscoping
cool.
is old school motion capture. All they did was pretty much film someone doing something, and then what they do is go frame by frame, putting a piece of paper over it and drawing their characters doing what the person was doing on film.
Yeah, and the computerized stuff. It looks slick and polished and everything, but it's not as impressive. Like considering if you go back, someone actually sat down with a pen and inked it and colored it page by page by page
God, how long did that take? You
forever.
always wonder. Like I was reading
Well,
about the first.
we're talking about teams of about 50 to 100 people drawing different
It
scenes,
would still be a
and
pain
then
in
you,
the ass.
and then what the huge pain in the ass was they had to get another person in to take all these drawings people did because every hand looks different and make them sync up with a singular art style.
Oh
And
man.
after everything was drawn, so they'd have to go through literally every page that was drawn and make minor alterations. Everything synced up 100% perfect.
You know, from a
Yeah.
business standpoint, it makes sense to use computers because you can pump them out quicker.
Yep.
Hey,
But it would
Jeremy,
be nice if they would
yeah.
throw us a bone
hold on a
every once in
second.
a while.
I was going to
I was
ask you,
reading.
on that Croc video, do you have any criticisms or coins on that?
Um,
I mean, that was over,
no,
that was
not
over a
really. The
year
only
ago,
thing I would add to your video is when you get a large enough audience, I
which it would
think
be
you
soon.
should do, and granted I haven't seen all of your videos, but you should do a really solid like 1 hour Q&A when you get the right audience.
I actually, on this one, when I hit 1,000 when I thought about doing it at a 500 or 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah, I mean it's good to do just so people get to know you a little bit better. When I
You don't
started
have
on
to worry about
YouTube, I
that
already
with
had
me.
like a pretty large base of people that wanted to watch me. So I did like Q&As right off the bat, but that's something to tackle later. I also, with the amount of people in this chat, I want to bring up some things that have been going on YouTube, like YouTube drama and stuff. Have you heard about what's been going on with TJ and the atheist kangaroo?
Uh-uh.
I heard that they were having
Basically,
some fights.
they were. See, what happened was, they made a response. The guru made a response to one of Jacqueline Glenn's videos, and in it he said that if black people don't want to deal with the police as much, then they should stop committing crimes.
Stop
Yeah,
breaking the law,
pretty
asshole!
much. And I mean, TJ took that any way that anyone who isn't a total moron would take that, which is that he's being obviously racist. And then there's a lot of Twitter drama and YouTube drama and Facebook drama that conspired out of that, where the Roo basically was talking shit about everyone, talked about like how TJ looks like the nerds he used to beat up in high school and all this bullshit. But I want to go to the root of the question, which is if you make a statement like blacks should stop committing crimes and you back it up with statistics about how blacks do commit more crimes than any other race, is it or is it not racist? Is it more factual than racist?
Honestly, I'd have to say on that, it probably. I mean, it's context sensitive based upon the person. Like, if I'm reading it off of a newspaper or whatever, I mean, I don't hate black people, but I think it would have to do more with, is this person saying this to try to make black people look bad, or is he just citing it as it says? If that makes any fucking sense
It might
whatsoever.
just be perception. I mean, you could perceive that a certain minority group is, or a certain group is committing more crimes because you see a lot on the news and your parents tell you about it. But and yes, there are members of that group that are committing crimes, but there are members of every group that's my grandmother said that and that all the Mexicans at 2:30 in the in the afternoon, they go down to the store and they start buying beer at 2:30
Uh,
in the afternoon.
It's 2:30 always, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's always 2:30 and they're always buying beer at the store. Okay, and that was just you get fed that kind of information and you generalize, you start generalizing. I mean, and she watches Fox News a lot, by the
oh
way.
shit.
I mean, she loves Glenn Beck.
Oh shit.
I mean, so it's kind of like
Sorry.
when you
Yeah.
start thinking like that, you start seeing that on the news, and you start generalizing. Well, there's a lot of there's a lot of black people committing crimes on the news. That must be an accurate reflection of what's happening. Black people must love to commit crimes. That's just
The
that's
big
impeccable logic there.
the big thing that I always hear from people is when a cop shoots a black person and national outcry happens, but when a cop shoots a white person, not shit happens.
Yeah, and if you look at the crime statistics, there are actually more people, white people, per percentage of each given population, so each state, that are killed by police yearly than black people.
Oh, but
You
this
hear
was
about it, there are some uproars.
that's what I was going to add earlier. Is another person told me this. Such a video I might talk about it, but all right. I'm trying to remember how they said this exactly, but it had to do with blacks commit more crimes, and they're like, see, I'm not racist because see, it's true. Blacks commit more crimes. You don't hear about Native Americans or Japanese people or Chinese people or Koreans or Cubans going out there and doing all this shit. It's only the blacks you hear about, so obviously they're the troublemakers. I'm like,
Yeah, because the Japanese don't have like the big mafia thing that happens. I was actually going to one of my talking points, and I guess we can do this now. Scott talks about how heavy black metal is. Have you guys heard about Japanese hardcore's incidents with the Japanese mafia?
No.
I
No.
kind of have, yes, in a way.
Now this is all hearsay. I can't confirm or deny any of this. Okay. I hear that one of the members of the band, I think it was Crow, got his hand cut off by a member of the Japanese mafia for a drug deal.
Holy shit.
And the singer of SOB, and okay, this is definitely hearsay, and I will try to air both sides, was killed by a train. There are two theories. One was it was a suicide attempt because he was in too deep with the Japanese
What's the name
mafia
of the
after a
band?
drug deal.
What's the name of the band?
SOB.
SOB.
I told you about them earlier, the Japanese siege. One theory is that he like I said, he killed himself because he was in too deep with the Japanese mafia because of a drug deal. The other, well, I guess you can guess what the other is involving the Japanese mafia. The really sad part is that the guy's mother was billed for the time the train was stopped. I mean, that was
That's
just.
beautiful.
Damn.
I mean, that was just.
I'm
That is
sorry,
so
but your
hardcore,
son's death has caused us to stop and make us 5 minutes behind. You'll be charged for that 5 minutes for each passenger.
Also, what I would like to know
I
is,
can't find anything on it.
I'm getting pretty morbid here, but would he stop the train at all?
Oh yeah,
Would
the
he-
train. Well, you always have to stop when you hear a big thump and you see blood and guts going everywhere.
But theoretically, train wouldn't need to stop.
No, but yeah. Well,
So, I mean, I think
I
that
like what Jeremy Clarkson said about that. Replace the driver, pick up the big bits, and let Foxy Woxy and the birds nibble away at the gooey stuff. And he had to apologize for that, and I'm not apologizing for that.
I think he actually is hanging up his hat, man, and I'm upset by that.
That
Yeah,
we're losing a legend.
Yeah, like he was in Top Gear, and there was like a stories going around over here. Don't know if you guys ever heard it over in America, but
I've heard of it. I
uh,
heard it. Whatever it is,
ever
I've
heard
heard.
of America? Of course.
What the
well,
Fuck is the internet?
Ventura Highway, horse with no name.
I
but
live in
Saturday. Come on.
Continue, Andrew. Continue.
Jeremy Clarkson punched this guy in the face and started um, calling him some things that seem to be a bit kind of a bit racist. Like I don't know, like he called him like an Irish cunt and stuff. Yeah, and this was like the producer.
I
Yeah, I
heard
know.
about this.
Which is like when I was reading it, well, like
I mean-
I thought, that was a very bad move, Clarkson.
It is
But
I have no doubt in my mind that Jeremy
Racist.
Clarkson is a prick, but I love him. I
uh,
love him. He's just fun to watch.
Can I just ask what's so bad about calling someone an Irish cunt? I mean, if
I don't think it's racist, and here's why. Ireland is a country, so that's their nationality.
I mean,
See how it's racist.
I mean,
but it's
Eric's an
a little
American.
bit discriminatory.
I mean, Eric's an American cunt, and I call him that all the time. But yeah, I'm not denying that he's a prick, but he's a prick I'd like to hang out with.
Yes, exactly. No, I'd
Not just-
heard that he and Richard Hammond and James May were going to get a deal with Netflix.
Netflix, yeah.
But from what I'm seeing, that seems to have fallen through or something. I don't know. Because I saw something on Twitter from Clarkson saying he's done and he's sorry it had to end like this. That could have just been for Top Gear, but
Yeah, that probably. I hope it's just for Top Gear because it's weird that they would announce it and then back out. So
yeah.
Alright.
Right.
No, there's
It's not done.
no, like apparently there's somebody new that's coming in for Top Gear, and they're going to do it with Clarkson.
I mean, I hope he's not done. I mean, he has some moments, but he gets entire countries upset.
I know that this was a while back, but there was some bitch who works for the BBC who was all like, Jeremy Clarkson is terrible with science, and he's a racist, and he's a bigot, and all those things. And I should be the host, or someone like me should be the host so that we're progressive enough. And it's like, people don't watch Top Gear for progressive views or conservative views. They watch for the cars and because the guys are entertaining.
Well,
Nobody's gonna fucking watch if it's boring.
I always thought Jeremy was basically a comedian. I mean,
Yes.
he said a lot of and see, I don't go to comedy shows for like I was listening to the first George Carlin album from like '66, and it was the most boring thing I've ever heard because that was when he was clean, of course, right? And it was, I mean, some of the jokes were like, kind of funny parodies, but there was no meat on the bone. There was no. You didn't think. You just kind of laughed, and it was. Let me put it this way: it was the joke equivalent of pop music.
It was the
Okay.
equivalent of that. I don't know if you guys are a fan of Jeff Dunham, but I mean, he's
Oh
not really.
god. Yeah, I
He,
hate that
No,
motherfucker.
well,
he's
yeah,
annoying as fuck, but if you actually watch his older shit, you're just like, oh my, no, go away.
but
Okay.
but Carlin's first album, which I'm guessing you've heard.
I've heard it, yes.
It some of it's kind of funny, like chuckle worthy, but it doesn't make you think. It doesn't make like I go to comedy to laugh and think, and maybe that's just me. I'm just a freak,
You're
but
fucking
that's what Clarkson makes me think as well as ha, he's so funny. Is he making a good point there?
Well, they're going to do the reverse. They're going to take, okay, so Top Gear started off as just, here's a bunch of cars, we're going to review them by the numbers. Clarkson took it over and turned it into, here's Ferraris and Lambos and Aston Martins, and here's why they're so fucking cool,
And
right?
here's a funny challenge with $500 cars.
Sure, and what they want to do now is do away with all that and only promote like eco-friendly cars and new safe cars. Like fuck that shit. Like it's the reverse. They're going in reverse. They're going back to the way it used to be.
Well, even when it used to be, they would also, review Ferraris too. They wouldn't just review. But I'm not saying those, new eco-friendly cars don't deserve a spot. But yeah, if you have a show where it's just,
It's going to be mundane trash. Is what it's going to be.
and I watch Motor Week occasionally, which is I don't even remember what channel. I think it's on Velocity now. It's more of a generic kind of insider kind of show, and it's interesting for me because I'm a massive nerd. Fifth Gear is like a tamer version of Top Gear, basically. But Motor Week's interesting if you're because they don't just. They talk about everything from like the new Mustang and the new Vet to all different kinds of cars. So it's interesting for like I said, people like me who are just massive nerds. But
But the point I'm trying to make is Jeremy Clarkson, like you said, has this ability to really piss people off. And for people who enjoy him, understand the joke. Like we're all in on the joke. But some of these people aren't, so they get all offended. Yeah, they get all fucking whiny and shit.
The whole
And now they
point
got to
of
get him. Granted, he shouldn't have punched the dude in the face, but
Okay, why did he punch the dude in the face?
for not having food.
Oh, okay, that is a perfectly valid reason for punching someone in the face. If I am hungry and they do not have food, they deserve punched in the face. Or at least stabbed 5,000 times, and then they become the food.
Alright,
Honestly-
Mr. Grumpy Girl.
What's
honestly,
funnier is the reason he punched Piers Morgan in the face.
Oh, that's even
Because he
funnier
was
because
there.
he's a fucking dick. Pierce Morgan is a twat. He's
Yes,
the guy
he
that should
is.
be punched.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter
you-
what the reason is. I am so glad that Jeremy Clarkson punched that fucker in the face. And then
Oh,
he
me
came
too.
to America and Alex Jones fucking started screaming on him on TV.
I felt so bad.
That
for Piers
was so
Morgan.
awesome. I
That
love
was the only time I've ever felt bad for Piers Morgan is when he had to deal with Alex Jones.
Who would have thought once to talk to that?
But what I was saying is, yeah, people are like, oh, what an ass, he punching someone because of food. Dude, I have been in a state of food deprivation, and yes, I'm big and fat, whatever, but I felt like punching people in the face before. If I don't get my food and you try like messing with me, you're getting it.
Yeah,
All
see,
right.
Clarkson made the mistake of like apologizing for all these things.
Well,
What he
dude,
should
Well,
have
he
done-
had to.
What he should have done is put on a pair of fucking Ray-Bans, gotten his Ferrari, and flipped off the camera. That's
I
what
know,
he should
but-
have done.
You have to in this world, or else you're never working for anyone ever again. Not
So-
even Netflix would take you because you have to hire a
Oh.
producer and stuff.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
Jeremy,
doing-
what's up?
All right, so another thing going on too is I don't know how many of you were aware, but it's pretty obvious at this point that there had been like a huge push to just like censor the Confederate flag everywhere.
Yeah.
And so some steps have been taken. YouTube actually will not advertise your product anymore if there's Confederate flag at all when you're marketing. And they've taken the Dukes of Hazzard off air now because there's a Confederate flag on top of the General Lee. So I just want to know if you think that they've taken this too far, or do you think they need to take it farther?
Probably, but I will say
Did they,
this: I support everything that happens because it pisses rednecks off.
did they do the same thing with the Nazi flag?
Yeah.
No, not in America. In
Then,
So,
Germany they have, but
oh yeah, in Deutschland, yeah.
well, yeah, but I mean, we're not talking about the Nazi flag in America. We're talking about the Nazi flag in Germany, just like the
Here's
Confederate
my
flag
view
in
on it.
America. I mean, in England,
but do you think it's a violation of their freedom of speech, though, to just say?
Obviously it is.
probably.
It's definitely a fucking violation of their freedom of speech here.
Because my stance on this whole ordeal is they should not at state buildings be allowed to hang the Confederate
Of
flag.
course.
But, I think private residencies and private corporations should have at it. And I mean, from a marketing standpoint, I think from a certain crowd, so yes, the rednecks who would, they're not all racist, like people say. It's just a part of their culture and their southern pride, as misguided as it may be. And then there's the group of genuine racists. But I think, most businesses, if they hang a Confederate flag outside the door, especially if they're not in the deep South, it's going to hurt them more than help. So I don't see the point with just taking their ability to do it away.
I think YouTube has a right
Well, yeah, YouTube has a
because
total right to do it.
they make the rules.
Like,
So
yeah,
obviously, with the Confederate flag,
For
then
someone like me, though,
that's YouTube's.
I look at it and I'm like, you think this is going to solve anything?
prohibition.
And also on top of that, it just makes you look like a giant pussy. Like,
Okay, there are so many different angles to take with this. First, the historical angle. This is actually trying to delete pages from history. What the fuck happens whenever you delete pages from history? You're fucking doomed to repeat it if you don't know it. Second, that flag has gone under so many transformations as to what its meaning actually is that it's fucking pointless. The only thing that seems to be agreed upon is the common moniker calling it the rebel flag. I mean, it's a mark of treason against the country. They wanted to secede from the Union, which was one of the major issues people lose in the whole entire slavery angle, which, yes, that was part of it, but there's more than just slavery as a single angle as to why they wanted to secede from the Union.
Yes. That
Have
might
you,
be
have you, have
the
you read the
biggest
Confederate
angle,
Vice
but
President?
it's still only one.
Have you read the Confederate Vice President's juicy little quote, though? This country is founded on the truth that the white man is superior to the black man, or whatever it was.
well, like
Yes,
Jim said,
but,
though, that's an aspect of it. It's not
but
the entire story.
at the same
You see,
point, not to be a douche, but have you ever read the Bible where it goes
Yes.
out and prices the value of each slave based on
I have.
how old they are, what gender they are,
I've read,
and basically gives you the requirements of doing fair trade deals during that time period.
I've
My
read,
view is
I
the
want
same as
just
Nazi. It's the same as
I've
it's
read
the
the
same
King
as
James version 7 times from front to back.
just ask yourself this for a moment, okay? How would the poor Southerner be willing to volunteer for an army to fight against the national government? They are not rich enough to own slaves. In fact, slaves are detrimental to their well-being because they could have a job that a slave has.
It was
I mean,
rich
the
plantation.
top 10% of the people, income earners in the South owned slaves, and about top 2% income earners owned the most slaves. Your
And a lot of
plantation
them were
owners and
actually
shit.
black. There were freed men at that point in history that owned slaves, by the way.
and
A lot of people try to forget that.
some of the states didn't even want to do that. I mean, they only joined it later because it was this. They thought it was Southern unity or whatever. My view really quickly on the Confederate flag. It's kind of the same as other Nazi or whatever Stalinist. YouTube has every right to reject advertisements. State and national buildings have every right not to have, it up if they don't want to, and the right to refuse because that's them.
I
But
just
if
want
no, but if hang on,
I
let me
know.
finish and then you can do your spiel. But if if a company wants to hang their Confederate flag or whatever it is outside their door, granted they must face consequences of not being able to advertise on YouTube, but I don't think the law should crack down on it because yeah, there is a freedom of speech thing. Personally, you know, joking aside, I'm for the Confederate, I'm for all this banning because it pisses the rednecks off. But and in reality, yeah, it does get a lot too far, like taking the Dukes of Hazzard off the air just because they had a
I think
Confederate flag. I mean that.
Hey, I was gonna say on the YouTube thing real quickly, since I've been on YouTube and I've been watching stuff, doing stuff since 2008. I know many YouTubers who have not just Confederate flag stuff, but YouTube itself. They've always been notorious for like just random bits and this and that. Oh, I don't like. YouTube will literally remove your fucking video if someone flags it. So it's not just this. I mean, there was one point in time on YouTube when if you said the word fuck, your channel was gone. So it's just,
We're in trouble.
yeah.
Fuck, faggoty, fuck.
YouTube is just YouTube on that, and nobody should really. I mean,
So what we're talking about here is not censorship because the government isn't going around
I can't
telling
really
you can't.
explain it. But all I'm gonna say is that YouTube's done that. They've done it. They've done it for They consider almost anything hate anymore. They consider anything explicit. It's.
Yeah, so what you're getting at is repression rather than censorship.
Right not to be offended.
Well,
Yeah,
okay,
like,
I'll put it in a way that, and I can't stand this person, but Onision once said it, and I can't believe I cannot believe I'm going to quote him for the first time ever in a positive manner.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, just stop
don't
while
do
you're
it.
Oh, okay,
Don't do not quote that sociopath who watched his wife almost die in front of him and recorded it for views.
I'll quote Mr. Epstein since he's actually a human
We're
being.
talking about freedom of speech here.
Also, you shouldn't. Mr.
I'm
Epstein.
just wondering what the fuck is about this fucking forced repression of this guy about
Well,
to
let me
state
fucking
one
explain
comment.
this shit.
That's what I want to hear. I want to hear their explanation. Don't repress them. Let them state it.
And
Thank you.
instead of YouTube actually doing something to actually benefit them, what they do instead is they're like, oh, we don't want to deal with it. Oh, you're talking about this and this is not accepted. Okay, fuck you, bye. That's pretty much their way of dealing with it. Is instead of actually trying to solve the situation, we're just gonna ban it.
That's you see that a lot with the internet. I mean, this is unrelated. Well, but I subscribe a lot to blogs. Okay, and I know that several of my blogs host MP3s. Now, whether you agree with free file sharing or not is a kind of a moot point. One of my friends, Ags, shout out to Ags, who's not listening, but shout out to you anyway because you're cool. His blog got shut down, and all his links got deleted, even links to his own, MediaFire links, even the files of his own band, which were not copyright. So the internet has this automated policy now of rather than, and I've seen this with YouTube, if one video gets flagged or two videos get flagged, the whole channel gets taken down. I've seen this before.
See, this just makes me miss the old Wild West days. Whenever the net was first starting, you'd use gopher holes to go places. And I know that there's people out there that fucking predate my time on the internet, but this was glorious. You could look up fucking necrobestial anal butt sex,
2007.
and you would find fucking many fucking FTP sites and fucking various fucking BBS boards that would fucking have this shit.
I love the internet from 2005 to 2007. That's when I really started using it a lot. But
back in the 90s, oh god,
hey, Jeremy,
it was fucking beautiful.
Hey, you said Onision recorded now?
Oh, he recorded his life, or he records his life often, but one time his wife Shiloh was having an episode,
Of what?
and he recorded it, put it
Episode of what?
online, put ads on it, and then had a poll on whether he should take her to the hospital yet.
Episode of what?
Who is this person?
On his show, Onision. And on the poll, it said, should I be an asshole and go against my wife's wishes and take her to the hospital, or should I be a guy?
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
he is.
and basically, TJ made a video on it, and I fact checked everything he said. And basically, what could have happened, she could have died because she could have been suffering from like a seizure that had done this to her. She could have like a tumor or something, and Onision didn't care. He just wanted to put it online and get ad revenue from it.
See, now you know why I rail against that kind of thing. People like that. I understand not everyone's like that, but I can't stand people like that. People who
I didn't
And the
the
thing about
money
Onision
grubbers.
that pisses me off, he's got that doe-eyed, innocent boy look, and people fall for it.
Kind of like me.
And it drives me crazy because there's people who, they don't look nice or anything that talk shit about them, and they get in the mainstream fans' eyes or whatever. Anybody who criticizes the innocent-looking little man-child is the bad guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just their fanboys. There's PewDiePie fanboys, there's that guy's fanboys, and then there's the atheist is unstoppable. That's the atheist Ryu's fanboys. And God, are those fanboys stupid. They're defending the fact that he said that. They're like, well, you know what? He's not a racist at all. It's just facts that most black people commit crimes. And they're like
God, I can't
opening
wait till I have fanboys.
and they're posting that everywhere, and their comments are getting like 30 thumbs up. It's really
When I
stupid.
say when I say I'm a fan of the amazing,
Okay,
I
my
have
question is this: what is a thumbs up worth?
a
A
lot.
thumbs up is an upvote.
No. Listen, all it fucking boils down to is that moment of happy, feel good, joy. Someone fucking agrees with me, or someone appreciates what I said. I am so happy. That's what a fucking thumbs up is worth.
Yeah.
It's just a fucking feel good feeling for the fucking recipient.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not putting worth on the thumbs up so much as I'm saying 30 fucking morons thumbed this up, and I'm dumbfounded by the fact that in a culture that has claimed to make great leaps and strides towards dealing with the problem of racism, there are 30 to 100 fucks that would give that a thumbs up. I'm not really concerned with the thumbs up itself so much as the mentality behind the people who would say, hey, that's a comment worth thumbing up.
I
I'm
have
going
a
to ask you
question
a
about
question. No, I'm wait. Yeah, okay. Go. No, I was. I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to destroy your belief in the internet. Have you ever thumbed up a comment out of sheer boredom, just to see
No.
what would happen, just
No.
to inflame the fire? I have thumbed
haven't.
up
I'm sure
many
people do,
horrible
but I haven't.
comments.
Most people will thumb up a comment from their friends, regardless of what the fuck it says,
Yes.
just to give them that happy, joy, good feeling.
Yeah.
Yes.
That
I
happens a
mean,
lot.
I sit there and if I appreciate what's said, I'll hit the like button, and people usually put a little bit more weight to my likes because I am actually,
Yes.
cynical about it. I don't fucking just like everything blindly, as opposed to my sister who will fucking like everything. And it's like, okay, well, who cares? At least she saw what the fuck I posted for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate people who do that. Well, I mean, I like most comments, but that's only because most of my friends are actually like intelligent and have something to say. My whole thing is, if I'm in a very bored mood and no one I know is there, I will post the most awful, horrible stuff and like and thumb up the most awful, reprehensible stuff out of no reason. Just I'm really bored. I want to create some waves, and it's a horrible attitude, I know, but
Who
but
says
that's,
it's a fucking horrible attitude,
That's
though?
that's
What
fun.
you are doing is seeking entertainment. You are bored. You're attempting to alleviate that by seeking entertainment. What will
That's why
generate said entertainment? Outrage. Okay, let's do that.
That's why I don't trust any like the Anglo-Saxon Foundation is a stupid site. If you guys have never seen it, you guys should look it up right now. The Anglo-Saxon Foundation. It is amazing, but I tend to think most of those people, or that asadashakur.org. I tend to think most of those people are basically trolls or just people who are bored. Oh God, the Anglo-Saxon. How do I describe the Anglo-Saxon Foundation to someone who's not English?
Is it
They
like
believe. No, they believe that well, it's kind of racist, very racist. They believe that before the Normans invaded the UK about 1066 AD, or whatever they call it, whatever the secularized version of AD is, I don't fucking know. Um, that the UK was a paradise, and that the Normans were evil, and that all the Celts should be repressed, and that all Normans should be out of the UK. That's that's the site.
It's
And
kind of funny.
What?
It sounds trollish.
Fucking bullshit. That's
dude,
bullshit.
look it up. Look it up. You're gonna love it. Everyone, look it up. Anglo-Saxon Foundation.
I
No.
did.
It
I did have a
sounds.
question about something earlier. The supposed racist comment. Did he have any statistics to back that up, and where did he get those statistics? Like, what
He
was the number?
he said like this is the bullshit, man. He said he was using statistics. He did not tell us from where. He did not tell us what year. He did not tell us like what kind of statistics or what website he got them from.
Okay.
You see, I've seen statistics before that state on a per capita basis a higher percentage of black people commit crimes versus all other ethnicities.
I
This
think
is something I've had to argue against my friends with back in the day as well. And there's a bit of an interesting cause and effect going on. Whenever you break everything down, it looks more as if, people are being coddled to the point where they have no real life experience.
I think what it is too is they're very selective of what statistics they look at. They don't look at the fact that black people are the most disadvantaged and most
What?
impoverished
Okay,
race.
my question is, what does disadvantaged mean?
It means that because of the situations they were born in and the situations their parents had, they have little to no social mobility.
What is social mobility?
You've
What,
never
what
been hard.
fucking worth is social mobility?
It is worth a lot. When I'm talking
Okay,
about
how do you fucking attain social mobility? Is this fucking networking with fucking richy uppity
no,
ups
no,
that
no.
fucking don't have any idea how to get things done? Or is this fucking socializing with people in a fucking worker class, fucking learning how to fucking do trades and actually make things?
This is how I would define social mobility, and most people would. It's being able to move yourself out of the environment that's dragging you down. And mob mentality is a strong thing, okay? There have been studies time and time again showing the power of mob mobility on a population. And in many of these neighborhoods, the successful role models and the people they look up to are gangs, pushing and selling drugs and making large amounts of money. But beyond that, for
So
years,
that, from what you just said right there, that means you're blaming black people for black people's problems.
no, because it's
Why
not.
do gangs exist?
Yeah, that's basically
Why
what
do
you
gangs
said, man.
exist? Gangs exist because originally, and this is actually pretty proven and pretty much, and I'm not disagreeing with Jim per se or anyone per se. I'm just saying, gangs originally existed because it was basically to basically protect the neighborhood. I know they got into drugs and stuff later on, but it was basically to protect the neighborhood because and to draw attention to the neighborhood because no one else would. I was reading a story about Wendell Scott, the first black NASCAR driver to win a race, and I know it's racing, and you guys are racing, but
Racing racist for the black people. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
like he would get hang on, like he would
No, go
get
ahead.
like people would sell him cars, like their old cars that were like totally beaten up, but put like a new body on it. Oh, it's a brand new car, Wendell. It's a brand new car. Yeah, you're gonna do really well with it for like because he couldn't afford any. Because he grew up in the South in the 20s. Now everyone knows the South in the 20s. It was bad to be black. Um, and so he just got raw deal after raw deal after raw deal. And I think nowadays it's still the same. I'm not saying if you really try, I'm not saying you can't make something of yourself, and if you go against tradition, I don't know about the whole per capita more crimes committed by blacks or whites or whatever.
Okay,
Um,
I do have to bring up points that my ex-wife told me whenever we were still together. She told me that her father told her that she would never amount to anything because Whitey's gonna fucking kick her down. Her only options are either to get big, rich, and famous, which is damn near impossible, or to fucking succumb to whatever fucking schemes he had.
Yeah,
This is the
that's
environment she's coming from.
See, another what I want to do. I do want to finish my point though, because it's very profound, and it's why giving black kids easier access to college education will help everyone in the long run. It's because for years, up until about 20 years ago, it was a
30,
lot
but
harder.
you're not really paying attention to where the laws and fucking foundations come from, but still continue.
Okay, well, I'll address you're basically moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm just trying to let you know that you need to do a little bit more research into where things actually come from outside the sources you got to
Are
actually
you
get a fuller scope in this, because I've read the statistics that you're quoting, and some of them are erroneous.
or talk
It's
to
not.
people.
okay? Well, anyway,
Oh shit. No, I
because
wasn't
it
saying
was
that for you
harder
guys.
for their parents and their grandparents to get into college, not due just by monetary factors, because of blatant discrimination by colleges. If you give that class the ability to go to college and therefore get a better job, opening more social mobility for them, we will make more money in a year. There will be more job opportunities for these people. There will be more jobs created, and it will help everyone in the long run. Now, go ahead about the
See, I
foundation.
I am not against black people getting free rides through colleges. It's whether or not they're going to do well in said scenario.
Yes.
A few will definitely fucking make, top honors, fucking graduate, comma sum, whatever, you know, that's fine, and that's what I'd like to see. But what we're getting is a fucking watered down curriculum that doesn't give a shit. They just want to fucking give A's to anyone who fucking just shows up for class and falls asleep in it and does absolutely nothing, doesn't learn anything, doesn't do shit.
Wish I'd gone
This
to
goes
that.
this goes for every race across the board because they're
Pretty
afraid
much.
of getting sued for fucking failing someone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
So
will
they're
say,
really college degrees these days are fucking watered down bullshit that mean absolutely nothing, do absolutely nothing for this supposed social mobility that you talk about, and it all comes down to networking.
I was going to say, bring up something similar with women in STEM fields. There was all these programs to get women in technology fields, right? And it's still not working, right? Just because you pay for it and you give them the free ride and they show up to class doesn't mean the results are going to be what you want.
Well, I want to address a misconception of my argument already, and I don't think it's your fault. I just didn't make it clear enough. I'm not referring to a free ride, or money given to you because you're black. I'm referring to you be having an edge up on being accepted into a college. So like, if you're applying to a college and a white student is doing just as good as you, you're taken into a little bit of a higher consideration. That's
Fuck that, man.
now, okay, wait. I used to be a big opponent of affirmative action, not because I was a racist, but because I've believed and I've always believed and I will always believe that the best qualified person should get the job. But I was told, but someone explained it to me, and I was like, okay, maybe it is, you know, not if not a great thing, maybe at least it's a little bit better. Now, I will say this, although white people, of course, did cause a lot of the problems with like slavery and discrimination. I will say that, and I know what Jim's talking about because I have black friends, and they were saying that their parents did the same thing, that their attitude is basically a defeatist attitude that you're not going to get anything in life because Whitey's going to screw you over. Whereas I would have probably been like, no matter what they do, always try to persevere. I mean, I know a mindset can't really change your life, but it can damn well help.
I mean,
Right.
that
Holy
happens to
shit.
every race across. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Well,
we're trying to like, oh, black people this, black people that, but it's really just a human thing. If you're
Yeah.
growing up in that kind of scenario, and that's where your mind is your entire life, you're not going to succeed. It's just,
Yeah,
it's,
yeah,
You
completely
know,
agree.
like social mobility, it's just like anything, it's like is a construct. Is like same way politics has been a construct, same way national identity has been a construct. Look back to the cave people time. There was none of this social class bullshit, whatever. You just did your own thing. And
Wouldn't it be better if we just did our own thing? But unfortunately, we can't.
yeah.
But I
But
mean, I
unfortunately,
always,
I want to state something on the affirmative action thing. In concept, it is a good idea. Leveling the playing field, sans any discrimination. The problem is there are so many potholes to it which lead to abuse.
yeah.
I mean, how the hell do you
it goes
actually
full circle.
distinguish between a worker claiming discrimination whenever they were just a fucking piss poor worker, did nothing, versus someone that, is actually being discriminated against? You have
Yeah,
to bring a lot of evidence to this and all this shit, and a lot of companies will just fucking crumble because getting the lawyers to say one employee is a piece of shit, getting the number of lawyers involved for that costs way too much fucking money.
yep. I mean, yeah, you could be an outright idiot and
A
drop
lot of these
everything.
concepts just end up coming full circle. Like the intention was to level the playing field, but as a result, you're now discriminating against the opposite, right? Because they're supposedly more advantaged, even though you just took away that advantage, right?
I mean, I've always said, you know, I've never liked the idea of hiring someone less skilled than the other guy. I don't care what race or nationality or gender or I don't know, planet or fucking time period they're from. If a white guy is more skilled than a black guy, I'm gonna hire the white guy.
You should.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't really blame him
but if
either.
a black guy, or guy from I don't know 1962 or fucking Mars is more
Zimbabwe.
yeah
Sorry.
is more skilled than a white guy, I'm hiring Mr. Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Elliot, you said earlier about the guy that has the best qualifications should get the job. Do you still believe that?
Of course, well, I understand I understand why affirmative action was put in place, and I agree with it. Yeah, it has a lot of potholes, as Jim talked about the discrimination thing. Yeah, you can't distinguish, or it's very hard to distinguish between, an idiot or someone who was actually discriminating. Yeah, I completely agree. But I still think the best qualified person should get the job.
No. You see over here, like qualifications don't mean shit, and until you gain the experience. If you gain like working in a job, start learning things, you have to basically go back to school all over
Yeah.
again.
That's
I
another good
know.
point.
I
Well,
mean,
you're
that's taken into consideration over here too, though.
See, there's a catch-22 with that. Whole entire experience angle is the fact, how do you gain the working experience in the field in order to get the job that you want?
Yeah, that's another
Yeah.
I mean,
big
Well,
issue.
there's a certain level, such as, you're taking on a certain managerial position or a position that has several tasks with it. Yes, you need that experience, but where's the
yeah.
fucking entry-level work so you can gain the experience to move up the rungs?
It's not meant to be
Well,
easy, right? If it
yeah.
was easy, everybody would get that job.
A lot of
So,
times, that's where internships come into play, though, for people like me. Where it's like if you do an internship for a company and they give you a good review and you specify exactly what it is you were doing and you get a good job, that's a work experience right off the bat, paired with a good.
sure.
Well, because we're in a neoliberal society, yeah, and everything's based on the individual, and it rewards individualism. It is tough, but you're going to have to be resilient. There's like universities over here in the UK. There's one that I'm in right at the minute called Queen Margaret University, and they put a lot of focus onto getting people into work. They've got like the highest rate in employability, getting people into work after they leave university, and they've got a whole their own job center and stuff. Giving students like opportunities to actually, gain the work experience.
Yep.
Sure. That's a good idea. I mean,
Yeah, but it'll never happen here. That's
well,
just some
here it's
mindless.
more Wild West. Here it's here's your piece of paper. Go.
Yeah. Not to change the subject or anything, because but I did have a couple. Fucking stutter. I did have some talking points. One was Eric and I talked about. He's gone because he couldn't take like actual conversation. He wanted to make Star Wars jokes. Apparently, they're making a Star Wars Episode 8. Ugh, fuck me.
I'm done with Star Wars. Just get Star Trek in there and blow them all to pieces.
I'm listening to the conversation. All input. I'm downloading all the PTR episodes so I can make individual clips. I'm just doing that.
You have to listen to them all. I don't envy you, buddy.
Well, just get a fleet of Kilrathi Strakar fighters out there.
Yeah.
Fucking go in all cloak mode, fucking disengage, and then fucking destroy everything.
Yes.
But
Giant cats ripping, eviscerating everything, and fucking enslaving whatever they don't kill. That's the way it should be.
Yeah.
Why isn't he president?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Ronald Reagan was president. Sounds like him.
Well, we have.
I am nowhere near fucking Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was a fucking piece of fucking filth. Okay, just like every other fucking president playing the political game just to fucking make people happy, give them happy, joy, feel goods.
I mean, not
fucking
every
and him fucking
like
every fucking president.
Not every president, sir. Read a history book. Thomas Jefferson and George Washington.
Oh,
You're telling me George Washington and Thomas Jefferson were not for the fucking richest bastards on the planet? Oh my fucking
Hold on.
Do you actually believe
I forgot.
I never. I
This
cannot
wasn't-
tell a lie. I put down the cherry tree.
This wasn't
Oh my fucking god!
I forgot. So foolish. Go ahead. Go ahead and laugh. You said feel good, joy. Okay, every president's obviously about
I think you just get
a rich bastard, right? 'Cause
hell.
George Washington wasn't about being the richest fucking bastard.
Yes, you.
No, he wasn't. He didn't even want to be president.
Yeah, I just want to fucking smoke pot all day after he won the war.
Wait. He didn't want to be president, and he didn't want to be a military general, because he said so. That just makes it true.
I mean,
even though he showed up in the military uniform every.
Hold on.
And you have to remember he was re-elected, which means he had to run a fucking successful campaign.
Time out. One at a time.
Okay. I never said he didn't want to be a military general. Never once. I said he did not want to be president, and he did not expect to be paid for being president. That's what I'm saying now. He did not expect to be paid for being president for a large amount of time. He was president. He was trying to get the country running. And he objected to the idea of being a president because he said it would be too much like England, where there's one large power overseeing everything. And then when the balance of powers came into play, he agreed with it.
Have you ever heard of the Pennsylvania Whiskey Rebellion?
Yes.
Yeah.
He dispatched troops because people didn't want to pay taxes. What the hell was the Civil War over? Taxes.
I don't think the taxes are.
Revolutionary War. Sorry, but yeah, that was a fucking huge factor for the fucking colony man. They didn't like taxes, so they fought against the taxes. That was mostly colony man.
Yeah.
It was all about taxes, dude. That's how it started.
Yeah.
It started because of the Boston Tea Party. By the way, it was like a 2-cent tax on tea. it's you know, you can kind of see.
By today's standards,
yeah,
that's
quite a bit, actually.
That's actually a lot back then. You have to account for fucking inflation. It would be like fucking going out and instead of paying like $1 for a fucking thing of tea, you're paying $5.
Also, I'm not claiming you guys were, but please do not undermine my points and assume I do not know about history, because I do. Take that into consideration. What I say, I'm saying it seriously.
Listen, man, if you're going to say that, people are just going to undermine you further, if you're going to put it that way.
Yeah, honestly. Really. I mean, history's a fucking hobby of mine. I fucking love reading up on it, love
Me
fucking
too.
checking out different
Likewise.
angles on
Me
things,
too. Yeah.
researching everything.
I
So
have no
if
life.
I come to a different conclusion because of the research I've found over the years, then fine, I'll have to fucking
I've
look up to get cite sources. But literally, whenever you're talking about George Washington, he was the ultimate politician. He knew how to fucking get people behind him. He knew how to kiss ass the right way in order to get those fucking people to go.
Yep.
what I feel fucking noobish about, and it relates to this, is I don't really know much about American history, but when it comes to history of Asia, I I'm obsessed. I know more about North Korea and
Just a
South
bunch of
Korea, Vietnam, and
emperors.
China and Japan than I probably should at the age of 21.
Let
But
me.
if you ask me what happened in the 1800s in the United States and in the CSA, I can say a few things, but I'm pretty noobish on that, and it's probably because it doesn't interest me too much, which is not really.
I'm pretty noobish on everything, so I just try to listen.
Yeah,
Let me
that's what I'm
explain
doing pretty
something,
much.
and maybe Jim will back me up here. George Washington liked to say that he was Mr. Modest. He liked to say, "I am utterly unqualified for this general position,
Yeah, I
and I
won't deny
don't
that.
think and I am utterly unqualified for the president." But he wore his military uniform every meeting of the Continental Congress or wherever it was. He wanted that job. He wanted it, and he wanted to be president. He was he was the first politician before politician actually meant something.
Is
You know,
it?
he was the yeah, he told people how modest he was, but deep down inside he was going, I'm gonna get
In,
this.
in,
This is
in,
cool.
Isn't it true that Lincoln, the only reason he freed the slaves was so that it would boost his reputation?
I'm sure that had play in
No,
it.
that's only one element
I
of
don't
it. There
know if
were
that's
multiple
the reason.
layers as to why he did it. And
Yeah.
yeah, he felt that they were human beings that should be treated as free people.
Yes,
But
he
that
never
was
thought they'd be
only
equal.
a minor aspect of it because that wasn't really played up more until modern times.
Yes.
Back then it was just fucking passing feeling. Maybe that's part of it, but that wasn't his hardcore means for doing so. He wanted to even the economic playing field between North and South. North had fewer slaves in it. There were a lot of slave owners in the North, yes, but they had fewer slaves, so there was not much economic competition between North and South. South fucking was a fucking gold mine.
Yeah, that makes sense.
and,
Yeah, that,
and
that notion though that we're all taught in school, like it's also simplistic, right? Lincoln
Yeah.
did A, which resulted in B, so he's a good guy. But they don't teach you to think about it more, right? Like,
Lincoln was actually pretty much a racist and thought that the blacks would never be equal. But yes, he did. Yeah, I'm sure there were several reasons. And by the way, if he thought freeing the slaves would boost his approval ratings, he should have asked whatever his name was. He shot him. God, I can't remember his name. What the fuck is his name?
John Wilkes Booth.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I blanked on it. Yeah, I should have asked Mr. Booth about that.
John Wilkes Booth shot him in the booth.
Thank you. Yes,
You did.
in the forward.
right in the fucking head. Sorry.
Right in the fucking head.
I like. I
Fucking
kind
kill him
of
in the
like
head.
in terms of
the Kennedy conspiracy a little bit too. I find that pretty interesting.
I love conspiracy theories. They just, I love them.
I mean, I'm convinced we still don't even know who shot Kennedy.
apparently it was, I've read something in relation to the JFK assassination, and apparently there's some evidence to suggest that it was the CIA elite who shot him.
Oh, I love
Okay.
it. I love it.
My problem with these grand conspiracy theories like the CIA shot Kennedy or all especially the ones to link everything together. Okay, my big problem. You have all these conspiracies and all these tens of thousands, millions of people maybe, and nobody ever leaked. Nobody ever said a damn word about it. Not
Well,
even on
Elliot,
their
hold on
deathbed.
now. Hold on. See, what a conspiracy theorist response would be, yeah, they have leaked it. That's why we're talking about it.
Also, people die. I mean, people died protecting the secret of Kennedy's death. I mean, the guy who was in custody for killing Kennedy got fucking shot and murdered, and they claimed it was because they killed the president, and that very well may be okay. But I mean, I think there's still that like hint of like, did he kill it because he could have talked? Like, I don't know.
Jack Ruby was a loon. Jack Ruby had gone actually pretty much insane by then. And
You
by the
see,
way,
the good conspiracies, okay, the ones that you might want to give weight to, are the ones that have the fewest people involved, a dozen or less. Okay, those might actually have some weight to it. Anything over a dozen, the chances of fucking someone opening their mouth increases exponentially.
Yeah.
can I just ask a question of if anyone actually believes the Kennedy conspiracy? Why did Mr. Oswald shoot at policemen then? Why did he stumble around town shooting policemen?
In terms of Lee over Oswald, the article that I was reading suggested to me that the CIA had used that as a ruse, and they assassinated themselves because they didn't want to get over the whole
Is this on
they
info?
have the pegs.
Fan fiction right there. Yeah.
This sounds like Alex Jones. Or my favorite was William Cooper, who said
Oh
that
my
the
God.
driver shot Kennedy.
He makes Alex Jones look like fucking Disney World.
You know what the scary thing is though? I've seen an interview with him, and he was so rational. It was scary. I mean, he said some insane things.
Those are my
but he didn't say
favorite
'em.
conspiracy theories. The ones that make you actually go, "Holy shit!" Maybe
But
shit's
was-
not like I think it is. You know?
it was the way he talked because he wasn't like I have a conspiracy, I have a conspiracy, I have a conspiracy. He was like, and I believe that the driver shot Kennedy. Yeah, that's what happened. Yep.
He said the same thing about seeing a UFO come out of the water. Like I was.
Have you ever read his book? I've always
I
wanted
was
to read his book.
standing on the Navy
UFO
ship,
coming
and
out of the water, what the
I was
fuck?
looking out onto the water, and suddenly saw a giant UFO. I'm just
This is the
like,
best
yes,
show
you
we-
did, Mr. Cooper. You saw the UFO.
Oh,
I believe
speaking
you.
of UFOs, does anyone know how the flying saucer thing got started?
Roswell?
No. That was
No,
it.
is that what you're talking about, Roswell?
No. The shape. Okay, see, there was an aircraft pilot whose name I can't remember. If one of you wants to
shaped
look it
like
up,
a-
although I don't think he will. He got lost and he saw, I think it was meteors tumbling through the air. You know, little meteor rocks, right? And he thought they quote skipped. What the fuck was it? Skipped like saucers in a pond or something like he. What the fuck? Wait, okay. Hang on.
Basically, he saw a shape that looked like a saucer, and that's where.
No, he was describing its movements. It skipped like pebbles in the saucer. He was describing its movement, not even its shape. Before the flying saucer thing, people would claim that they would see differently shaped things.
Yeah, but what about ancient aliens? Huh? What about the Wild West aliens?
I think that show is bullshit.
Hang on, I'm looking this up here.
Yeah, I think the show Ancient Aliens is total bullshit.
Oh,
That was an
God,
awesome
that's
show.
hilarious, though.
That was an awesome.
I mean,
That was
they
fucking
get the pyramids
awesome.
wrong though. Like when they describe how the structures of the pyramids, they get it all
Of
wrong.
course it's wrong.
Funny
Of course
shit.
it's wrong.
It's tongue in cheek. I mean, the History Channel isn't taking these people fucking seriously. Like,
It's like Drunken History. I love Drunken History actually.
I love drunken peasants.
Dude,
you know,
I
of
love
all the
love being
conspiracies,
drunk.
though, of all of them, aliens to me is the most creepy because think about the universe. I mean, it's probably at least plausible that there's intelligent life out there somewhere.
Oh yeah.
I'll give you
Right.
this. I'll give you this, guys. I do not believe that aliens have visited us. I do believe that alien life form exists because it's inconceivable that it doesn't.
Right,
somewhere.
right.
Alien, yes,
That
intelligent.
to me
That's
is what
up for
makes
debate.
alien conspiracies so good. It makes you want to believe them, and you get creeped out by it. It's because of the plausibility of it.
I'm opening up the website here.
I want to believe they have visited us, but I need evidence, so more than what's been presented. But what about those people who always say, well, there is evidence, just the government hides it?
Yeah, of course, because the government.
That's all-
Once again,
It's-
nobody's ever leaked.
It's an
Nobody's ever-
unfalsifiable hypothesis, really. Like, if you find someone in the government who's like way deep and has a lot of influence, and they say that there isn't evidence, they'll be like, "Oh, it's another guy in the government." I mean, you just can't argue with it.
What I want to know is why would and why wouldn't the government hide that? I mean, what would it benefit them if
I
Well,
they?
mean,
I did see something, and the name's fucking escaping me right now, but it was an actual government agent, and this was in response to people going to Roswell and people going to Area 51 and filming shit and trying to see what was going on. They would actually get agents out into the field to promote conspiracies so that they could make the people looking into like secret aircraft and shit, like military experiments, look like idiots.
that I believe.
Right, like so they would
Propaganda.
someone would come up with some conspiracy theory, and the government guy would be like, "Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, it's deeper than you think, but you're on the right track, man. You're almost
Okay,
there."
really quick. I have the thing. So it was a search plane. Hang on here. Okay, he saw 9 brightly glowing meteors rushing past his plane. I'm reading it out loud and turning my microphone off so you don't hear that little thing in the background here. Just give me a second here.
Just
Okay, they were basically because the meteors tumble through the air like meteors do, and to him it looked like they were flying information. Okay.
You got it right, Tom Cruise. Xeno's coming to fucking get you.
He thought the brightness was the sun glowing off polished aluminum.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure the.
Okay. So of course meteors, they go, they spin really fast in the airstream, and it looked like they were hopping up and down to him. And he said they flew like a saucer skipping over water, a saucer skipping over water. So the way it flew became the meme, or became the thing. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Became the kind of the generic. Oh, it looks. That's why all of a sudden before this, which was in like the late 40s, you heard no saucer stories. You heard stories of like weird objects that look like everything from like a, I don't know,
cigar
a
shape.
yeah, cigar shape mostly. And now every time you hear an unidentified flying object, it looks like a triangle. That's why I discount these things because, like I said, where were the saucer shapes?
Yeah, I think like the legit sightings, like where there's actually an object there, are just military projects.
Oh,
That-
probably.
Springtime forever.
Okay, I'll admit it, guys. I'm an alien.
Yeah, me too.
You're a
You know,
10.
First off, I want
You're a
to
10.
take devil's advocate here and say
You're a reptilian.
a good reason
Admit
for
it.
a government to cover up any type of UFO space alien activity is, are they getting technology from it?
Oh.
If we know what the government has, they have less hold over us.
Right. Well,
That's the fucking whole entire conspiracy angle theory.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah,
back to the
yeah.
fun side of things. The
Yes.
book of Ezekiel in the Bible has a wonderful description of wheels within wheels and all this fucking crazy shit that I love it when I hear different UFO angles on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that
Because
too.
it's just fucking a huge acid trip just fucking reading those passages. It's like,
Kind of, yeah.
oh my god,
I have a
did that
theory.
much
I have a theory. Jim is actually from the planet Tralfamador.
Shit. Someone.
It's fun. There is something funny though. Like back whenever I was in fucking middle school or something, I handcrafted presents from like making your own shirts with fucking glue and shit.
Yeah.
And I gave one to my sister that said that I was an alien.
You
Her
know,
brother
out of all the people-
is an alien.
Out of all the people on the planet, I believe Jim is an alien.
Yes. He just.
I think the question is there are some conspiracy theories that are more believable, and then there are ones that are not.
I like the believable ones, mostly for
Yeah.
entertainment.
I just
I like the non-believable ones because they're just so interesting to read about. And I had a friend who used to actually post seriously conspiracies that the Iranian hostage crisis, something else that happened in the 70s, and the Reagan assassination, and every other thing that's happened from like 74 to present was uh, linked together by the Illuminati.
Oh
And,
God.
yeah, I
and this
just
wasn't my ex. This was not my ex that I told you about. She believed that Robin Thicke was part of the Illuminati, but which I
Crazy
kind of
people.
see why.
I just
But
remember. Oh shit, sorry.
but she would actually post, and I would spend minutes at a time going, okay, here's why you're and finally I was just like, you know what, I'm not gonna
That
bother.
whole conspiracy, like the Illuminati kind of stuff, to me, it's so much more simple than a conspiracy. It's fucking wealthy people getting together planning shit. It's that simple.
I am a 12th generation clone within the Illuminati. I am at the very top rank. I command them all, and they kill upon my command.
Can I just point out that the Illuminati was a real organization?
It is.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I just like poking fun at it.
No, I know,
There's
but
secret
a lot of
societies
people,
and shit, and
a lot of
people freak out over it, but it's just wealthy people
Wealthy
being
people
in a
with shared
club,
and wealthy
you know.
people shared interests. They fucking sit there, nod off, agree on different things behind people's backs. It mostly has to deal with fucking trade and fucking making more money. Because that's all they know how to do is fucking make money from having money.
Make this as interesting as possible. This is definitely a clip that's gonna go on.
Yeah, and you know, like
To be
and
fair,
I'm
it
sure
still
like
makes
creepy
people not
shit
like
happens, you know, like they'll read.
being rich to start out.
what I love about the Illuminati really quickly is they started out as a group. I can't remember what. I think it was Bavaria, and they started out campaigning for like women's rights and anti-discrimination laws. Thing. This is in like the 17th century maybe, and I'm just thinking that's everything the not you, Scott. The ultra wingnuts. That's everything they hate. Of course they're gonna hate the Illuminati, and it was banished by the king for threats to the peace, and that was the end of the real Illuminati. I mean, I only say this because some people don't actually know the Illuminati was an actual real thing.
Yeah, Adam Weishaupt formed it. That's the guy's name. And I had posted a picture of a Skull and Bones fraternity picture, an older one, in my group a long time ago. And I just asked people what it made them think. And a lot of the responses were like, conspiracy bullshit. And I was like, no, it's just these people have a hand up over everybody, and they have little clubs.
I'm pretty sure most
1%.
of it's just drinking and partying. Eric, you missed like the best parts.
So it's like a frat.
It's a frat, and yeah, they have secret meetings and shit. But wouldn't you? Like, wouldn't you be all fucking, yeah, I'm fucking rich and shit, hanging out with my buddies, like.
Have you seen that Alex Jones movie where he got into the camp?
Even.
The camp?
No.
God,
that's actually pretty. It's creepy though. Like, he does have a point that it's creepy that a bunch of old rich dudes are getting around this fucking like statue and being all like, yes.
Have you guys seen the Jesse Ventura film? Well, it's more of a TV series, but when he goes around talking about the FEMA camps and how Obama's going to do this was 2012.
That's just bullshit.
This is all 2012 stuff, but
it's complete bullshit.
I can't. My grandmother, she used to watch Jesse Ventura, and I'm like, what are you watching him for? He's an idiot. I mean, this is all just hype. Like, you know what? Hold a minute. For all those people that watch like conspiracy and doomsday Armageddon shit on the fucking whatever channel it is on TV, I'm like, if the government actually had a plan, and if this shit was true, you wouldn't be watching it on cable television. They wouldn't allow it.
FEMA concentration camp stories.
Yeah, that shit.
Okay,
I want to say one thing about the Jesse Ventura thing. The fact that really got him a claim to fame was the fact that he was on the receiving end of an actual conspiracy of sorts. What happened was his decisions as governor led to a bunch of wealthy, rich bitches getting pissed off, calling a meeting with him, and intimidating him out of office.
Yeah, I remember that. That was on the news.
That
Yeah.
was, yeah, that was on the news. That was legit. But because he was part of one conspiracy on the bad end of it, he went off on that TV show, and that somehow gave him credibility.
But what I love about FEMA really quickly is, they claim they're the super intelligent company. I mean, and I don't deny that they've kind of been transformed to a martial law agency thanks to Mr. Reagan. And they probably have files on all of us. I mean, that is true. That's not conspiracy raving.
Eric fucking left again.
Ask someone who lived through Katrina if they think FEMA could ever actually manage a concentration camp, okay? Or someone who Hurricane Sandy. FEMA is notoriously bad at everything they do. Do you really think that they could be the super intelligent force building concentration camps everywhere without anyone saying?
Not to appeal to history, but like the Nazis did it. Other countries have done it.
Yes, but the Nazis were actually
we did it
efficient.
ourselves to Japanese citizens. I mean, to say it's not possible, like to just offhand, oh, that's just bullshit.
Well, Scott, the difference is the Nazis
the
were
Germans
actually
had camps we didn't know about, so I think that's a good point. Like, we knew they had POW camps, but they were pretty much like, even before the Geneva Convention, there were like unspoken ways of how to go about running one of those.
And what are you really doing? You're imprisoning people and keeping them from escaping. I mean, it's just a prison.
Yeah, but there are more humane ways to do that than the Japanese and the Germans did, though.
So, my point is, it doesn't have to be good in order to do it. Like, it doesn't have to be intelligently run in order for people to hold guns up to people's heads saying, you can't leave this area. Like,
the difference between between FEMA and the Nazis, where the Nazis were actually very proficient at what they did. FEMA, I mean, I want to see them build concentration camps because I think it'd be the most hilarious thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, but
getting everything
just because it's poorly ran doesn't mean they can't do it. Like, if they sent the National Guard into cities and started rounding people up, it wouldn't have to be pretty. It wouldn't have to be efficient.
Have you seen the camps in North Korea? I have mates who are over there and who have been in them, and they say they're not the nicest. As a matter of fact, they're pretty fucking terrible.
I've only ever heard horror stories about North Korea.
Well, I have a lot of loved ones who live in North Korea and who every day are trying to help people get out of that country. And honestly, and I'll even say this, not even being back in the 40s, and although I'm currently working on going to North Korea for certain things, Nazi Germany wasn't shit compared to North Korea.
North Korea.
I'm kind of ignorant on it, so I've only ever heard the bad stuff. So.
That's why
I know
there
is no good stuff.
I'm a fucking whiz.
Honestly, when it comes to North Korea, no, there is no good stuff. I mean,
there is total. No. Let me finish what I was saying. North Korea has a lot of goods because that country, honestly, and I'll say this, and you guys can argue about it all you want. If they opened up to the 21st century to technology, they would make America, not under Kim's regime, but North Korea would make America and the United Kingdom and China look like third world countries because of the potential that those people have. If you saw all the art and creativity that they perform together in those live shows and the culture they have over there, they would blow away the fucking world.
Whenever I'm saying there's nothing good about North Korea, I'm talking specifically about the government itself. I'm not talking about the people.
Yeah.
It is possibly the most repressive. No,
I
we're
completely
not
understand
focused
that.
on that, right? We're focused on the. I don't know anything about the art. I don't think they have time for that art and culture stuff when they're, I don't know, practicing cannibalism because they're starving to death.
Being forced to cry at the funeral, that was fucking pathetic, man. That really pissed me off.
I froze again. What'd you say?
Being forced to cry at Kim Jong-il.
Yeah, the government's totally fucked up, which I heard this from sources from China and South Korea because I am highly part of a lot of I'm a person I'm an activist of I know several people who try to help that situation out, but let's just say probably by 2018, 2019, North Korea, and possibly 2017, North Korea may no longer be North Korea. It may be named South Korea or China.
Well,
because
hopefully.
a certain country
No,
over there
no.
named
China and South Korea, no, not to,
no,
not.
no, Elliot, you didn't hear what I said. North Korea may become part of China or South Korea, and it's probably going to end up being China, and then China is going to say, "Hey, South Korea, fuck you," and then there will be no more Korean Peninsula. And
There's a problem with that.
this is not conspiracy whatsoever.
I was
This is
gonna say, let's go back. We're going back to the conspiracy theory.
no,
That
no,
actually
no.
doesn't sound like conspiracy at
This
all. Actually sounds like logical flow
I
of
see his point.
politics.
I see
This
his
is from
point.
from what I'm saying. What I'm saying is direct words from my friends who are over there on that peninsula right now, trying to sneak people out of that country. That don't obviously. I mean, you don't need to come up with a reason to not want to be in North Korea. But this is from people who put their lives at risk every day to try to help people that know the Kim regime better than anybody in the entire fucking world does. China is getting every day steps closer to taking over to North Korea because, and this is one of the reasons for it, just one of the smallest reasons. You know how every now and then Kimmy 3, as I call him, there was a big bitch fit. United States, don't make the interview with United States. I'm gonna bomb you. They're getting China's emperor, the prime minister, is getting rather annoyed with all the little bitch fits that North Korea is starting. Oh, China, help us! The United States is being mean. Oh my fuck! We'll leave him alone then. Stop acting like a little bitch.
China, you
Up.
see, that is perfectly logical flow of politics
Yeah.
because China makes way too much money off of us.
Yeah,
I'm not
they-
arguing with you about
North
that,
Korea
that
is
North Korea, that South Korea. Wait, hang on. I'm not arguing with you about that. What I'm saying, what may stop them, okay? And don't interrupt.
I'm not
What may
going to
stop them?
say what you
What
want.
may stop them is when they depose North Korea, they're gonna have a fuck of a big mess to clean up.
Not really. If you know China like I do it, what they'll do is if like the citizens, I know this, like everybody else thinks, oh well, the citizens will probably be so happy to be free. You have no
No.
idea. I don't know if you're aware of this, but North Korea, I mean, 30% of the population hates the Kim regime, but the other big percent is an entire army that is ready to slice the throat of anybody that threatens the Kim regime.
Well, yeah,
I-
they grew up in that percent
And
for
what
how long
China-
now?
And what China will do, drop a few bombs in that country's off the earth.
Well, yeah, because see,
And
they
force-
have clock
force-
radios in their homes. Everyone.
It breaks my heart completely to know that millions of innocent people could possibly die just because of the Kim regime, and it actually makes me tear up at times to know this because that country is running out of time, and I fucking wish something would happen over there in a positive fashion.
They have clock radios that also function as they are not allowed any dissenting opinion in North Korea. I mean, this is just for people who don't. I don't know. You know, I don't have friends in North Korea.
Visit a site named blacklistednews.com. I'll just say that much. I'm not going to say anymore because I'm not supposed to say much, and it's not because it's secretive. It's just because, well, I can't talk about things. I just
That's
wanted to
fine.
say
I
that.
understand a bit about how fucking
I will not say any
intel
names, though.
works because you
I
don't
will
want
not say
people
anything.
ID'd.
And I'm
But they have because
I've
someone
had
I don't
friends
remember
die
who it
from that
was
type of stuff.
was asking.
I've had
was
four
asking-
friends of mine that I really care about get shot in the fucking head. And I'll actually tell you a small story real quickly, one that I'm actually allowed to repeat.
Don't. I usually just say don't fucking say shit if it's gonna get fucking
Yeah,
someone
just
shot in the
it's
head.
Yeah, just don't.
It's nothing that I've said this to many people before because
Yeah, but you're saying it live on air. That's
no,
that's
I know I've said this.
I know
I
if
said
you're
that-
going to say information that even slightly hints
No,
information
listen,
that was
I've said this
previously
in YouTube
said and
videos
got people shot in the head, I'm just gonna step out for a sec.
I've
Yeah.
said
yeah,
To be
yeah.
honest,
Dude,
I would
dude,
prefer not to
dude,
get shot in the
just
head.
don't,
I
okay?
rather
I'm not trying to repress you. We're just
I'm not. If you'd let me fucking finish, I've said this in YouTube videos before. I've said this in even bigger fucking hangouts. It's just a story that a friend told me of how
Okay.
how her brother died. Her brother, which is a really good friend of mine, rest in peace to him in 2012. I've known him since 2009. We met. He actually lived and was born in South Korea, but his father was from the northern part, and he has lots of family in the north. Half of his family is in the north, half is in the south, and a few are in Tokyo, which I wish I was in Tokyo right now. But anyway, pretty much once he became 18, 19 years old, he decided to himself, I really want to meet my other brother and sister that are in North Korea. And through a chain of events, which I can't say this part, but through a chain of events, he found a way to get into the northern half, and he has in his lifetime rescued over 60 to 70 people from North Korea. And I just in 2012, I think it was March of 2012 was the last time that I heard from him. And in October 2012, I got a call from South Korea. His sister called me, and which I'm fluent in Korean. Her words were pretty much, he was his final rescue mission. He went into North Korea, and there was a family who he was trying to help out, and he got all the people in the family out, but the youngest daughter, I guess, got caught on a fence, and he pretty much, okay, you guys know what a barbed wire fence is, obviously, but he ripped his shirt off, wrapped it around the girl, and just pulled her with all of his force out of the fence, which kind of just cut her back up a little bit. But better to have her back sliced open than it is to have her dead. But the guards are coming, the dogs are barking, and he hears shots in the air, which, running towards the vehicle with the little girl in his hand, he literally tosses the little girl like a football. The dad catches her, and all of a sudden, 2 bullets go through his head.
Damn.
Yeah, and okay, I'm done talking now.
That's about how it works, man. Fuck.
I'm just tired of losing friends to fucking. I hate Kim Jong-un so much.
What I was,
What isn't there to hate?
people were asking a journalist if the stories about people like openly crying about Kim Jong Il's death were true, and he said quite possibly because they're not allowed any dissenting opinions.
Many of them are so brainwashed they actually believe he's a god.
Have you seen?
If you want to hear the full story, there's a YouTube documentary of North Korea, which my friend she actually said everything in full detail. I'll tear up too much. But
have you seen all the stuff that they've said about Kim Jong Il? Yeah, he can fly apparently.
I've seen it. I've heard a lot of it. Kim Il Sung created hamburgers. He was born and raised. He was actually born in he was actually born in fucking Russia, but which is kind of funny because Kim Jong Un actually took classes in the UK.
Weird, yeah, and that he could fly when in fact he was afraid of flying.
I think actually that's what really, not the UK part, but I think the thing that most interests me about Korea and also Vietnam, Vietnam's fucked, but they're not to the level that they once were. But just North Korea is that place that you're like, is that? Wow, that's no words to describe it. I think that's just what piques my interest so much. And same with China, Japan, and Vietnam, Thailand, just Asia. And I mean, what's kind of bad is I don't really have much interest in the Middle East, but just those Asian countries, it's just like the history of them. It's like, did the rape of Nanking actually happen? Holy fuck! The bombing of Nagasaki.
I'm not surprised by that. Listening to all that, if you freed all these people who have been
him and a team
brainwashed, what would that do to them? Like prisoners who spend so many years in prison have that issue where they get out of prison and they can't function properly.
Well, and I'll actually answer you on that one because I do know a wee bit. Did it just okay? Good, it didn't fucking freeze. I hate when this thing randomly freezes. This is and I tell people this just at a general when they mention this. If a family is going to be freed from North Korea, take them to either South Korea or Japan. Do not take them to China. And this is why I say this for. Chinese government treats them like fucking amazing. They treat them they're loving to them. They give them money to help them get going. Chinese citizens, and you know what, I don't give a fuck if a Chinese person hears me say this from China. No, I'm not referring to Hong Kong. Hong Kong is fucking cool as hell. But other parts of China, they say Japan's xenophobic. Chinese people treat North Koreans like shit, and this has happened many times, which my friend said this before. There have been people in China and these little gangs that take escaped North Koreans from their homes and their new homes in China and take them right back to the DPRK, and they end up in a death camp with a bolt in their head. That's why I say take them to South Korea or Japan or Russia or England. Don't take them to fucking China, and if you do take them, just
because that would be really fucking rough if you were brainwashed that deeply
to
And
believe
all of a
that.
sudden, you're in Western civilization,
Well,
or
it's not just random people that are snuggled out. It's those people who say,
No, no, no. We're
"Help
talking about
me!"
when Korea falls. We're not
yeah,
talking about that. We're talking about when
if
Korea
Yeah.
say the West goes into North Korea
or
and
China or
dismantles
whoever.
or somebody, and those people are now under like a more Western style government or society or
Or
culture.
even Chinese style.
That would fuck with them. So like, I actually feel bad for them no matter what happens here. Like,
Yeah.
It's
Actually,
like
what, Andrew?
I was just saying, like what you were talking about earlier. It seems like it's the most extreme case of human trafficking ever.
I'm gonna link to you guys a documentary over the DPRK done by a friend of mine. I suggest you watch the entire. It's only an hour long. It's a 2013 documentary, but it'll show you the beauty and the terror of North Korea from a journalist perspective.
is that
But
in the
And
chat?
Andrew, I'm just gonna tell you this right now because I'm gonna be. Fuck, you laughed, really.
Go ahead, anyways.
I'll repeat this in a minute, but I've told some loved ones this, and I just said it a second ago. Okay, there you are, Andrew. As I've told loved ones this, I am in the future going to North Korea because what am I gonna do over there? I don't really know what I mean, I want to fucking see it, and I want to help people but I know that's kind of hard for me to do because I'm white, which that I'm not even referring to the fact that I know. And on this, there is yeah, there was a team that I was going to be going over there with, a team of journalists, but they told me that it's better for me to go over there as a tourist because I'm white. And I'm like, what's that supposed to mean? Like, it's not because white person can't do it. It's because if you're not Asian, you're gonna stick out more. Like black people, white
Oh,
people,
sure,
Mexicans, you
obviously.
don't want to be doing this type of
and they're
shit
told to
because
hate Westerners too.
no, and that pretty much is primarily, and it's not just that, but if you don't look Asian, they're gonna fucking know. Hey, wait, what the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
If
you'd
you're
stick out like a
Chinese,
sore thumb, for
pretty
sure.
much, and that's what I've been told. And which a
And
buddy of mine, because actually starting December, I was gonna go over there and try to help people, but I was told that it's probably best to wait a little bit because of current situation. The empire, and I called it an empire. Well, the self empire is falling apart, and I Andrew, when I move in with you, you're going to be hearing a lot about North Korea because I do a lot of studying on it.
there is
Yeah.
one massacre war thing I
I'm
utterly.
shaking.
I know what happened, but I just can't comprehend it, and that was Pol Pot.
Oh fuck.
I just can't comprehend. Even the Nazis didn't go that
Oh,
far. Even the Nazis didn't go that far. I
dude.
can't comprehend it.
I know the
I know what
Holocaust was pretty.
happened.
I know the Holocaust was bad, but if you actually look into history, like of China and just all that, the Holocaust and no, I'm just gonna fucking say it. The Holocaust is not and was not and will not be the worst thing that's ever happened to humans. Joseph Stalin killed more motherfuckers than Hitler did,
Yeah,
and Joseph Stalin's praised like a fucking god by so many.
Okay, I will say this about Stalin versus Hitler. Stalin killed most people through famine and stuff, whereas Hitler actually built like camps. But Pol Pot killed half of his population.
I know, that's why I say it. Mao Zedong. Oh my fuck.
Mao Zedong is like, isn't he the leader? Like, isn't he the?
No, Mao Zedong is not the leader of China.
No,
He
no, no, no,
did.
no. That's not what I meant. I mean, isn't he at the top of
Oh yeah.
for when it comes to
Because Mao's fucking dead.
what's that called though when governments kill people? There's a
Genocide.
Genocide,
no,
Holocaust.
no, no. There's a. It's more specific. Uh, there's genocide, yeah, but God damn it.
But
But
yeah,
anyways, go
yeah,
ahead. I can't
that
remember.
that Pol Pot thing. Like I said, I have a hard time just comprehending that happened. Like I said, I'm aware that it did, and I've studied it, but it's just like you
Actually,
killed 50% of your population,
I
motherfucker.
don't really talk about this too much, but
Democide. That's what I meant.
I've got a buddy who was from South Korea, and he sent me. I got a package in the mail one day from Beijing, China. It was from a friend of mine. I didn't know I said South Korea, but I opened it up and it was a green hat with a red star on it. And I'm like, the fuck? Why did you send? I called him like, why the fuck did you send me a Mao hat? I'm not gonna wear this. He's like, little do you know, that was worn by Mao at one time. I'm like, why did you send it to me for? I mean, part of history, but you want me to wear this? He's like, no, dude, just keep it. I find there's it's a rare piece. I'm like,
I
this was actually worn by Mao. It's like it's either worn by Mao or one of the people that he knew. It's just a regular green hat with a red star on it, but shit.
oh, that feels good. But yeah, I don't know why I do research of like genocides and stuff, but I do it because it's if you don't know it, you're gonna repeat it, or if you don't know it, it's better to know all the bad things that have happened than not, to hide your little head in the sand and pretend that the world is all rosy and nothing ever happens to you or to anyone else.
I don't.
Yeah,
Is it really bad
we're
that I
marching
can't?
towards that kind of shit, though.
Is it fucking bad that I can't grow a fucking interest in American history and in American just what goes on in this country? Is it bad that I
We're a
just don't
pretty
care?
young country and compared to a lot of
I
other.
think you're missing out. I think you're missing out on a lot of interesting things because the history of everything. I mean, I don't know much about the history of Asian countries primarily because a lot of it happened thousands of years ago, and I'm a little more recent. I'm a little more
I think it's
1700s
because
to today.
I think it's because I just don't see America as a real country. And I know that's gonna sound really fucked up, but I think it's just because I don't see it as something that's I see it as a flashy emblem on a number on a top 10 music charts. I
I
just
don't
don't see it
necessarily
as something
support
that's.
this country, but it's very real and its
I know it's
influence
real.
is
That's not what I'm
very
saying.
real.
Just I feel like it's a very superficial country, as in it's not
Oh
serious. It's
yeah,
not actually. It doesn't have
very
really
commercialized.
the only. It's a hybrid. It's just not really worth shit to me, honestly.
I mean, I don't really care for history
Not,
that happened like
and I'm
1,000
not
years
trying to be
ago,
a dick. I'm just yeah.
just because it's so long ago, and it's just like
Well, I do want to say one thing in Arca. That is a very good summarization of what the hell the modern culture has become.
yeah.
That might be why I just can't like you guys were talking about things that are going on, and I just I can't get into it. I mean, I'd rather listen to I'd rather read an article about how many a new law that's being implemented in Vietnam or Thailand or Finland or something like that. I
Well, I
just
will say this for our country: we haven't turned into one of those countries yet.
so far
True. No.
Finland's not bad.
Finland's great. I love Finland.
Finland's fucking amazing, even the fucking
But
languages.
but generally my history, usually from about 1700s to today. I mean, basically just I don't know. It seems a little bit more. You can get into a little bit more than 2,000 years ago. A pharaoh rode into Egypt, and I'm just like,
Fuck, I'm reading some
don't
shit from
care.
Sumerian culture right now. Fuck. How far back is that, Jim? Do you know?
I don't know.
I
I
mean,
honestly forget exactly
I
how
read
far
about
back.
it
We're
and
talking
everything.
thousands of years
I
where
love
that stuff was
reading.
prominent, and then like we're talking about the
There
modern
it
day
is.
bastardization of said mythology.
Yeah,
And
I'm
There's my
reading Necronomicon, and they talk. He kind of talks about all this shit people have forgotten about. Is what he's
well,
Wait,
trying to capture in this
isn't
book.
the
there is no
Necronomicon
real.
the Book of the Dead?
There is no. Okay,
Well,
hang
there's
on a
the
second,
movie
guys.
version, but then there's the. It's talking about like old Sumerian elder gods and deities and stuff
I
like
will
that.
say this. I will say this, Scott. There is no real Necronomicon. The original Necronomicon was an invention of the author Howard Phillips Lovecraft
Sure.
in the 1920s
No,
and
I
30s.
understand that. Like this was all edited and put
what
together.
the fuck.
And he said, I'd like to say that the Necronomicon was real, but unfortunately, I mean, and it was such a great plot device. It became kind of a running joke, the Necronomicon of the Mad Arab
Yeah.
Hazaret. It became kind of a running joke, but it was such a great plot device. This book containing every evil spell known
Yeah.
to man.
Is
That
it,
is
this is
awesome.
You
here?
know, it's funny the evil spells. I'm reading them, and they're not evil.
No, but
I'm gonna read this off real quickly. This is what another reason why America just doesn't. This is leading back to what I said earlier. This is a fucking headline. And I said, headline: Chicago to tax Netflix and other online movies and music to help cover a growing deficit created by failed policies. It's just
Well, I'd honestly live under headlines like that rather than, a group
more
of
than
10,000 people were beheaded today.
oh shit, China is expanding its military in Africa. Oh fuck,
Or
what's going on here?
Justin Bieber scratches his ass crack. Paparazzi gets
Yeah.
excellent photo.
I mean, would you rather hear that or that Kansas is burning because,
Not while I'm
You
here.
said Kansas is burning. I am intrigued. I would like to learn more about this
well,
Kansas
sure, it's
burning
more
event.
entertaining, but would you
I'd like-
actually want
Scott.
to live it?
Scott, would
I
you
like
rather
to-
live
I don't
under
live in
headlines
Kansas,
like
I don't know.
this?
I'm just
Would you rather
I'd like
live
to-
under headlines like this, or would you rather live under headlines like, "Good morning, time to praise dear leader, who, by the way, was the best golfer who ever lived and could fly."
Sure, yeah.
I'd like to.
I don't want to hear that bullshit.
I like to read things like China is steadily expanding its military footprint into Africa, highlighted by recent deployment of 700 combat-ready troops to join multinational peacekeeping operation in Sudan. In all,
Oh.
the People's Liberation Army and Navy now have an estimated 2,700 soldiers, sailors, engineers, and medical staff stationed across the continent. That's
Hang on
interesting.
a minute. America has a military too.
Yeah.
I'm not being patriotic. I'm just saying America has a military too. If you want to read about that, you got to kind of look for it a little bit. But I
Just
can tell you some great sites, especially British sites, that you can read all about it. You don't have to read Netflix, Chicago,
Okay.
whatever.
Yeah.
Newland's nemesis, will Greece be destroyed to save her from Russia like Ukraine?
You can find the good American stories on Free Speech TV, or even I know no one likes The Guardian, but you can read The Guardian for news, or Al Jazeera even.
Sometimes I get nervous about talking about this stuff because people get in trouble for it all the time. But
I'm not getting nervous. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I'm not getting nervous. And
My
when you're
apathy
like, I'm
levels
gonna
are-
tell you the super deep, secret stuff that got people fucking beheaded. Then I was like, okay, whoa. This stuff-
You see,
You know what?
I
If you wanna
support
be happy-
efforts to get people out of that country. Okay, that's why I fucking just don't want anyone leaked about anyone trying to sneak anyone out.
no,
So
I will.
one-
I refuse to say any fucking names.
That's good.
But yeah,
Their names are Bob and Julie, and they live in Mars,
Hartford, Connecticut.
and they
They
fly
live Poland.
Bob,
over here via
their names
saucers
are
that were
Bob
discovered at
and
Roswell in
Julie, and they live in
1921.
Kim Jong Un's asshole, which is
Yeah.
in the biggest asshole and the greatest asshole to ever exist ever.
Anarcha.
What?
You know what I say? I say, you know what? If you want to get me in trouble, if you think I said something bad, if you think
it's not you. I'm talking about other people.
if the FBI want to come and get me, they can come and get me. I hate America, and I hope they all die.
I'm killing the legends. Dang.
Scott was saying earlier about how
Scott, who's Scott?
no, isn't that guy?
That guy.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Scott
It-
was saying earlier about how he likes to be, how he likes to read and stuff that's like entertaining and stuff. And I think that's what a neoliberal society does. Is like gives you a choice in different things. So you can, you take for example,
I think.
Well, I didn't say I like to read them. I said it's a sign that we don't have near as many fucked up, crazy, fucking genocidal, crazy maniacs running our shit.
You
When
know,
the news is about Justin Bieber rather than the
But
military
Scott-
walked in today and
I do want to state
kidnapped a
one
bunch of
thing.
children.
ever
There's
since
one
the
major
just seems
thing-
great. Sorry, go ahead, James. My apologies.
That's all right. There's one thing that really gets me about those kinds of headlines. And that's the fact is, what the hell's happening behind the scenes? We know that the government's all about fucking making a cash grab, making themselves and their friends rich at taxpayers' expense. How the fuck are they doing that, and why the fuck am I being fed Justin Bieber instead of what the fuck they're doing?
Repeat the last 7 seconds. It froze.
Well, Jim, you can go find. I mean, there
I
are
know
great
that there are different sites, but most of the ones I've stumbled across over the past few years have been way too conspiratorial. They're trying.
Guardian or Al
Okay,
Jazeera.
first off, I want to go and just repeat what I said
Crap.
for Anarcha here. What I said was we're being fed these Justin Bieber headlines as a distraction tactic to pull our attention away from what the fuck our politicians are doing. How are they making, the taxpayer the national cash grab for themselves and their friends to make them all rich?
To quote Rage Against the
Okay.
Machine, the main attraction distraction.
I could explain why, because I think I know a little bit more. I
I think
know a
that's
little
what
bit
just
about
bothers
it.
me about this fucking country, and the UK is guilty of it fucking too, and so is a lot of countries in this world. Is that I don't like superficiality. I don't like this fakeness. I think that's also why I'm fucking single, because I'm too serious about things and all these dumb things that all these kids like today and girls my age like. I'm not into it. I like
I'm
serious
not
things.
single, and I'm not superficial at all, and I'm not single.
Same
So
here. I mean, my girlfriend's not fucking superficial about shit. She has the same idea about everyone. It's
let
like
me explain
fucking
something about the news in America, okay? And I had to learn this pretty much just through research. In the 80s, um, Ronnie Reagan,
Oh
okay,
fuck. Good,
he,
good that legal abortions thing right there.
one of the things he did was basically deregulate all these corporate laws. So
Oh
now
boy.
the news sites, well, not sites because there was no internet back then, but newspapers, news media, which used to police there were four branches of government. There was the media, which was the fourth branch, and that kept politicians' foot to the fire, and that kept the blowtorch up the ass uh, during the Vietnam War. Now, what happened in the 80s is, like I said, um, uh, Saint Reagan deregulated all those pesky corporate laws. So all of a sudden, you had corporations buying up news outlets. So all of a sudden, you've got I think is it NBC that's owned by General Electric, and General Electric makes a lot of missiles and makes a lot of stuff like that. So of course they're going to be pro-war, or either they're going to be pro-war or they're going to be distract people from the war, because let's face it, a lot of companies that, and this is not conspiratorial, this is just a lot of companies that uh, own these news outlets profit from this
Repeat your
type of
last
news.
5 seconds. I fucking froze.
A lot of companies profit from the military thing. I don't fucking remember. Oh,
yeah, a lot of
I
them
am
do.
actually
Well,
very much
see,
glad.
a lot of companies, whatever a company profits off of, that's what they want to either A, glorify, or B, distract people's attention away from if it's doing something bad.
I'm closing down. I'm closing out of everything on my fucking computer to see if
I
maybe that
mean,
will stop us from.
our country also funnels way too much fucking money into the military, like excessive amounts, so it makes sense that they would have so many fucking contracts with these random companies. And a lot of my friends serve in the military or have currently not served in the military, and they spend their money completely inefficiently. He told me that there were people in the military who were using like $20 fucking pens to write stuff down.
$20 pens?
$20 pens.
Fuck that.
And his drill sergeant had a cup of pens that had like 50 fucking pens in it. Each one was like a $20 fancy ass pen, and they order like, if let's say they need like one part for like one of their vehicles, they're like, fuck it, we'll just order like a whole lot of fucking parts for this vehicle while we're at it. Like they don't fucking care. It's the same way the government works already. It's just,
I think that's the entire government, though.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I would go as far as to say it's most bureaucracies in general. It's not their money, so they don't fucking care.
Right. Yeah, we could do away with a lot of that, honestly.
Yeah, you really could. And I mean, there's really two evils, but I'll take the lesser of two evils, which is everything you could possibly get the free market to run. You let people try to make a buck on it, rather than just making it a government fucking enterprise,
Now, if we had a media that was worth a shit, who would like hound these fucking people all the time, like just like a dedicated, how are you spending this money news network,
Have
that
you
might
seen
change
Young
things.
Hey
Turks?
guys, just a question. I just kind of thought about this just now. Okay, and this is another thing. Like, my opinion of like you constantly hear like I'll just use the most recent one I heard about the LGBT Supreme Court ruling, which I'm so glad it happened. But like a lot of news segments are this pastor does this or this law is going to go into effect, and just on little issues, and people and okay, for instance, Rick Perry and all them, when they go out and say, or not Chris Christie, he went and said if he becomes president, he's gonna shut down, he's gonna try to make weed like permanently illegal and shit like that. It's just like, and lots of YouTubers and people, talk about it and say, "Oh fuck Chris Christie, he's a dick," which I did too myself. But what I wonder is if I actually on my channel, because I don't do this ever, because I'm kind of afraid to in a way, but if I actually talked about issues that I hear about from around the world that are verified, but no one's talking about it from the U.S. because you actually have to know a person in those situations in order to hear the story, not. But do you think that would be a good idea or a don't do it
Well,
idea?
Good idea.
It
it's a
Very
good idea,
it would
but
it would it
here's
would be
my
a good
but.
idea, but you probably would not get a lot of
Oh, I know
views
wouldn't
and
get views.
attention because we don't have a lot of fucking global awareness in
Well,
America.
Wait a second.
Here's my
Jeremy.
bet. If you get a big audience and you start doing that kind of stuff and it catches on, the big but and if is you have to be once that catches on, you have to like double down and go all the way with it. Because the second you backpedal, that's when they come after you.
2000
Jeremy,
in
can I just ask a
2000.
question?
Hold a minute. In 2013, 2014,
Sure.
there was a girl that lived in South Carolina, either South Carolina or Tennessee or somewhere. She was exiled to Siberia because she wasn't behaving correctly at home. Her mother lived in the States. Her father lived in Siberia, and she was pretty much abused and treated like shit by her father. And I had a friend over in Russia, which I'm not going to say her name, but I was talking to her about this last year, and she's like, "Hey, I noticed you did a story on that girl that was exiled." She's like, "I actually know somebody who goes to school with her. Would you like me to, get a checkup on her and report back to you maybe for a follow-up video?" And she did that, and which I didn't make the video because I was told by a friend, like don't give any information on her. She's trying to stay away from public eye right now because there's too much drama and shit going on. But I uh I just I know more people from around the country than I do in the United States, honestly, and I just care more about what goes on over there. But
Back
Elliot,
to my
what were you
question
gonna
here.
ask me?
You said that he wasn't going to get a big audience because people over here aren't very whatever.
They don't have a lot of global awareness.
they
What are
should.
the first letters in the in the address for any internet site?
www World Wide Web.
Which stands for World Wide Web.
Yeah,
There
but
are
that doesn't
other
mean people give a fuck.
countries. There are no. Well, you'd be surprised, dude.
There's,
How did we get? How
I
did we
want
get
to.
that?
And then I would like to address that point. Maybe I'm not giving the World Wide Web enough credit, but I mean he's speaking in a certain language. I mean there's obviously going to be that going against him. And,
I'm
I
fluent
mean
in
he will get a little bit of support, but no offense to him at all. So I like his YouTube videos personally,
Hold a minute.
but I don't think he has enough support to get the ball rolling in other countries yet. No.
Jeremy, let me say this real quickly. No, this isn't evidenced on my channel because I like to keep this to myself, but I'm fluent in 16 going on 17 different languages, and all these languages do include languages of those places that I know a shitload about. Korean, Russian, German, English, obviously, as you can tell. Mandarin, Japanese,
Also,
working on Vietnamese, Spanish,
I mean, if you
Portugal.
make
my
videos
blog.
in language of whatever country you're talking about, then I mean, yeah.
I can
No,
also put
no.
subtitles up in any language you would like me to do so with.
Well, also not to be kind of belabor the point, but English is spoken in many of those languages, or many of those. Also,
Depends on what
I had a
country.
blog. I had a blog that
Elliot,
had no support, had no nothing, and I got hits from Switzerland, China, Russia, Germany,
yeah,
Sweden,
dude,
and got. You remember the guy Bishop, right, Annika?
yeah.
We met him through the blog, and he's from England. So don't ever, ever discount the world in World Wide Web.
Let me put it this way
Sure.
quickly.
I
I
want to. Okay, go ahead.
fuck, and then my memory just shatters what I was going to say. God damn
Jim,
it.
what were you gonna say?
Okay,
I fucking lost
I
it.
want to point out that there has been a mass interest,
That was so important too.
okay, from the U.S., citizens of the U.S. wanting to reach out globally and check out what's happening elsewhere in the world. Back in my day, before the internet took off, there were programs in school called pen pals, where you would write people.
Yes.
I
Yep.
remember that shit.
Highly encouraged for the foreign language students, but other students who were taking foreign languages in English would seek U.S. and other English-speaking pen pals from their countries.
Yep. I mean, I talked to someone from uh, Kenya who could barely speak English, and yet we're pretty good friends, and we talk about what's going on over there, and what's going on in the world where she lives, and what's going on in the world where I live, and like I said, her English isn't very good, but what we understand each other, and we can yeah, never discount like I said before, never discount the World Wide Web because and never say that someone's channel isn't established enough because like I said, my blog had no establishment. I started it bored, posted it on a couple websites, and all of a sudden, hi, I'm from England, and I would like you to review my record, and we become, God, we've known each other 5 years now, me and Bishop.
Fuck, I wish I could remember what I was going to say.
Maybe, I
It'll
mean,
come to
Andrew.
you when you least expect it. You know how it works.
Yeah, pretty
Oh,
much.
and
It was, like,
speaking
really
of world,
true.
speaking
Sorry,
of
bud.
world in the World Wide Web, where are you from, Andrew?
I'm originally from Northern Ireland.
Okay,
I'm currently in Scotland.
so I think
That's where I'm
that
moving.
proves my point beautifully.
I'm
We were
moving.
talking about. I was saying even if you don't get a even if Anarcha because he wants to do his YouTube thing about different world events, even if he doesn't get a lot of uh, people over here, which I kind of doubt actually, a lot of fans over here. There there's a lot of countries in the world. Maybe Liechtenstein would care
Thank you, Elliot. You just reminded me of what I was going to say. I love you.
about Liechtenstein.
No, not Liechtenstein, but for some reason
Oh,
you just popped the idea right back. You are
I
so
always liked that
wonderful.
name.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I remember now. Yes.
Now,
Quick, say it before you forget.
No, I'm not going to forget now because I'm on the dot with it.
Say it.
I'm so happy I remembered what I was going to do.
Say it.
Well, no, it's actually more something I gotta show. It's not really something I gotta say.
Oh, fuck.
There we go. Alright, and Google, do not don't even fuck with me right now, Google. I will destroy you.
So yeah,
Alright.
that's
Can you
my.
God
alright,
damn
can
it.
you alright,
I
can you
know
quickly
someone from
see
Japan actually. I talked to someone from
can you
Japan.
guys see my screen?
No.
Okay, I know you can, but can the rest of you?
Yeah.
I can.
Name.
I
Alright.
can't currently, no.
This is
I see something.
this is my geography of my channel. Obviously US, Canada, and UK are first, but Brazil, India, Indonesia, Australia, going all the fucking way down there.
And all
I've
these
actually,
places aren't in America.
I know, but I've had Indonesia, India, and all these countries outdo the United States. It just depends on what story that I do.
Okay.
And like with my gaming channel, The Scared Peasant, which Google do not log me out of out of this hangout when I do this. I will destroy you. Okay.
I
Are we
mean, if
good?
you have the statistics to back it up, then sure.
And for The Scared Peasant, although this is a gaming channel and it has nothing to
I
do
have
with
more than statistics. I have lifelong friends out of that blog
Okay,
from different parts of the world.
here's my gaming channel. As you can see, Japan is right there as number 3, which US and UK are first because of my RuneScape videos. But when I do bullet hells in these Japanese games, Japan shoots up and I get
They'll
yeah
freak.
yeah.
That's actually kind of funny.
I get a message from a Japanese guy every now and then who yells at me to check out this band, and they post a band, and it's like life changing.
But yeah, I mean, I know what certain countries like, and if I do
He's
it
very
in a certain
abrupt.
way, I have a lot of subscribers that are actually from India. and I'm just gonna exit out of that
I'm
shit.
sorry, that's just funny. Bullet hell goes on screen. Japan watches.
The
Oh,
Japanese
bullet hell,
guy's very
shit!
abrupt.
You can do bullet hell or a casino game.
Actually, I'm not gonna obviously play the video, but just to give you an idea and some evidence to this, which this was the first time that I actually tried this out just to see if it would work. Yes, my fucking internet sometimes just decides to take a shit and piss me off. But hey, everybody does that. This is the United
If
States.
your internet takes a shit, I'm calling people. Okay, I want to see internet take a crap.
Alright, okay, log in
What would an
Discord.
internet crap look like, everyone?
The music present is my
Don't need to
J-pop
be on
channel. It doesn't
channel.
matter.
Like
Yeah,
digital.
I'm currently
pixel shit.
Digital
I'm on
feces.
I'm on the
Easy on channel. That's all
That's
you
the
need to
name
know
of a
about
good
digital
band, man.
Yeah, right.
Alright,
It
Noah.
sounds like a techno band.
I'm gonna read the leases.
Feces.
Damn it! Alright, there we go. As you can see in my RuneScape videos, this 149, this is from the UK, obviously, because RuneScape is British. But I'm gonna go to the second page here, and this is the first time that I tested a theory and it came out to be positive, and I've done this a few other times and I've done well. Alright, Don Pachi, there you are. Don Pachi, this is a bullet hell from developed by Cave, presented by Atlas.
By the way, hello to
144
Mason
views.
who's not watching.
144 views right there. That happened within 24 hours of that being uploaded. My channel, previously, as you can see, I did a bunch of retro games and all that. The moment I did this bullet hell, Japan took over my channel pretty much. And
I
I've
want to
done
be
that
big in Japan.
and I've done a few other videos like that, but legit, I know how to definitely switch over the demographic real fast.
Antarctica. I want to
What?
be big in Japan and Sweden. Make it happen.
There's a band called Big in Japan. You should listen to them. They're not
I-
hardcore or anything, but
I want to be huge in Japan and Sweden. I want a bunch of Japanese and Swedes to love me.
well, you have to do stuff that they're into. And
Do you-
talk to them.
I
And
love
all-
IKEA and Hondas. Let's talk about IKEA and
That's
Hondas.
not really.
Oh, Swedish meatballs and gold wings.
So do you think we could find a redneck to get in here? Kind of miss.
Call that one kid.
Yeah,
Justin
Put my,
didn't-
I'm from the deep south. I could put my redneck hat on.
no,
Justin
no,
didn't
no.
show
We
up.
need a legit one.
Yeah, we need.
Just,
Justin didn't
just
show up.
talk about how much I fucking hate gay people and love guns and.
No, you missed the drunken redneck fight last week.
No, dude, I saw that video. They're fucking retards.
That was funny.
Drunk and playing with guns, typical rednecks.
I
You
can
know-
swear I heard the woman say, "Shoot the cat, I reckon."
The thing about Justin, and I've said this to his face, so I'm not talking behind his back, but I just because you guys don't know this, he says he's a Satanist. He reminds me so much of what a Kool-Aid drinker because he just
Holy shit, my video.
reminds me so much of a Christian just to play Satan with Christian. He's
Yeah.
You know,
just,
you know
it's just
how
not
often.
very like he stopped listening to Insane Clown Posse because they promote Jesus or something. I don't know.
You know how rare it is that I actually look back into my huge ass backlog of videos, and I constantly forget sometimes. Hey, you have 200 internet videos. Why don't you share some of them so they're not at 28 fucking views? Some of my older ones, but it just goes up and down.
I just can't wait till I do more podcasts than the Metal Gate Band has done.
I don't know if you can say
Which
this,
will be easy because I do 2 shows a week and I don't have seasons.
Oh, it'll happen.
Here's the,
Especially once the baby gets here.
this is that golden video. This is that golden video that Andrew was referring to. Masturbation is not a sin. That did hit 1,000 views.
You have no idea, not to interrupt, but you have no idea how nerve-wracking doing 2 shows a week is every week and you don't know who the hosts are going to be.
I fucking know how nerve-wracking that is because I keep up with 6 different fucking YouTube channels, 40
No.
different Facebook pages, and 60 different groups on Facebook.
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. Not knowing if anyone's going to show up, not knowing when I should do it, doing 2 damn shows a week is
I'm
torture because I remember some days, episode 3, 4 I had to redo because people left. Everyone left.
I remember. I'm quite well acquainted with that feeling because, and Andrew, are you still in here?
Yeah,
he is.
Dude,
There's so
I'm
many
gonna hop
times.
off actually.
There's so many times when
Later, man.
What? Later, dude.
Alright, peace.
Have a good night. There's so many times when I'm promoting Gaming Daily Worldwide or any other page or group that I'm in, and like when I send people the link, when I spend like 3.5 hours just sharing links on other sites and talking about them to like hundreds of people and all that, I know that I'm wasting my time in a way because not if I tell 100 people about it and only like 20 show up or 10 show up, yeah, I always live with that feeling every single fucking day, and it's I just deal. I mean, I just do my job. As Andrew, he put me as the co-admin of that group. I just talk about that one in particular, but he put me as the admin of it, and I've just taken over the job of just advertising it.
I think my secret, because I don't worry too much about that, is I just don't give a fuck, man. Like, I just do the show. Whoever's gonna watch and show up is gonna show up and watch. And
I
and
don't care who's
I know I
watching.
can count on Jim because he enjoys. We enjoy doing what we do.
Jim's
Yeah,
a pretty cool guy.
Jim's
So
always
awesome.
fun.
I'll tell you the highlight of the show was when Jeremy said whatever he said, and everyone just started laughing. I thought I thought he was going to leave. I so thought he was just going to leave.
Saying a politician is not a politician.
I think I should
100%.
tell you he's like 16 or something like that.
the thing
Oh,
got
that was
me
such a tender
when he-
age.
when he
That's whenever I
demanded
started learning how to make napalm.
that.
Oh my
But I don't care who's going to show up and watch, but I have to have a co-host because no one wants to hear me droning on. So, but there are days where I'm just sitting there for hours waiting for someone to show up, and I'm just going like, "This is not good."
You're all
So
my
thank
friends,
you,
so
so-
ship me a link. If I'm going to be awake at that hour,
Hey,
I
dude,
might pop in.
James,
He just died. What the hell?
James, I sent you a friend. What did I just do that for? There we go. Did you hear me?
What'd you say?
Hello?
Do what for?
I sent you a friend request on
Oh.
Facebook.
How dare
I
you?
got that.
That'd be weird.
Yeah, sorry.
Already
I
accepted that.
Gay?
I haven't been on there in like 30 minutes, so I don't know. I'm trying to keep as little open on this browser as possible, so the Hangout won't freeze because
I have. If you
So
guys
I keep
stay up,
switching between tabs so that my damn thing doesn't go into sleep mode.
I'm playing RuneScape on the
I turn
client.
sleep mode off, so I'm awesome.
I just don't give.
Sleep mode is literally
I-
off.
And it froze. Fucking thankfully. God damn.
I have another talking point. This one's a little personal. I mean, not like ultra personal, like like I was like beaten up as a child or whatever. But hey, it was fun. But I've never liked people sticking up for me or people feeling
I-
sorry for me.
I
Which
don't.
because when you're blind or when you have some sort of, and I'm not trying to be like self-pity or whatever, but when you're blind, you have people feeling sorry for you, and I just utterly hate that. I mean, and Eric, is Eric still here?
No, he left like a week ago.
Oh, I don't know. I don't care. I don't listen. Where'd he go? And Eric knows, like,
Don't
every time
care,
somebody's
by
tried
the
to
way.
feel sorry for me, I've just been like, okay, do you feel sorry for me because
Oh shit,
For
I
them.
can't screen sharing.
or because I'm blind?
My bad.
I just gotta say one thing. I hold back just because it would ruin the flow of the things. Because I want to hear your point of view on shit,
Yeah.
the debate or whatever. But every time you say "I saw this," I want to call bullshit.
That's
I
fine.
know you do. I know you do.
I was getting ready to say something just like that.
Jim, you're awesome. You know that, mate.
You were so
you.
dead. You were so
You cannot kill a god. Only a god can kill a god.
Have you?
That's true. And I am a mere mortal. No, I completely understand because I've had people say, what do you mean you saw? I was like, God damn it.
Fuck. Yeah.
I heard.
I mean, whenever
Yeah,
you're talking a little bit ago, saying it doesn't look like a video game. I'm like, okay, well, how
No.
do you know what a video game actually feels like aside from the text-based shit?
Because I watch people play video games or hear people play video games.
So
Because-
is it a general lack of people cussing? Goddamn motherfucking controller not working the way I want to, or you're not hearing the blast and explosion and it's more exposition?
It's just sitting there going like, when are people actually going to start playing? I mean, or because there's a different feel between the cutscenes and you walking for about 5 minutes.
You know, that's
there-
interesting
there's-
because a blind person with modern video games, comparing them to old video games, even blind person can tell
Yeah.
what I-
games are starting to become fucking bullshit.
You know what I really don't understand much or too much of, and it's going back to what we were saying on the YouTube thing, but mixing that in with it. And I've always wondered why, like, whenever I upload a video and it takes off, it stops at like 130 to like 150, 160 views. I rarely ever, and then all of a sudden it takes like 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden it's at 200, 300. Sometimes it just stops at like that one bullet hell stopped at 146 after it took off, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Do I have a curse of like 150? How come I can't? I don't understand it. Can you guys
I just
explain
want to know
that?
who's messaging me. Maybe it's Jeremy. Maybe I insulted him and he. Hang on.
You know, it is kind of like on Metalgate, Bam. It is kind of an unwritten rule that we have to offend somebody. Like, someone's got to be pissed off at us. Like, I don't think we actually
Jeremy.
set that up to work. I think that's just kind of an unwritten goal. Like, someone's got to get butthurt here.
It was Jeremy. You were cool, Jeremy. Don't be me. I was just saying it was funny when you said something and someone laughed.
Well, was that Jeremy who demanded that we don't discount his?
Yeah.
Yes.
See, no, fuck off with that shit, Jeremy. No, you whether you're right or wrong, you don't fucking say don't discount me.
God, the way he said it too, the way he talks is just so teen.
No, when you're wrong, you fucking shut up and listen. That's what people do. That's how you learn.
Anarcha knows. We got into an argument on Friday, remember? And I almost banned his ass.
Which argument?
The argument when I made some stupid joke and Jeremy started trying to poke holes in it, and I said something to the effect, and I said something to the effect of, oh yeah, I'm sure you do that to George Carlin. He's like, don't talk to me about what I do to George Carlin because he's my favorite comedian. And it was the same joke George Carlin did.
Those kind of people are our targets.
And I said, well, if you don't like it, you can leave because you're kind of annoying. I mean, he's nice and everything, but.
Okay.
But-
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
I mean, I was so close to banning him.
Yeah, those are the people we're after, dude. That's where our crosshair is.
You weren't about to ban my ass.
I think about it about every second of every day, actually. Am I going to ban Anarchy today? I'll ban Andrew.
You know, it's a good way to be mean to Elliott is just send him videos. Or rather, send him pictures.
No,
That reminds me of whenever in the fucking one Metalgate episode, you're like, dude, you should show him that picture of that fucking chainsaw launcher. And I just sat there silent like, you fucking moron.
Yes! But I know Elliott's cool, so yeah.
No,
he's tough, you know.
I just get annoyed whenever somebody not annoyed because they're doing it, but it's just annoyed because I have to sift through comments. When somebody comments on a thing, on one of my things, which is a bunch of pictures, I'm like, what? It's kind of funny, but I have to sift through all these comments and try to find any meat. So, but messages are cool. Yes, I mean Charles Collins does it all the time. Hi, Charles. I'm gonna get him on the thing. You guys need to meet Charles Collins. He's like Mr. Metal on Facebook.
Okay.
Ask Macy Wacy about him. He's not here. He's in another call.
We haven't really had any guest on that ran away from us, have we, Jim? No, we haven't.
I ran away from you. Well, one
Okay.
time, but it was only because
What
my
do you-
computer crashed.
What are you guys doing on what the fuck's this Monday shit? What are you guys doing on Friday? If you want me to, I can get somebody in here that I can get about 2 or 3 people in here that will probably go irate and ballistic and scream, and then they'll just run away and have and
Okay,
cry.
I don't think Scott will be here because it'll be a day thing, and I think he sleeps during the
No,
day.
I want James to be here though, because I know a few people who will go ballistic. Like if you would just one, actually, if you disagree with them on anything, you'll hear it.
Because
Are we
Fridays,
talking actual dissing, as in calling him a useless piece of shit, unworthy of any attention, and deserving of a slow, painful death, just so we could cherish your screams, kind of dissing? Or are we
You mean like
talking about
Eric?
constructive criticism, like, oh, you could do this a little bit better?
Both.
Both.
Okay.
More so on the
Perfect.
constructive criticism with one of them. And
I like both.
one of them is perfect, and he knows all. And if you have anything against him, well, you don't know what you're
Mason.
talking about, obviously.
That's Mason.
Mason? No, Mason.
Mason actually takes shit with a, he actually takes the shit thrown at him
Andrew.
whenever it's
He
actual
yeah,
shit.
Mason
And
takes
even
it.
though he does this dumb constructive criticism,
Dude,
he's
Stephanie-
willing to attempt to learn.
Andrew, we
You've
should
never
get
met his
Stephanie in here.
anti-elitist personality. His anti-elitist personality.
No.
Everything.
No, yes, we have. Elliot, we broke him of that. It was us.
Oh, I can hug you too.
Elliot, yes. Me and Andrew know somebody. It's she, mixed person. Her name is Stephanie, and we should.
Okay, are we talking, someone that's actually opting for one gender, or are they
Okay,
just really?
Born a guy trying to become a girl, kind of my situation, but a lot different. I'm just
Okay,
a
are they
male.
comfortable with that, or are they literally going to go through the transition?
I'm not sure. She dresses as a she, but was born as a he.
Well, there was one point where she had she had given up the whole dressing up as a woman thing up, and then I just reminded of a joke by a Scottish comedian called Frankie Boyle, and he goes,
I know who that is.
"Typical woman."
But what I was gonna fucking say is, we need to get her in this hangout because Scotty, you guys would just, oh my. Andrew,
Maybe on Monday.
See, I'm trying to get away. I mean, I could do that here, but I'm trying to get away from that on my end because I want to get more musicians and artists and things
Definitely.
like that. But no, I'm definitely
Wait,
down
she's
for
a-
some laughs.
She's a good person at heart. It's just very opinionated, and she's right about everything. It seems, right, Andrew?
Well, yeah.
See, this is why I like doing one at night, one during the day, because you have a different cast of characters.
Hey James, would you like me to add you to mine and Andrew's gaming group, Gaming Daily Worldwide?
Oh, speaking of that, I gotta ask Bishop if he wants to be part of the PTR group
You there,
or the
mate?
chat.
I think Jim died.
I'm not dead.
Oh, hey,
Jim's been alive for 500 years.
hey, would you like me to add you to our gaming group on Facebook?
I guess so.Ure.
Heavy.
You guys-
Yeah, I do my job.
You guys need to watch.
I may not post a lot, but
Oh, you
I
don't
do
have to,
skim.
You guys need to watch.
and
Everyone.
just kind of look for Stephanie's post, and you'll get a general idea of
Oh,
what
that's
I even
Stephanie that
mentioned.
you were talking about on Friday.
No, huh?
That's Stephanie you were talking about on Friday?
Her name is Stephanie Smith, and yeah, you'll.
Is she offended by the word trap?
I don't know. I have not asked her. Me and Andrew actually got into a huge fucking, and she got into, me and her every now and then we get into huge fucking arguments, and Andrew kind of I'm the promoter of the page, and Andrew's kind of the nanny of the page. Or I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say nanny. Andrew is the babysitter.
Little nanny boy.
I'm the main man, basically.
He's the male nurse of the page.
He's pretty much the fucking babysitter, just to put it in perspective. He makes sure people don't act stupid.
I'm gonna call him the nanny of the page from now on.
Sorry.
I prefer main man.
God, we haven't had any good, other than that poser disposer. We haven't had any good.
He wasn't even good.
No,
it was just fun.
It was fun to fuck with him, though. Like, we haven't had one. Like, I actually got a private message from some anonymous person. It could have been, I don't know if I, did you see that, Jim? I posted in the group.
What?
Someone.
I control you.
Someone anonymously sent me a message under the name,
Fedora, whatever.
Fedora.
I saw you post that. I forget what was said. I know it was completely moronic.
It was really stupid. It's either someone I know fucking with me, or it's just some really try-hard idiot. You know.
I can create a couple sock accounts and troll you, Scott.
Hey Scott, I also had a duty Gaming Daily Worldwide.
I think what you guys should do, when you guys can, look up the YouTuber Bishman Rock. This is not just a plug because he's my friend. This is a plug because if you guys like games, you need to see two games. He can play Storyland 2 and Granny's Garden. These are like old Amiga games for kids, and when you watch them, you'll realize how awful games were back then.
How awful games were where? How I missed something because I had my attention
The
split.
Amiga, like pre-Atari.
There was no Storyland 1, to my knowledge. It was just Storyland 2, and it's him playing, and it's a weird story mixed with animal rights mumbo jumbo. Literally, you guys need to watch this. Bishman Rock, Bishmanrock, Storyland 2.
Hey,
It's only an hour and a half or an hour. Yeah.
I'll check it out. Hey Jim, did you get my link earlier?
I got the 2 links at the top here. I haven't popped on them yet.
All right, just wondering.
See, now you know why I call him a whore.
You know what? I'm just trying to promote my career.
You always do that, though.
I fucking do the same thing for you, Elliot. I am always promoting your fucking stuff. So you
Yes,
don't
but
really
you can do
know
it more subtly.
See, I am always promoting the fact that people should just follow me, sign over their bank accounts, and commit suicide.
Sure.
Oh god.
See, I promote, but I promote subtly like that. Like, by the way, you know, like what is my YouTube name? I don't even remember anymore. I don't even remember what my YouTube channel is. I don't even know if my Facebook page is called what I think it's called. I know my Twitter is PT Radio 666. Follow me at PT Radio 666. PTR, of course, is capital. It was supposed to be PT Radio, but somebody took that, so I was like, just add 666.
So fucking edgy.
Yeah, right.
Motherfucker. Oh. Did anybody see Hipster Black Metal's video on the workout kid, Obama Jr.?
Obama Jr.
Jim, I know you saw it.
I saw it.
What is it called? I'll look it up.
You got to see this fucking video, man.
The kid is just 100% neo-yuppie trash filth to the extreme. 100% wussified beta male fucking garbage.
What's it called?
Just search Hipster Black Metal and
Hipster Black Metal.
Hold on, let me help you out here.
He is a very entertaining troll, and I love his shit.
It's Vegan Gains, worst of the fitness industry.
Vegan
Gains.
Gains, as in, weightlifting gains.
Yes.
Worst of the fitness industry.
Okay.
And this kid, and the reason it's funny is he's plain Jane kid trying to act all hard ass.
So, Scene Kid Sunday.
So like every Pantera fan I've ever met.
Right. I'm watching it.
Yeah, well, he's all like, I'm all into that really edgy, brutal shit. So if you're not cool with that, you might want to try. It's like,
oh yeah. I love his quote. His one quote was, "You better stop eating meat, or I'll kill you."
Yeah.
And I'm like, and he's holding up these Psy, and I'm like, you're a joke. I could spit on you. You would die.
The thing that killed me was the second he mentioned his mom. The second he said, my mom, I fucking lost it, man. I just started bursting out in tears.
Like I said, he sounds like every Pantera fan I've ever met. Oh, okay. The Pantera fans are either... Stop leaving and joining. The Pantera fans are either like that or white trash trailer guys.
No, the white trash trailer guys I like
and I like Pantera.
More.
Yes.
I like the white trash trailer guys because they just don't give a fuck, and they don't care if they're inbred or not. They don't care if they're fucking their wife, their neighbor, their fucking brother. They just don't give a shit because they're just that trailer trashy and don't give a fuck.
At least there's that with them,
They're truly the backbone of our society.
Yeah, these damn blue-collar tweakers, man. They run this town.
Hey, I know that one.
That's right, yeah. So this kid, though, as a complete opposite. Clean cut, everything's clean, everything's perfect. He's probably got OCD, but he's edgy, man. He is hardcore.
I do like the music,
What's
he
that?
sounds like. What do you say?
He's a straight edger. You can tell he is.
He sounds like a lot of the people who went to my high school.
Right, where it's all clean and shit, but I want to be hardcore too, but
I
I
mean,
don't want to.
I will admit I dress very kind of clean. I have very long hair at the moment because I don't remember haircut. I have to remember to get a haircut, but I just always forget. So I have really long hair, but shorts, t-shirt, or whatever. But of course, I don't try to be Mr. Hardcore. I like hardcore music,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't try to be
And,
Mr.
and what makes this video funny is we described the guy, which is funny enough, but the way the hipster black metal edits everything to get this guy's a fucking genius. I love this guy's channel.
I'm honestly probably
It's
the
gonna
least
be-
threatening person you'll ever meet.
I will warn you, Elliot. You go to his channel, you're probably not going to be able to follow it unless you actually go through the comments, because a lot of what he does is text in the video. He doesn't actually speak. So follow the comments to see what the fuck's going on.
Alrighty. Thank you
Yeah,
for the
I-
information. I shall
Yeah, I
look it
didn't
up.
think of that. Fuck! Jim, you're always on it, man.
He is a genius. He makes Stephen Hawking look like.
Well, everybody does. And
Stephen Hawking is wheelchair
Ah.
guy.
Hey, Stephen, stand up. That was mean, I know.
Is
He's
it
actually
cruel?
very funny.
Is
He's
it
actually
cruel
got
of me to go up to my cat and just like, I got fucking thumbs, you bitch?
And you wonder why she attacks you
No, I don't wonder why. We have this love-hate relationship.
because you insult her all the time.
Little
You know,
fucker.
She's like, you've got thumbs, well I got claws.
Yes. We were talking like using cats to like in the army the other night. Me and Jim were.
Just pick up a cat and throw it at someone's face and give it some tuna afterwards.
Yeah, we're always trying to figure out ways to, like our military's badass and everything. Like everything's precision, everything's like right to the point. We want to bring back like thorns and fucking diseased corpses, just nasty shit, right?
See,
We want to
what
bring
I-
that back.
What I want to do is, just as a fucking intimidation tactic, take all the fucking pedophiles and fucking rapists out of prison, put them in a bomber, and just drop them. Whoever lives is going to be the fucking pedophile and rapist in that country. Whoever dies, they're getting a shock tactic of fucking just dead bodies falling everywhere.
We could use prisoners for a lot of shit like that, really.
I wanted to say something completely off topic except for the military, but you've reminded me. I wanted to say something publicly.
I just
Now-
watched that black hipster thing, and it was
The black hipster thing.
Hipster
The
black
hipster
metal.
black metal.
yeah. I just watched
Black
that.
hipster thing. I love it. Now, I would say something. Now, you know me, I don't really like war that much, and so I don't really like the military. And cops, I understand they protect, but they also go ape shit. But I do not have a problem in the world with firefighters.
I was going to say something on I don't know if Tim or Scott said this. I don't remember who said about the pedophiles and all that.
Me.
Jim.
That was Jim.
Which I'm not the nerdy on that, which I agree with you on that. However, I haven't said this online, but it's public information at this point. But my dad actually was convicted of molesting my adopted younger sister, which evidence shows that he didn't do it, but due to the corrupt justice system, he's in prison. Which I've been told that he's in prison for it, and the girl was checked out, and it was shown that she was never touched. But you know how cops interrogate the shit out of people.
Yeah, I know.
Like myself, under pressure, I bust. My dad, pretty much after like 6 or 7 hours of a mass interrogation, he just caved, said, "Fuck it, I did it. Just leave me alone." And that's pretty much how we got arrested. But yeah, I pretty much agree with you on that.
You see, that's always a tricky fucking part of the fucking equation whenever you do shit like that, because there are so many people going to jail for shit they didn't commit just because of hearsay.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
that's what happened to my friend Johnny Puke, the late great Johnny Puke.
Which I'm actually going to do a YouTube video about what I just.
Yeah, he was caught.
And then this is nothing personal to anybody, but like shit like that story you just told, and it gets so fucked. Like everything just gets so fucked that an idea like what Jim.
Oh,
Whoa.
died there. I have to say something really quick about Puke, Mr. Johnny Puke, who's
Sorry.
sadly got killed in a car accident in 2011. He was, for all intents and purposes, a semi-functioning alcoholic and probably pretty much a small-time criminal. But he was actually really nice and really cool guy, fun to hang around with, except for the fact that you thought you were going to die every like 5 minutes. But he was caught doing something pretty small, and they busted him for like I guess it was a huge robbery where he was, and yeah, they interrogated him for like 25 hours before he was like, okay, I did it, shut up, and he got sent to jail for like I don't know, a year for it.
Damn. And
Yeah.
that shit gets so fucked up before I fucked up my mic there that an idea like what Jim presented is the only viable solution. Just fuck it all. We're already decadent, so let's just go with it. Like
The only thing on that, which there's really nothing to talk about on this because I wasn't there, I didn't say anything, but the thing that makes me wonder is, I mean, I know they said the reason he got thrown in prison was because of the fuck confession he made. That's what I was looking for. But my grandmother, she told me that the report came back and the girl and the girl had been checked by a doctor and there had been absolutely no signs that she was touched. And this is the part that confuses me the most about why he's been put in prison in the first place. On the final day of on the final trial, which said the declaration of what happens to him. Like I didn't go to the court because I don't do stuff like that. I like to stay away from courts, hospitals, funerals, what the fuck ever. But my grandma told me you could hear the little girl screaming and crying in the next room over, begging not to go out there and testify because of it's been said that she was put up to do it. But I can talk about all this because if you search Ronnie Harpen's my dad, you can easily read this. So it's not like it's
I think people lose their cognitive abilities when children get involved. Like,
God damn it, it fucking hurts. What, Scotty?
I think people lose their logic centers and their cognitive ability the second you say a child was hurt.
Well, the thing is my dad, which I got to see him for 7 days before he got locked away in prison, and he's in there for 25 years. He gets out in 2039, unless my grandmother and him can, I guess Jessica's Law is, I guess it's why this was the first time he had ever committed a crime in his entire life, but there's people that are, I guess there's some law, there's some little thing they're looking for that might override Jessica's Law because I don't know, but yeah, my dad, Elliot, I know this podcast isn't about me, but I didn't grow up with my dad too much, and because he was blocked out of my life, and pretty much at the time that I was 19 years old was when I was finally able to leave. When I was a mid-teen going into adulthood, my dad really. When I was a kid, he was there a bit, but but early childhood he was there. Then my mid-childhood he was blocked. Teenhood, when I actually had a cell phone, he never really called me much. I mean, I had to call him, and the situation that I'm in right now, which I'm gonna do a YouTube video about this, is I haven't went to see him in prison, and when he was here for a week, I didn't really talk to him much because I feel that now that he's in prison and he's got nothing pretty much, he's finally wanting to constantly talk to me. But when he was in the real world, he'd exact opposite. My stepmom always used to talk to me, but she's evil as fuck. But
that's what happens to people when they get sent to prison.
And I hate fucking feeling like a dick over it because he's my dad and all that. But why all of a sudden do you want to constantly talk to me now that you're in prison?
No, if my dad wanted to do that,
that's the simple answer.
But he should have wanted to constantly call me out of prison though, and that's just I haven't went to. And I know I'm not trying to make this all depressing. I apologize.
Change the subject, but
Yeah, go ahead and change the topic.
Puke had a great quote about that. About that, he says, "Of all the shit I could have been sent to prison for, I was sent to prison for something I didn't do." I like.
Yeah, that's the fucking worst though. I mean, I just read an article the other day about this guy. He spent like 27 years in prison, and he finally got released, and the state's like paying him $4 million a month or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Is this money really?" And a buddy of mine, a friend of mine, he is the one who posted this on Facebook, and he's like, "Is that $4 million or is either 4 million or 40,000, some amount of money, whatever, regardless of the amount."
Usually in the millions for wrongful
He's like,
imprisonment.
is this amount of money really going to justify the fact that they've wasted 27 of this man's lives, or 27 years in prison?
No, but it's better than just tossing them out in the street.
Yeah,
that is
that's
true.
true. Yeah, but not to, because I just died. And you made me think of the delightful scoundrel and all the people I used to hang around with, which were
It'd be better if I
they
did
were
my
pretty much
YouTube video about
criminals,
that.
but they were nice criminals. You know, they were the kind of people you'd rather hang out with in the streets.
Quentin Tarantino.
See,
criminals.
I am what you would call an ex-criminal, not to be confused with an ex-con. Ex-cons were convicted. I was not. Well, except for a couple petty crimes that were only fines, but you know.
Puke was basically a street urchin.
Going on what Jeremy said about 45 minutes ago, or whatever, about the Q&A, I think I'm actually going to do a few of what I just said, just repeat this in the YouTube video of my own, just to help my audience get to know me better. My channel is not really too personal, and I need to change that, but go ahead and let you
They should just watch this.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should make a Q&A, probably get a lot of views.
I think
Just
I
watch
will.
this show. I'm just kidding with you, you know that.
I know, dude. I'm not going to get offended, dude.
Everything you need to know, everything you need to know about Anarcha and more.
Which that's actually kind of why I really like this, because I don't know what it is. When I do it, like, and this is gonna sound so fucking weird, because if you were all right here, I don't think I could actually say half of this shit. But I mean, I control it because I trust you all. I don't think you guys are gonna deceive me, and I especially know Elliott and Andrew, and I don't think any of you ever going to deceive me, but I just feel more comfortable saying it live on here for some reason than in the video first. I mean, I don't know. I know I'm making no sense about it.
But
I'm
yeah,
psychologically
I had
fucked
some
up.
weird ass friends who were basically, like I said, street urchins who, you know, got into punk rock and then got into like stealing shit because it was the only way they could survive, and they
Wait,
never really
Did you say sea
learned from that.
urchins?
I mean,
Street urchins.
even if I didn't
Oh.
like you, and I was like biometrically opposed to every single point of view, like I wouldn't use ad hominems. Like I wouldn't really care about like your background or who you are or what you look like. I would just address your feelings. Like simple as that.
Going to score dope with them at midnight was actually kind of fun.
What the fuck, Elliot?
It was like Scott, you were talking about. I believe it was on this show or on a different show or some show. You're talking about why you wouldn't want to hang out with Hunter S. Thompson. Yeah, that was pretty much me at 16.
Well, I've done those things. I've done the similar things. The reason I wouldn't hang out with Hunter S. Thompson is he tells you you're going to get a bag of weed, and you end up in South America selling guns.
Yeah, yeah,
That's why I wouldn't want to hang out with Hunter S. Thompson.
that was a weird ass existence though, and unfortunately, like I said, he died in a car accident because he had a very bad car and he got hit by a big rig, which the driver had fallen asleep. That was a kind of a hard month of my life because I just seen Dan Weldon die at Vegas. Not to get too personal or whatever, but you know, I was there.
Shit,
At
you
that
can't
race.
get as personal as I just did.
No, well, I was at that race when Dan Weldon was killed at Vegas, and then Simoncelli died the next day or next week, and then Puke died the week after.
Damn.
So it was Marco Simoncelli was a motorcycle racer who we saw.
When it rains, it pours, man.
I was watching that race, and it was such a good day too. It was such great racing, and then that motorcycle race came on, and Marco Simoncelli crashed hard and died a week after the Weldon thing, and then a week later Puke died. So it was kind of a.
You guys are.
It was kind of a.
Speaking of some fucked up shit like that, this memory just came back to me. In 2013 or 14, I want to say it was 14 so badly, but sometime in the last few years, I went to see Eminem live, and no, I'm not gonna recite lyrics to
My
Elliott.
sister did that.
But I went
No
home and
quoting Eminem lyrics.
no, I'm not going to.
He
This
tried that on
story.
the aborted episode.
Okay, but I went to see Eminem live with a friend of mine, and I'm a small kid, and I'm not a small kid. I'm a small built. I'm not muscular, so I can't fucking fight. But I remember being in line, waiting in line to get in to see him live and all that shit. And all of a sudden we were. Oh, this was in Kansas City, by the way. I should note that. But we are in Kansas City in line to see him. I believe it might have been to Sprint Center, but it was like 8 o'clock, 9:30 at night, some shit like that. It was late in the evening, but whatever. And we were getting closer to the door. And by the way, this is a police brutality story. Just want to let you know that much. I remember we were going up to the door, and all of a sudden we heard that somebody say, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Give me my fucking purse back." This is a woman saying this, and people looked around, and this dude in a fucking mask was trying to rob someone of their fucking purse. And you know how a lot of shows there's a little rope entrance, like gated entrance. Well, obviously I wasn't gonna get involved because I'm fucking small, but a buddy of mine who, judging him by the size of James's figure on his picture, he was about James's size, and he pretty much got to where he's gonna jump over the fucking the gate to save this woman, and the guard pushed him back, said, "No, you're gonna lose your spot in line. Just stay right there. We'll call the police." And he's like, "Motherfucker, I can literally. Why don't you go over there and fucking stop this shit?" I mean, it was across the street, but for 5 fucking minutes they argued until my buddy finally punched the guard in the face, went across the street, beat the shit out of the fucking guy, and my buddy got arrested.
Yeah.
And
You're not allowed to protect yourself or other people.
He also got the shit beaten out of him by a fucking cop too. But the woman got her purse, and the guard beat the. Yeah, it was just a fucked up incident, and I'm just like, this really just fucking happened.
Well, from the cop's perspective, you just filled his role, and that's a threat to his dominance. So,
getting back to what I was saying earlier about like that 1 week, I have a weird way of grieving. Like I don't get sad or cry, but I have a weird desire to murder people.
What the fuck?
Like I remember getting out of the car at school. People would say hi to me, and I was just like, I want to slit your throat. Is there a reason why I should not? I mean, it wasn't even like I was mad. It was just kind of like I felt detached. It was like,
dude, I've learned.
I tried to strangle Eric
with the fucking punches at this point. Like the only thing I wish and I will address is that if you have something to say to me, please say it to my face when I am present. Like when you rebuked me last time, Elliott, and you were like, I find you annoying and blah blah blah. I had no problem with that, and honestly, I respected you for actually like saying it to my face and like voicing your opinion to me because like love me or hate me, I like it a lot more if I know like from you telling me than if it's not said. Like especially and the worst thing is if you don't say anything at all. Like if you just don't like it and you keep it to yourself, and we end up spending time together, then I feel like that's shittier than just knowing ahead of time.
Fucking guilty of that. I suppress my emotions all
I
the
wasn't
time.
saying anything I wouldn't have said to you. It's just that you left. I said everything I said, and then I said it when you were gone. I said
dude. I
thought it was a funny thing. I thought it was a funny thing when he said something and they laughed, and I said everything I said to you.
And
but that was it. I wasn't saying like.
Yeah, you specifically.
I thought I wanted to kill that guy.
That is
no, I just said yeah. Sometimes,
By the way, that segment is going to go on YouTube.
But anyway, I did try to strangle Eric once.
You know what's hardest about my club segments of the show that I do? It's trying to catch as I don't want to get a fucking 20-minute long video, but like with the drunken redneck things.
That was too perfect.
I know, like that one was kind of easy because I started it where
Where is Eric? Hang on. If I get him back on, I'll tell you the strangulation story.
I started the drunken rednecks one with Scott saying, "Hold on, man, I just heard somebody say something about a gun," and then I'm like, okay, because right before that we were talking about the Confederate flag and all that, and I was gonna, I was gonna group it both together, but I was like, nah. But
You know,
the Confederate flag video is on YouTube. I just have it private because should I really release that? I mean, everybody has their own opinion on it, and we literally all we said in it was public officers shouldn't bear it, but people should just do whatever the fuck they want. I mean,
I
don't.
think you should do whatever the fuck you want personally.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
I was going to
yeah.
air, but like 10,000, tens of
Yeah.
thousands of YouTubers have already talked about it. I mean, it's kind of a plot
We
thing
ran
dead horse.
into a gold mine with that little clip, though. Like,
Yeah, that I'm
it,
gonna.
it all synced up perfect.
I promote that video quite a bit actually.
Like when I
You know,
wanted people to validate my point of view, I never like meant like deem it as correct or accept it, and like I wasn't trying to say you can't even dismiss it. I just wanted you
You're
to
not
take
allowed.
time to like at least like acknowledge it's there. So
well,
like
we
I
have
could
to do that. If you say
Yeah.
it, it comes into our ears, and you know.
Scott, what is your fucking picture of? I've been trying to figure out for the last 3 hours.
I don't know.
Did you just fucking find it and upload? That's awesome. I've been trying to fucking decipher and just like figure out what the fuck I'm looking at whenever you go up there. I'm just like, what is that?
I
First
was
I thought it was
visited in my sleep one night with by a black figure who had a camera, and we partied, and that's the picture I came up with when I woke
what,
up the
Andrew?
next day.
Yeah,
I believe in doing whatever I what?
I want within reason. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I think I believe my morality basically like revolves around the morality of like consent. So like do whatever the fuck you want pretty much, but
I
if
did
it involves someone else, make sure they consent to it, you know.
I
So
did
do you subscribe to the non-aggression thing?
It
I,
depends, you know,
I
like sometimes aggression is necessary. So like I think in a verbal confrontation, there's no reason to get violent, but sometimes if a genocidal maniac wants to put in a bunch of people in camps and murder them, the right thing to do is to storm the beaches of Normandy, force him into a bunker until he blows his brains out.
Well,
do I will
that's
say
actually not violating the non-aggression thing because they're
on my
presenting a threat, right?
Yeah,
on my
I
per- on
I
my
I
per-
don't do violence because I'm not very good at it.
on
Plus, because I'm kind of blind and stuff. But yeah, I think if you can reason with words instead of violence, you should try. But if violence has to happen, let the streets run red with blood.
on
I
my
want
previous channel
to
on when it
make out
comes to
consent
consent,
too, and
this is
like fair play more than anything else. So like I enjoy honest people more than like so basically high school is basically just like I haven't been in high school for a while. I'm actually like almost 19, which is still a kid, but like kind of different than a kid. But like it's basically the hive of like backstabby bullshit, and like I miss people just telling you what the fuck they think of you to your face rather than just like going around your back and like doing shit. And
I'm
it's
a,
mainly high school to do
I'm
it.
a,
The
legit-
whole entire
just wait.
going around your back and saying shit, kind of bullshit that goes on. This is all because, as an adult, you're programmed to be polite.
okay.
You must be courteous.
I never learned that.
I was going to say on that whoever mentioned consent earlier on my previous channel, which I'm not, which its name is Antipatriot009. I don't use it anymore. It is just a portal of memories of old vlogs that I did when I was wrong 90% of the time. But hey, we're not gonna go into that now, are we? I did one of the videos that I would say I was right on was one of the first times that I ever talked about marriage, which marriage overall, I don't believe in it because I think it's a waste of time. But if you want to do it, fucking do whatever. But I made a video entitled "Marriage for All Types," and the reason I don't promote this video is because if a conservative Christian person heard it, it would reinforce their idea that oh now LGBT. In the video, I pretty much said if a man and a man want to marry, let them marry. Girl, same. If 6 people want to marry, let them. If a dog can consent, marry a dog. Whoever's happy, just pretty much marriage for all types. And
See,
the
you
reason
shouldn't have said that. You
Except
shouldn't.
for the dog
I was
thing, because
fucking
dogs
16
can't
years
You
old,
shouldn't have brought up
motherfucker.
the dog thing. If you didn't bring up the dog, you would have been great.
I
I
was
mean, that's
16
their
years old.
favorite. That's their favorite straw man too.
I
They're like,
know, I know,
You
I
know
know.
what?
You brought up the dog, and I just instantly thought of back in college when I was watching bestiality porn.
I know, I pretty much I condone bestiality and it
I
would be
suppose.
extend.
I will
well,
say,
Eric's
out of
not
all the
like-
bestiality porn, horsefucker is the one that is just the train wreck. You cannot look away, regardless of how disgusted you are. And somehow, if it's done right, there's like this weird feeling. You're like, no, I should not be feeling this.
We covered America's
I like
like
to,
last
I like
time.
to that
It
Eric
seems only fitting to touch upon bestiality.
Eric came here, and the second he came here, it switched to animal porn. Reality.
Pretty heavy topic.
He's just a walking cloud of fucking despair. And
Yeah, but that's pretty much the reason I don't ever promote that channel or that video, because I'm like, you were 16 years old and you were just, what the fuck?
In general, though, I wouldn't give a fuck about what any.
I mean, personally, if a dog could say yes, I
about
love
my
this
belief.
person.
Like,
Sure,
I've just
marry the dog,
personally
but-
dealt with them way too much in my life to like give a fuck about their inane bullshit.
But as I was
What do you message? Eric, just say it. Don't message me.
Okay, fine.
Piece of shit. Let's talk about the time I tried to strangle Eric.
What?
Let's talk about the time I tried to strangle Eric at school.
Oh, yeah.
I tried to strangle you. I was
Eric,
bored
how
one
come
day.
you always sound so fragile?
Because he is.
He tried killing me. Killing this other kid named James.
Oh, God, James, let's never. Okay, what Jim was saying about learning to be polite or whatever, I never learned how to be polite. I've learned how to be kind to people who I like, and to be an utter dick to people I don't like. Like I'm horrible in situations where, like diplomatic situations where you have to be nice to someone you don't like, and I know that's kind of childish or whatever. But I've never learned how to be nice. I remember one time they're like, well, "Be nice to him even though you don't like him." And I came up to him and goes, and I was like, "Okay, I'll try."
Being nice and don't say nothing at all.
And I tried, and then he kept saying, and I was like, you know what?
Fuck
You're an utter cock, and I hate you. And he's just like,
I will tell you one thing right now. A series of jobs I fucking hated doing. Every time I was forced to do it is anything where I had to deal with customers or the public in general. Because you have to pretend to be a nice person.
I do that
You
every
have
day.
to pretend to be a well-adjusted member of
Why do you
society.
think I work online?
yeah, that
Fucking
that
hate
just
people.
doesn't.
See, I was gonna say there are ways of being polite and nice where you're actually being a fucking dick, and it takes them a minute to realize this person's being a dick, but I can't do anything about it.
Some people
They're
never
being
learn.
nice.
Because I've learned that, and some people were like, "That Elliott is such a nice boy." I'm just over there going,
Some people are so nice and seemingly genuine that they come off as really fucking facetious.
"I'm probably a psychopath. I'd probably be diagnosed as a psychopath."
Okay, so I deal cards for a
Which is
living
cool.
to just a plethora of people, right? So I meet dickheads of all walks. So in order for me to keep my job, I've had to learn how to be facetious. You can't survive in this job without it.
I had 10 to 20 people on Facebook every single day, and they watch my stuff, and I watch their stuff, and I promote them. That's my life.
Yeah, well,
I can tell.
literally, you can't do my job if you can't learn how to
I have a fucking
be a
anxiety
complete
attack if I walk.
asshole with a
Legit.
smile.
I have an anxiety attack if I walk in the price chopper.
I mean, I can't. Yeah, I can never do it because I can.
It's hard, dude. There's some I fantasize about murdering these people every day. It's a daily thing.
Eric's seen me unload on people, like everyone.
There was one customer service job I almost liked, and that was working third shift for a 24-hour McDonald's inside of Walmart.
What the fuck?
The drunks would come in constantly and annoy the piss out of me because at that point in time we switched to the late night menu, less selection because we want you to go after the big money items so we can maintain 24-hour operation.
Yeah.
Now then, with that said, they'd always bitch that we're not giving out fucking double cheeseburgers and all this, and they're wondering what the fuck the late night menu is when it's right above them. And they're too drunk to read. So I memorized it. And the typical conversation would go, I want a double cheeseburger. We're sorry. We don't serve that after midnight. After midnight, it's the quarter pounder, double quarter pounder. And I just rattle them off 80 miles an hour.
Oh,
You know, what the
Jim.
selections actually were. They'd fucking just stumble around like
that was
too much information at once. They just dropped on the floor and didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Jim pretending to be polite sounds like a supervillain.
I know.
It was just so beautiful
Gosh,
telling them no.
That's a YouTuber.
The customer is wrong in this instance.
I actually got
Yeah, the customer's not always right. I agree.
But they are, if you want your job.
Dude,
Hey,
your supervillain thing was just
By the way,
like nice
Jim,
thing.
that's a YouTube video right there.
Actually, I've been to some like businesses over here that I always say like the customer's always right and all this here. If I had an issue or something, but then they just bring up their own company policy bullshit and just know you're wrong and I'm right and all this. That's what neoliberalism does. But I was like in this particular shop once, and I was buying some stuff, and the woman that was serving me, it felt like to me she was a bit rude to me, and I felt like that. Why would she be working in a place if she didn't really want to be there? Because I would happily snap up her job. Yeah, but I would happily snap up her job in a fucking heartbeat and actually provide a friendly fucking face.
You know, on that, I hate teachers that just are there for the fucking money, which all the teachers don't make much anyway, but if you're gonna be a teach, you motherfuckers need to teach right.
The only teachers I know that are there for the fucking money are like all of the shitty college professors I have that have tenure.
And yet I have
Every
a few
teacher I ever
teachers back
met.
in my school that what the Russian accent, go away, you're not welcome here right now. I had some teachers back in high school that pretty much you could just tell they didn't give a fuck about the class, they were just there for the money. And this one lady actually had said that once. Like, I don't really care about teaching, I needed a job.
Well, she was honest.
And I fucking remember the my memory from high school is so fuzzy, but I remember the para's like, he's like, bitch, then get the hell out of here then, these kids need a proper teacher. And that was the first time I ever heard a teacher actually cuss in a classroom.
I never had a teacher I never had a proper teacher, and look at me, I'm semi-well-adjusted.
My only problem was like the indoctrination at my high school because I had to go to a fucking private school. I mean, the teachers were fine, the teachers were good. Like, we had teachers from fucking Harvard and Yale. The problem was just like every day they try to sell the kids a line of bullshit, and half of them would eat it and ask for more.
Aww, that sounds
Be
I
like,
could never
hey,
go to a
hey,
private
kids,
school.
The Earth is 6,000 years old, and there is no proof to contest that Jesus is God. And I'd be like,
I could
you
never
guys
go to
are
a private
fucking
school.
morons. Get your head out of your ass.
Because just a bunch of rich kids.
My uncle is a young
Well, rich kids and then very impoverished kids.
Yeah.
One thing I loved about going to high school was the fact that the teachers loved me for what the fuck I did, paying attention, doing all this shit, and some of them would cater the class to appeal more to me on occasion. I learned how to make explosives in fucking chem class. Like, legitimately from fucking household items. I had long notes on how to fucking refine uranium into weapons grade. I mean, this is just shit that my one teacher taught me. The American Political Behavior. God, I loved that class because it taught me everything about destroying the U.S. government.
I remember when I bought the Anarchist cookbook and I took it to school and I got suspended almost.
Anarchist cookbook.
I remember when that shit
God, I
was
gotta
all
tell
over
you,
the news and shit.
the Anarchist Cookbook is a fucking joke because it tells you so many different ways of how to blow yourself up methods of making explosives. It's like, well, what you do is you do this, and then you put it on a hot plate, and then you boil it at this temperature, make sure it's exact, and then you add the ingredients, and yeah, you blow yourself up.
I thought it was like some serious thing, right? I thought it was like written by a bunch of anarchists. Turns out it was written by an angry kid who didn't want to go to Vietnam, which was a legitimate thing, but he just wrote this thing in and even the anarchists have said, yeah, none of that stuff works. And actually, the guy's an Anglican Christian now.
You know, it's funny. Like the zeitgeist of anarchists is totally different than what you meet when you talk to anarchists. Like you think of punks breaking windows and shit, but no.
Well, a lot of them
aren't like that.
A lot of them are
I'm a libertarian, so I'm not nearly close to an anarchist, but I probably like.
I sympathize with them, but I'm not. You know.
I lean the closest probably like to that. I guess, and it's like I'm out of the political parties. I'm probably like the closest to lean that way. You're really just for like the smallest government possible, just citizens being accountable to each other.
I used to be that way until I realized that if there was no government, privatization would run amok and people would destroy each other. Now
it would always just feed itself. Like if you got rid of government, another one would take over in a heartbeat.
I mean,
like
the fact that human beings live the way they do in just like these huge fucking colonies is already a joke.
I'm pretty much a socialist, and that's kind of the mask for my overall viewpoint, which is pure communism. And I'm not talking about totalitarianism. I mean original, no, everybody is equal, no higher power communism, which is pretty much it. But
the two-party system is pretty much bullshit. Like I don't even bother fucking voting because it's like, do I want to get fucked in the ass, or do I want to get like fucked in the mouth? Like either way, like no candidate ever is going to do what's good for you. They're gonna do whatever the fuck is gonna keep them in office the longest. And there's
not even necessarily bullshit on. Keep them. Sorry. But it's not even what's going to keep them in office the longest. It is purely what is going to make them the most benefit.
Yes.
What is going to benefit them the most. The stuff they do to better the community or make themselves stay in office, that's just, the pretty icing on the cake, Everything else is just what makes me and my friends rich at taxpayers' expense.
I vote, and I'll tell you why I vote, because I'd rather work for something I want and not get it than just hold my nose and I've never voted for a major party candidate. It's always been third parties.
I've only voted once and it was
throwing the vote away, but I'd rather throw my vote away than vote for Obama.
I never bought into the whole throwing your vote away because in the grand scheme of things, you should vote for whoever the fuck you want, regardless of what other people think.
I'll just throw that there. I voted once and it was for Obama.
Jim ever run for president?
I voted for Obama in 12.
I couldn't. I thought about it and I couldn't. I voted for Trump.
Who the fuck would you vote for? Like John McCain and like the Tits McGee? Like that wasn't even a fucking election. I mean,
I vote for the. I
didn't want Mitt Romney to win. I mean, my vote didn't matter because I live in Kansas. But.
Dude, I mean, I hate both Barack Obama and Mitt Romney. I think they're dumb fucks for the same goddamn reason, so I wouldn't vote for either one of them. It's because they only care about themselves.
To quote Jello Biafra, although I could not vote for the Barack star, I am glad Romney lost, especially because Paul Ryan in the raid comments didn't get in. God, that would have been weird, awful.
I could take anyone but Rick Santorum.
No.
Santorum would have been fucking train wreck.
Dude, I would go
Thompson in 2016. I'm calling it now.
Worst. Except for, Rick Perry also is just a fucking asshole.
Thompson in 2016, guys.
Thompson who?
Just imagine if Sarah Palin would have fucking
I will rule with an iron fist up everyone's anus.
Hey, just imagine. Just imagine if Sarah Palin would have fucking won.
No, I don't know.
I think we're going to have a primary, though, because I think Brett Stevens wants to fucking get in on the action.
Who?
Yeah, we'd have to run a primary for the Who Gives a Damn Flying Fuck party.
Yeah. We know Brett's already running, and if he wins,
Dude, at this point,
explosions for everybody, I can tell you that much.
isn't a total dumbass and he would end the drug war. Pretty much where
Well,
I'm
we had
looking
a
to
chance
cast
with
my
Ron
vote.
Paul, but everybody laughed at him.
Dude, I actually would vote for him. Right now, who I want to win out of everyone is
Hillary or Sanders?
no, not Hillary.
Sanders.
No, I'm trying to remember his name.
Yeah, I'm going for Bernie
Marco
Sanders.
Rubio. That's who I would
Oh,
probably vote for.
yes. Too right wing for me.
He is a little too right wing for me, and by that, since I'm a libertarian, I mean he's not socially liberal enough. But I think I would rather have him than Jeb Bush or Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, but
Well, I'd rather have anyone than. You know, the funny thing is, in some parts of Europe, I am considered a libertarian and a Republican.
Oh yeah,
Because,
I mean,
of course, those mean different things in different parts of Europe.
when Republicans and conservatives are like, if Obama gets elected again, I'm gonna move somewhere else. It's like, congratulations. There's no other place like in Europe that is gonna be more fucking conservative than America. You probably have to move to like some part of fucking Africa or something.
I
Like,
like how they say Obama is a hard left liberal. I'm like,
no, he's not. Like,
Obama's a spineless.
pretty fucking socialist, to be honest. And like, I know people.
there's nothing socialist about him.
There's no fucking thing.
There
No.
is. There are many factors about Obama who are
Okay, explain.
okay. Well, and when I say this, do you like? I hope you do not get the impression that I'm against socialized healthcare, because I'm not. I'm for socialized healthcare, but that is not liberal. And this like it is liberal, but it's further down the line than that. Like that is socialist.
Well,
Like with
socialism
the way
is
it has it set up,
You
that
do know that America is a
Yeah,
somewhat
fine.
socialist country, right?
what?
You know that America is a somewhat socialist nation, but I
We're a
believe
mixed capitalist country, to be honest.
like,
I mean,
socialism is pretty much when taxpayer dollars go to pay for things like education and healthcare and shit like that.
You do
yeah,
know
I
that
mean,
the
in that kind
healthcare
of way, yeah. I
that
mean,
Obama proposed is pretty right wing. Actually, it could go a lot further than
wait, the
it is.
healthcare plan is right wing. Is that what you said?
No.
Okay.
Yes,
I didn't
yes, it is what I. No, not anarcha. No, it's what I said.
Oh, I thought you were talking
I
about.
disagree in the sense that beforehand, healthcare was for the most part privatized, and it takes your right to
Drawn up
choose
by a
the
guy named Mitt
doctor
Romney.
away.
A socialist though wouldn't give
Because
give
Mitt
money
Romney
to the
flip
rich.
flops like a fucking pancake, man.
Yeah, that's true. That's
But
true.
also,
Mitt Romney wasn't even a hardcore fucking conservative. Mitt Romney just lied like a sack of shit and went back and forth on everything.
my point is that it is somewhat right wing, in that it could go a lot further than it is now. It was a moderate healthcare thing. It was a chicken shit healthcare thing.
Well, a lot of the insurance companies helped write it. Like it guaranteed them customers. So
Could we
what
just
better
get rid of
way
them?
to get customers than to make them buy your shit?
Could we just I wish someone could pass a law to just can all insurance companies and shoot the executives. Yes,
That
I'm
should be a
the
platform of mine. I
Constitution,
want to
bro,
fucking
the little-
just go around and execute
I
everything.
love that law.
What's that?
Like or hate Obama, though, I will never understand why he got the fucking Nobel Peace Prize.
Because they'll give it to anyone. I mean,
Still
Rush
really-
Limbaugh was nominated.
Yeah, the Nobel Peace Prize means nothing anymore. Did you see that scientist who said that it was a stupid opinion, granted, but they took his Nobel Peace Prize away because he said that laboratories should be gender segregated so that people don't fall in love and get all emotional over shit. Now, yeah, silly opinion, but they took it away from him because he said that.
That's really, really dumb. I mean, it makes me like. I mean, I'm not even trying to hate Obama that much here, but I think it's just like disrespectful to hold him in the same regard as like other people who have won it. Like hold him in the same rank as like Elie Wiesel. As
I think
if
it's
like
ironic
his movement is that all like culpable.
The Nobel Peace Prize was named for a guy who created modern war.
Well, he created explosives.
And yes, and apparently he wanted a war to end all wars. Because
Yeah.
that's really going to happen.
Nobel Peace Prize really doesn't mean shit.
It really
That's
doesn't.
what we.
Not anymore. It doesn't anymore.
Yeah, no.
See, one
But-
thing that always gets me, I fucking see it a lot. It's like, we're treating fucking Obama so bad, and I'm ashamed of it. And I'm like, dude, we're treating him just like every other fucking president I can remember, starting from Reagan. That's when I was old enough to start paying attention to this shit. We're treating him just like him, like the fucking devils they fucking are.
I mean,
Yeah,
Every
you
single
I don't
fucking
understand.
president has been treated like the fucking devil.
people. I mean,
I agree, Jay. I don't understand this. Like, don't hold his feet to the fire. No, that's
there's
what they're
people
there for. We're supposed to yell at them.
He's a politician. He
people
deserves the
on both
blowtorch
sides
idea.
of the spectrum. I mean, there are those people who are like everything, every critique and minute criticism of Obama is
Oh,
somehow racist.
I just
Right.
There's people who say, like racist shit about Obama, and then there's the middle like majority that's just like, fuck you, you're the president, you're fucking up. Like,
Yeah, you're responsible for this.
I, for one, like as an outsider, I like Obama. I like some of the stuff that he has done, but I wouldn't agree with all of it. Like, but like, you know, I used to be this kind of guy that I would just go out and just hate all any politician, but now I'm not like that anymore because like I've realized that not all politicians are like the same kind of guy. Maybe it's different in America because like I do believe there's some like companies handing out money to get them to do other things. You know what I mean?
Well, that's kind of like saying not all shoe salesmen are the same kind of guy, but they still fucking sell shoes. Like,
I mean,
Well, they do have different
you know what I'm saying though? Like,
ideas.
I'm opposed to Obama for like the same reason I'm opposed to like many presidents before him, which is just like that he tampers in business way too fucking much for his own good.
That's
That's
just a
really what it is.
that's just a neoliberalism thing.
Like
Ever since
fucking
Reagan.
bailing out businesses, doing cash for clunkers. Like it's just
that
we
neoliberalism thing, is that
like
a term over there that's used a lot?
every time
Neoliberalism is it's like a global economy model. You know, it's
I was
like
gonna, I was
ever
gonna,
since the Reagan Thatcher era, it's been taking effect. Privatization is taking effect. It's taking effect over here in the UK a lot.
Over here, we call it social justice.
I
Social
was gonna,
justice warriors.
I was
The big
gonna,
difference
hey,
between Roosevelt and Obama is Roosevelt said, basically, I welcome, about Wall Street. Roosevelt said, I welcome their hate. Obama said, I want to help. And
I
those are
was,
actual quotes.
fucking
I was gonna say one thing I did notice about when Obama came into the picture in 2008, which I was quite a young one at the time. I was in eighth grade, ninth grade, whatever. But I especially today, looking back at other presidents, and obviously refute me if I'm incorrect on this, but there was so much hype about him, and I do remember back in 2008 or 9, Joel Biafra, he made an album called The Audacity of Hype, and also I don't know if you guys are familiar with the rapper Young Jeezy. He made I don't know what the song's name was, but there's a quote. He made a song about Obama, and one of the lines goes, "We're ready for damn change. Let the man shine." I just remember so many people saying Obama's gonna be the savior. He's gonna fix the country. Just the hype about Obama was
I
so
mean,
Yeah,
huge.
they
Well,
fell
Biafra
flat on
never
their
did.
face.
love him or hate him, he's gonna be in the fucking history books forever as
Yeah.
the first black president. I mean, that's why
No,
there was too
yeah.
much fucking hype. I remember
Do you think
they
the
would
same
have been,
thing's gonna happen with Hillary, like the first woman president? And people are
I
just
almost feel
but
as if that's. I
not to
hate
the
to.
same degree.
I
Like
hate to
not
say
to the
this, but
same
I.
degree.
I hate
I
to say
love
this, but
what
I feel as if that's one of the biggest reasons why a lot of people are going to vote for her. But I'm not saying that she's not fit because there's many things yeah, there's many things that she stands for that I agree with. But I feel like as if some people just want certain people in office because it's a first. America's going to be superficial, bling bling.
I
She's
will
a
actually
person
agree
getting
with your
fun,
point
so
there. That's
I
pretty
really don't
pathetic.
want
That's
her
a
to win.
perfect analogy right there.
Huh?
Just saying we're all into the bling bling when it comes to politics. Perfect analogy.
Yes.
I'm not trying to diss on
I'm gonna
anybody.
get going soon. I'm tired. I woke up at 5 in the morning,
Yeah. Yeah, I
and my
noticed that too.
head's like, my head's like,
It's 3.
But real quick, there has to be like a moment, like someone has to say something fucked. Jim.
If I don't get food in the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna ram a truck into the nearest Babies R Us.
Yes.
There you go.
An
Come on,
aborted
man.
fetus must be used as a holy symbol in some religion.
I like my roasted baby with a side of fucking chainsaws.
Yes, all of us atheists here, we're after this hangout, we're gonna go meet up and we're going to dig up the graves of Auschwitz and consume the carcasses.
No, we're gonna round up all the fucking Christians and force them to gay marry each other at gunpoint.
Yes.
That's what everyone knows is gonna happen when that passes. It's just all the fucking atheists are just gonna come out of the woodworks and be like, "There's nothing more I love than raping children and raping Christians."
And we'll grind up the carcasses of the tombs of Auschwitz and we'll use that as the seasoning.
Eric, you're first.
We gotta get the tears of the orphans as lube.
Yeah. You
Get
know,
a big jar of fucking orphan tears.
I just want to
Like,
say
"Oh,
this to
yeah,
you all.
you're a lucky little son of a bitch. You get some orphan tear lube today."
I just want to say this. Hey, I wanted to say a quick announcement to all of you. Thank you so much for this 7-hour-long whatever video because thanks to you, I now have a shitload of work to do. I love you, Elliott.
Work, you little motherfucker.
Oh, my hay fever is just annoying me so much. Like, you're glad that you don't have hay fever because, like, it's getting really bad now. Like,
My behavior's annoying you?
No, my hay fever.
Oh.
My hay fever is just so
Your
annoying.
behavior is annoying me, though.
Fuck off.
It's annoying me because, like, it's getting really bad now. Like, I wake up.
What is hay fever?
Hay fever is an allergy to pollen.
Oh.
And so my eyes are getting really puffy right now. I rub at them. I can't help but rub at them, but it's making it worse, making my eyes look more
Dude,
puffy.
my vision's blurry.
I can't help but imagine he's turning into a zombie as we speak.
But
The dude in the McDonald's video looks like a heavier Vince Vaughn.
But like,
Jim, your fucking story is gonna be a YouTube video.
sometimes when I wake up, my eyes can get closed in together, and I have to pry them apart because of this yellow pus.
Oh,
That's
damn.
not- Yeah, it's.
See, there's just one. There's just
Come on
one.
in!
Ah!
There's just one thing I'm currently pondering. If a bunch of people were to buy a ticket to go to a thing called Rape Fest, would it actually be rape then?
No, it wouldn't.
That's.
We'd have to kidnap half the people.
I think we should. I think
do it.
we should have a free children for rape convention. But what we should do is we should set it up like inside of a fucking active volcano. Be like, you gotta wear the blindfold so that you don't know whose little 5-year-old dick you're grabbing. You just sneak them all into the fucking volcano and boom! Fuck you, pedophiles, you're dead now.
Oh, we're gonna be banned from you too.
Yes, volcanic sacrifice. We need to bring that back.
Andrew, finish what you were saying though.
We gotta appease the Lord.
Andrew, what were you saying?
Huh? No, I was just going.
The Lord wants to rape you. He has needs.
That's what I never understood about like the church, especially the Catholic Church in general. It's like, fuck, gay people. You know, that's against what the Bible teaches. But if there's a pedophile within our midst, we're gonna fucking keep him from coming out of the woodwork, and we're gonna protect him like the sack of shit he is.
Because
Like, isn't a pedophile who touches a young child still fucking gay and a pedophile?
it would mean admitting that the Catholic Church's laws are totally screwed up. I mean,
It's just a simple
Like,
fact.
there are no corrupt Catholic priests. They're all shit.
Devil's advocate here. They have changed the fucking bylaws of the Catholic Church so that, you know, at least here and in other Western countries, they will ship priests off to fucking get prosecuted for the crime. But it took such a huge outcry against it to bring it about.
well, here's my thing. You have a church that says that priests can't have sex, and you wonder, the priests can't get married or have sex or
Yeah,
relationships,
just let them fuck, for heaven's sake.
and you wonder why people, that's going to attract a certain type of people. I mean,
Initially, the church permitted marriage for the low rankers.
well, I know deacons.
They should all just be allowed to fuck. It's ridiculous.
Like initially, at the years ago, like priests were able to marry and have wives and stuff. But then I think there was, when the kings and all in power were in England, they had some influence with the Vatican, and they got the whole priest can't marry thing. They got that introduced. So it was a royal influence with the Vatican that changed that.
Man, I would like to know which group of people, which fucking tribe it was or whatever, that started thinking that way, like abstinence and shit like that. Like, I would love to find out where in history that came from.
I will fucking die if I go a week without wanking. I can't even go 2 days without it.
I will say one thing, for the sake of abstinence. If you stay away from any sexual activity for a length of period, say a month, a year, or something, including yanking it, the very next time you fuck, it is going to be the most amazing experience.
Sure. No. That's not what I meant. What I meant was this, really strict, can't have sex or you're going to hell kind of mentality.
Well, that's probably where it started from.
Have you ever went a fucking week without it, and then once you did it again, you just nearly fucking fainted after it was over with?
Dude, I do that. That's the story of my fucking life. Like, I purposely wait 2 weeks in between I fuck my girlfriend, and I literally fuck for an entire day.
And then both of you solve all the world's problems while you're fucking. Yes.
Dude, man, we will fucking trip balls and just fuck, and we just have a day where there is no value to it at all. The day could have never fucking happened, and there's nothing productive that happens at all.
Bullshit. Fucking is productive.
So yeah, I might be kind of turned off by thinking about that now.
It's reproductive. Haha.
Hey, if there's a moment and a message that we should always send out, it's get out there and start fucking.
Yeah, dude. Seriously, get out there and start fucking, man. You guys who don't fuck, you
got
don't know
to
what you're
fuck.
fucking missing, man.
And especially if you're skinny enough and have junk at least 6 inches long, you can suck yourself off.
Oh,
I don't know if I'd be a big fan of that.
No, just get some peanut butter and a dog. And
Oh god, I definitely don't think I'm a fan of that.
no, or peanut butter and a cat.
I mean, you're literally describing something.
Hey,
fucked up
then
that
you'll have a
you
pussy
think
sucking
is
your
a
dick.
rat.
Hey, when James just said that, all I have in my head is James trying to suck his own cock. Oh my god.
Hey, if men could suck their own dick, women would be single. All of them.
I won't know about that.
Yeah,
I do.
No, it wouldn't.
We might still fuck them, but we wouldn't.
If you want
with them.
If you want to fuck something wet and fun, you heat up a fucking grapefruit. I don't know.
I can't help the fact
you're
that
gonna be out of fucking commission because you know what? A grapefruit and yourself, you'll always be there for you, and they won't fucking nag you about going out with your friends.
And in a week when it goes rotten, throw it out.
Yeah, dude, exactly. Maybe that's just a profound way of talking about women. It's after a week of just straight jizzing into them, you fucking throw them out and get a new one. I think that logic always applies to politicians too.
See, whenever I was younger and a lot more gullible, I ripped out this fucking advertisement and fucking shipped away for this doll of 3 wishes that was supposed to grant 3 wishes and shit, and it came back, it had the details for this ritual, but it was just a fucking little junk Cupid doll. So I was like, fuck it. I jerked off onto it 3 times and then fucking did the ritual and fucking buried it like I was supposed to. But here's a bit of irony into that. throughout my life, after I was a virgin at the time I did this, and throughout my life after that point, I've had so much fucking ass in my life. It's fucking unreal.
It just did
I
something
mean,
to you, man. Like,
don't feel bad about throwing money at the promise of wishes. I was stupid once, went to a church regularly, and gave them money in the offering plate. So don't feel bad. I'm sure the
hey,
same result comes about.
I used to steal from that
I
place.
have a recent story like that. The Sarkeesian effect. I
Oh,
donated money to that, and those motherfuckers are. I'm really pissed off at those guys. They oh,
But you
we're
see, my wish, I had a lot of fucking fuck.
yeah. I didn't get any fucking fuck, man.
Why were you mad about them?
I
Well,
was rated
okay,
at
so
21.
Davis Arini is a conservative, and Jordan Owen is a liberal, and the whole idea was to work together on something to show that these two opposing viewpoints can produce something, and all we get from them is a bunch of goddamn drama. And now they're fighting, and I donated money to this, and it doesn't look like it's gonna
I guess
come
the
out the way.
first 50 pages have been sent to Mr. Sargon, and apparently he reviewed them. I didn't see it, but
Yeah, I heard a little bit about that, but I don't care. The reason I'm pissed off is this is not what I paid for. Like,
I
you
can probably,
motherfuckers were supposed to do something, and instead you're fucking around with this bullshit, like childhood drama bullshit.
I can probably assume that I'm the only one in here that's 21 and a virgin.
You need to fuck.
yes, I must say yes, you are. I've
Oh,
I lost my V card when I was 16 years old.
One question: do you at least
was thinking.
masturbate?
I do that twice a day.
Well,
oh my
Then
god!
you're
Don't.
fine, okay? Because what is going to happen is the very first chick you're gonna fuck, you're gonna have this huge pseudo fucking emotional contact with.
Yeah, you're basically
Wait
gonna be
until
girl.
your emotional period dies off. You said 21. Wait till you're about 25. Then your emotions won't be involved if you fuck. And you'll get to know a little bit more about, how not to fuck up your life by following the wrong pussy.
Dude, all
You'll
that,
follow the right pussy.
as I said earlier, if I cannot go more than 2 or 3 days without winking. If I do,
Oh my god! Don't ask him about wanking. You get way.
Oh my god, no.
I have 2 fingers.
You
Not
do.
another-
You gotta do
not
the.
another
You gotta
30
get the right
minutes about
technique. You gotta
wanking.
do the Tennessee stranger. You just turn your hand
I'll
up.
say this, and I know you guys won't really understand, but my kind of engaged. I don't know if we're really thinking about marriage, but I say engaged because it's a little more serious than just boyfriend and girlfriend. That kind of thing. We've never actually had sex because we barely, we've rarely met because she's in New
Well,
York.
then
So
you definitely don't want to say engaged, because people who are engaged without having sex are, in my opinion, pretty fucking foolish.
Christ says to fuck after marriage,
Because
man.
it's like,
that's
jumping into a commitment like marriage without fucking her is
Yeah.
like buying glassware without checking to see if it's broken or not.
I do remember the
Elliot,
first time.
I got it. I don't mean to shit on you, dude. I got to
well, I
agree.
mean, I have a low sex drive. I don't.
I have a very overactive
It was never about sex for me. It was. I mean, I enjoy it, but I'm not
Yeah,
like.
It's pretty fucking important.
Even then, dude, he's got a point.
It was.
man.
It was much more of an emotional thing for me.
I know I'm only 19, but because of the amount of people I've fucked in my life thus far, I have a lot of fucking experience in that kind of field.
Like
I almost. This is the weird part about me, which I'll go ahead and just a small story. My ex-girlfriend, I met her online, and then we ended up dating in real life for 6 months. However, she cheated on me for half of it. But kissed her, hugged her. She was the first girl I kissed on the lips. First girl I actually developed true feelings for. We didn't have sex, although the American quote got some. My first time I ever tasted a vagina, but I didn't have sex.
It's a
with her.
beautiful taste. It is, as long as it's not too rancid, of course.
I'm
Then
not
again,
Sour, bitch. God damn.
The first time I tasted a vagina, I was like, "What the fuck is this horse shit?" And I never want it in my ever in my face
What
again.
the
And then,
fuck?
and then I realized the trick. Always eat her out before she fucking jerks you off.
Oh yes, sir.
If you eat her out first, Your sex drive is just like, I'll fucking do any goddamn thing because I'm horny as a fuck.
I want
Beforehand,
to
you're
come
like,
in your
what is
pussy
this
before I
bullshit?
suck you off. Yeah.
And I
Okay,
can't.
there's one trick I do want to fucking tell you, kids. What you want to do is make certain that that fucking clitoris is pleased to the point where she gets off, and then you fucking start plowing her as she's in the middle of an orgasm.
Yeah, yeah.
This does two things. One, it increases her chance of having a multiple orgasm. Two, it tightens that cunt up so good
Yeah.
that like you're just
Yes,
Oh,
and Elliot, you mentioned that you have a lower sex drive, but here's the thing: once you start having sex, like me, I sometimes I want her to feel like it's not just sex, right? But then what happens is she jumps on me. Then all of a sudden she's the one coming on to me. Chicks want to fuck too.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
You know,
Guys,
more porn than you fucking think too.
right? Yeah.
My girlfriend
There's
watches
this
more
misconception
fucking
with a lot of guys that girls are this only cuddly and no, they're perverted as fuck.
I understand. Yeah, I mean, Candace and I were talking about when she's going to come down to about October, November. She was already talking about like
Congratulations.
plans in the car, like pulling over like 10 minutes after we get out of the house. I'm like, I mean, and I'm not saying I don't enjoy it. And the only reason we haven't had sex is because she lives thousands of miles away. We don't really get to see each other that much, so it's kind of hard to arrange.
I met a chick online once, and I don't mean to interrupt, but
yes, we will have it. So,
I went to New York City to meet this chick.
New York City.
And she was like all sweetheart, kind of innocent girl, right? She takes the first night I get there, I land, I go to her place. She takes me into the city, across the street from this football field. I think they were playing soccer, and fucks me right in front of this place, right? Here I am thinking, oh, she's just this sweet little girl, right? No. No, don't underestimate your women out there, guys.
Oh no,
they are perverted.
You're gonna want to hear this now.
Hey, guys. I'm gonna head here. I'm gonna take a shower, and my hay fever pissed me off. And in the process, I will worry about you guys.
You're what?
I will worry about all of you.
You're not gonna have to worry about. You're not gonna have to worry about me. I'll be a roommate like 60 days. So.
No, I'm actually more worried about James, to be honest.
What, you afraid I'm going to disclose things that aren't past statute of limitations?
No, it's just the way you said, I'll give you some tips, kids. I'm not that creepy, like...
Well, there's a couple younger people here, and one all just admitted to being a virgin, so I'm giving him advice at least.
Also, when you eat the cat, man, get yourself some fucking Alka-Seltzer, man. For real.
Why?
What?
Why? Because
No.
Yes. Yes. If you haven't tried it, do it.
What are we talking about here? Explain that.
Okay. If you eat a girl out with fucking Alka-Seltzer in your mouth, you will fucking go crazy. I'm dead fucking serious. You laugh now, dude.
You know what? Actually, the way you're describing it, I'm playing it out in my head.
Yeah, dude, she will.
And yeah, that would give
That does
some really
make sense.
crazy sensation.
That's my
And pop rocks, come to think of it.
Like I picked that up like a year ago. I've been fucking trying it, and it works every goddamn time. You barely have to do shit too, because just by like having your mouth there is already like sensation enough for her to freak the fuck out.
Yeah.
I will say something
anything
funny.
else is an added bonus, yeah.
I will say something funny. For some reason, older women are attracted to me.
That's a good thing.
Go cougar hunting, man. Go to the fucking grocery store. Go to the Barnes & Noble.
No, that's a good thing.
I'm pretty much happy with who I have now. So.
I'm primarily only attracted to Asian women, but I do like white girls.
I want Scott to know my fucking furry story too, because Mark and I were talking about furries.
Because I know people are like, well,
I
you
know
should.
who these furries are. Come on, tell me.
Wait, you know what furries are?
Yes.
Of course he knows what furries are. He's
I've picked on them.
We're on the internet. We know what furries are. Continue, please.
There's a furry at the college I go to, and
She acts like a really like sweet, innocent person, but out of nowhere she hosted a party at her house. And I went, and a couple of my buddies went, and we were all drinking and shit, just like normal party stuff. And then I had to piss real bad, and I'm like, it's to the point where I'm shit faced, so it's like any room with like a fucking toilet in it, that'd be fantastic, because I don't want it to piss outside on the building. So I'm looking through this house for a fucking room, and like you could hear people fucking, obviously, but I heard strange noises coming from this fucking room. I heard like grunting, so I figure like, hey, it's probably a bathroom. So I go wait out there, and I see the door open. I see her in like full dominatrix getup with a fucking whip, and then a dude in a weird looking costume strapped to the wall with a weird contraption on his nuts and his dick, and like marks on his chest like she beat the fuck out of him. I swear to you, no shame right here. I fucking pissed myself. I pissed myself harder than I've ever pissed myself since I was like fucking 3 or 4 years old.
I have been
Have
off.
you?
Could have left.
That just remind like there's these porn videos now like called cuckold. Have you ever seen these?
No.
It's boyfriends who piss their girlfriend off, and the girlfriend ties them up and fucks another dude right in front of them.
That sounds fucking horrible, man.
Dude, brutal.
I've actually been offered because I know some dominatrix because hey, I'm me. I've actually been offered to be dominated. I'm like, nope, no, thank
That's
you.
not my thing either.
See, all you.
On the fucking roster for me, man. If she's
I'm
like,
a hardcore masochist. I'd love that.
dude, if she's like, I want to stick my boobs in your face and shit, I'd be like,
yeah,
hell
that's fine, but no
But
whip.
if she's like, I want to fucking pull out an ice pick and just cleave away at your fucking balls, and I'd be like, no.
Fucking tie me up and beat the shit out of my.
You sound like Jesus Allen.
Not for me. That's not for me. And
Me
You
neither.
see, I'm a switch, so I've
I
done
mean-
both sides of the equation, sub dom.
Most
I'm
If
gonna
a
sexual.
chick did that to me, I'd end up smacking her.
like, I would be into like 69 and shit.
I mean, I've been
I
with.
don't think I could ever get behind like a woman just like beating the shit out of me. Like,
Yeah.
I once asked a dominatrix to
Well, it's part of
whip
the
me
crushing
before.
fetish that I have.
That hurts. It hurts
See,
a lot.
See, just one day after losing my virginity, I was tied up in her fucking closet, and fucking, she sat there, she whipped me, she fucking tickled me, she did all kinds of crazy shit. Then when I finally broke out of those cuffs, I fucking completely ravished the loving shit out of her.
Ravish.
It might be worth it, but I don't want to go through it. I just
for me, it's like the classic teenage thing where it's just like, I don't know what to do, and she's like, I don't know what to do either. The only like weird thing is
I
like,
don't know what to do.
is like, well, to be honest with you, like I was a total bitch up until I was 16 in terms of that kind of stuff because I went to a private Christian institution, so they teach abstinence-only sex education, so they don't teach you any of like how to use a condom or anything like that. I never really checked on my own, and like. The only like
No sex before we
part was
marry.
that we didn't have a place to go, so we just drove to like a fucking church parking lot at like 2 a.m. We were like, "This works. No one's here."
What's the most blasphemous thing any of you've ever done?
Hold on.
I met Jim.
That laugh.
I'll say it again. The most blasphemous thing I've ever done is I met Jim.
Oh God, yeah.
We're
The
talking
blasphemous thing
about- okay,
ever
I'll-
done is screwed a girl on an altar in a church. A
Not
Christian
on an altar, but I screwed a girl in the church bathroom.
I wanted to do it on an altar, so he came in at midnight and just kind of, did it.
I did it in the middle of a church service. Like, there was fucking church service going on, and we just like went to the fucking bathroom stall and did it. And there was like a family bathroom, so no one came in.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
It
what
was
I
the-
want to do it like.
I
don't
did
know.
it during service, but it was in the confessional before the fucking
that's like
confessions were heard.
I've
Oh,
never
that's
done
like a
anything like
fucking
that with a
thing,
church,
dude.
but I'd say the football field story where she took me up there and fucked me in front of like what seemed like 10,000 people. That's the closest thing I have.
Dude, people always. I've noticed that like people aren't
I
scared
don't
to
really
do
have
shit in the
anything
movie theater either.
other than
My
fuck
friends have told me a shitload of stories. They're just like, it's dark as shit in there. No one can see shit. Or like, all right.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
like,
Yeah,
I'm just
Windows
made
wants
out.
me to get Windows 10. I don't want to get Windows 10 right
I
now.
do. I
Yeah,
do.
everybody else have that little symbol too. I don't
Yeah,
want fucking Windows 10. I like
I
Windows
just
7.
got it.
I
I
don't
I
even
have
like
Windows.
Windows.
I like the other version of Windows I had before that.
I miss this. I miss XP.
For some reason, I have a feeling that when I move to the UK, I'm finally going to be happy and find somebody and actually lose my virginity and not be a closet case anymore. Okay, I shouldn't say closet
Dude,
case.
what
Not be a
you need
Well,
to
Like I
do.
said, just make sure your brain's engaged and know the difference, but don't
I'm
get
glad
led
I'm
around
gonna
by
lose
the wrong
virginity.
pussy. It's very easy to have happen.
That happened.
Go to a
That happened to
sorority.
me. I know
Go
it
to a
happened to me.
sorority, because I guarantee you, this is so true. At every sorority, there is the one virgin collector. There's
Yep.
one chick who's way out of your league that you're never gonna fuck ever, who will fuck you just because she wants to take your virginity away.
Yep. Well,
And
there's
she'll write
guys
your,
who do
I
that
guarantee
too.
you, there's
Cheerleaders.
someone out there, and she'll write your name in her little fuck book and just be like, his name was blah 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 blah, and his dick was all right.
That's actually good. If I find a chick who's gonna dispose of you, don't worry about her breaking your heart or anything. It's
Yeah,
gonna happen. Just let her break your heart and move on with your
find the
life.
Dude,
hottest bitch you can that'll fuck you while having no emotional connection to you, and then you know what to expect going in when you find the person you want to give a fuck about. You won't look like an idiot.
It's good
and
advice.
as for
And
me, I don't really
honestly,
care what you guys say. I'm moving upstate New York anyway, so fuck you.
Maybe you'll nail that girl then.
Yeah, well, I'll know inside and out.
Hey Jim, where are you from?
I am from southwestern Pennsylvania, right by Pittsburgh.
Cut her open.
Oh shit,
If
that's
you
not even
know
that fucking far
Pennsylvania
from me.
well at all, it's a city called Latrobe I'm currently in. I'm originally from Jeanette.
I'm
I know where
from.
Pittsburgh is, and I know that kind of general area. Where's
I'm
Long
from
Pond in relation to Pittsburgh, by the way?
You
Yeah,
know, it's
Jim, you
weird.
seem
Like,
like a person that I'd actually like to really become friends with.
Pittsburgh ain't that far from Virginia, actually. I've
you
been
know, it's
there.
weird. Like, I live in Indiana, and Pennsylvania actually isn't that far away. Like, it's
Dude,
7 hour drive or something like
like,
that. I mean, that's a pretty good drive, but
Pennsylvania is like 2.5 hours from me.
dude, we should all like get together up in the north
Yeah.
and like go on a tear and kill people.
just destroy the planet.
Hey, on,
No, but
on our 100th episode, we should meet up and actually have a live one.
Well,
And be
how far is
completely drunk.
We
We
should
how
have
must
an
drink
Illuminati
enough
ceremony.
booze
Yes.
how
to
far
the
is New
point
York to
where
Pennsylvania?
I will literally like if I'm
Holy shit.
21 when this happens, I will go to my friend and be like, I need your moonshine. He'll be like, how much? I'll be like, hold it. Literally,
And we
I
get,
will
and
bring
we
it.
should
I
just
will.
build a big statue of an owl and do the whole Alex Jones Illuminati thing.
Yes.
I will
No,
come
I think
down
we
from.
should actually have a picture of.
build a statue of me.
I
Or at
think we
least
have
my
to make a
cock.
statue of Lady Liberty getting bent
Getting fucked
over,
in the
and then
ass.
have a statue
There
of
we
a
go. That is the
this
statue
guy.
I want made of me. Me fucking Lady Liberty up the ass.
Yeah, except you have like a cowboy western belt and like
Yep.
cowboy boots, and then on your hat it says politically trendy radio.
Political.
Hey,
Blah,
Elliot,
For
blah,
the
blah,
virgin, I don't know who said they were a virgin.
I
Zach.
did.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. If you can find that bitch that he was telling you about, make sure you get like he's saying, dress up like a fucking cowboy or some like make it just so shameful. So like make it to where you don't want to think about it anymore after that. Like like
Fuck that shit. You want losing your virginity to be
Hey.
memorable.
Scott,
No,
repeat that
I'll
for
tell
us.
you
it'll
exactly.
be memorable, but it'll
Right.
also be that cringe moment where you're like, oh my god.
You
God,
go.
Dude, we're gonna do it for the 100th episode.
That's
Okay.
a bad idea because you're a
Hey,
virgin.
Scott,
You
repeat
have
that
sex
for us.
on that, you'll never want to have sex without it. That's something you do once you have sex. Okay, so never do any drugs when you have sex for the first time because if you have sex when you have drugs for the first time, then you will never want to have sex when you're not on those drugs. Like it won't feel as good. So I've been told. One of my friends,
I learned that.
Like one of my friends takes Molly every time he has sex, and it's because he did it, then had sex when he wasn't on Molly, and be like, "This is shit" compared to what I had before.
You know, you're gonna be like you might be intimidated by like, but once you have sex, it's like, yeah, that was good.
Dude,
Oh,
You
yeah.
know,
also
like,
you get that sense of like fucking superiority over like other people. I mean, you get the sense of like joining up with your fellow men too. Like you
yeah,
understand what it's all fucking about, really. Like
and then it kind of fades, and you're not so caught up in it anymore. Like,
for a
Okay.
moment, you're like, I'm on top of the fucking world. Cause like me, it's like my routine is like smoke a blunt, have sex, and then like when I'm immediately done, I just like smoke a fucking cigarette, and I'm like, yeah, like
yeah,
that
that
that was
does
fucking
feel fucking
good.
great, man. That cigarette after, oh
Yeah,
yeah.
dude, the
Mm.
after sex cigarette is fucking clutch, dude.
There
Like,
is no better cigarette than a sex cigarette.
yeah, dude, it's
Hmm.
like
There's no
it's
better
literally
cigarette than a sex
indescribable.
cigarette.
It's like, oh my god, like I literally could not be more fucking relaxed at all.
Like even like if you smoke pot, like
Yeah, dude, like there's
it's
nothing
even
beats
better
after
than
sex
that.
cigarette.
I dated two non-smokers who fucking banned smoking in their house, and that was fucking hell after sex. Because I'd have to walk, wherever the hell I had to walk in order after the deed to fucking go outside and have a cigarette.
You got to just lay
Alone
down.
because they didn't want to join me because smoking was bad.
I don't
Here's what
smoke.
we're gonna do for the 100th episode. We will, because I'll be living up north. Okay, I will come down to wherever, and a bunch of us will actually meet and do a live, face-to-face like show party thingy.
Yeah, I know.
Sounds like fun.
Although
It's
Andrew and I will be in the
All I
UK.
know is that I will cater said occasion, if you know what I mean.
Hey Elliot, I was going to say about the show. Since you give me access to your account, I'm going to add subtitles, and I don't mean as in to each video, but you know how your videos are named uh PTR episodes and then number off.
Let me think of that
But I was
because
going.
I think I have an idea here, but let me do that. Let me think and let me tell you because I want to do it more humorously than just talk about the like politics like the necro bestial butt sex episode or something like that. I don't
Well, what I mean is, you gotta put subjects outside of like like the last one when we like the drunken rednecks one. Just
See,
put
I just like topics include whatever we want, and then people are surprised, and like, because I never read the subjects. I did like the Thinking Atheist 212 interview with something, and I was like, oh, I didn't see the interview. Well, I didn't see who it's interviewing, and I never read the subjects or whatever, unless it's like a funny quote or whatever, like Mud Bomb episode 12, chicken in the ass.
Fucker in a
It was a
pussy.
No, it was a porno clip of a man eating a piece of fried chicken out of a woman's ass.
wow.
That just sounds glorious. I don't know if I'd jack off to it, but it sounds glorious.
It was amazing, and also I've heard Japanese fart porn before.
Kentucky fucked Cunton.
No.
Dude, when she took the KFC away from
I brought it up on the last Metalgate episode. It was fucking mother jack off instructions.
Okay.
And that's where I kind of was like, oh my god.
They also have daughter jack off instructions, sister jack off instructions, father jack off instructions if you happen to spin that way.
I haven't sunk that low yet.
Jeremy,
Plus,
did
I'm not
you
a
fucking
dad.
fall over?
None jack off instructions, student jack
What?
off instructions, teachers
Did
jack
you
off
fall the fuck over?
instructions.
What the fuck?
I just moved my laptop.
Oh, I thought you fell over. Damn, dude, watch yourself.
Dude, it's a fucking Tuesday morning. I ain't fucked up, dude. That's like, catch me on a Friday night if you want to see me
I
fall over
feel
like a
like-
fucking dumbass.
Well, that's just because I'm so tired. I feel like dead.
Yeah, it's getting to that point where I'm like, I can't even
Yeah, the girl from the Philippines that kind of likes me and all. She got a kid and she's kind of Catholic a bit, but she's really fucking cute though.
Dude,
Yeah,
these
but
fucking
dude,
things are awesome too, dude. They're like mini hand-rolled cigars.
And
I
I
used to smoke those when I was fucking 15, 16. Used to think they were the shit. Then I
What?
went through a period where I was too broke to afford anything else, and they sucked.
I like fucking pipe tobacco,
I
man.
don't
Pipe
know.
tobacco is my
Can't hear you.
jam.
She's not
Because I
ultra
can use
religious.
all my pipes for it.
All
I
right,
can't hear you.
I'm tapping out. I'm pussing out.
Later,
Yeah,
Scott.
me too. I think we're gonna end this soon. But my advice to Mr. Anarcha is, look, does she respect the fact that you're an atheist?
Yeah, dude, she's okay.
Okay, then that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what she believes because
What she
she's a person.
what she
I
pretty
mean,
much told me was
to be fair, all that matters for him right now is if like the pussy's good.
Yeah, he needs a pussy right
Well, I
now.
want a strong butt relationship though.
That's like girl number
That's a
three.
good
The
angle.
first two
Build the
girls,
relationship first, but be certain that
Yeah.
you're open to new ideas and that you do a bit of reading as soon as you start
I
fucking.
just never thought I did. I never thought I did a religious
40-year-old MILF once told me that
one.
your first 4 girls are gonna slap you around like the bitch you are, and then the 5th one's the keeper.
That's it's kind of true.
I even told my
Yeah,
ex.
as you will, but that woman is smart as shit.
Allow
I
me
even
to.
told my ex.
Really?
So we're talking at least 38, 39, somewhere around there. And the irony is, the one I'm currently with is the one that popped my cherry.
Wow.
I was gonna say I've actually dated 4 girls, 2 in real life and 2 online, so this would be the 5th. So
I've never.
and
I've
ironically,
never.
hold on, Elliot. Ironically, the first 4 really fucked me over. So I'm wondering if the 5th is actually going to be
Dude,
the grand finale.
I don't know, man. Messing with that online stuff, dude. It's
Well, I don't want to
you
fucking
get
date
a certain
somebody.
impression online, and then you meet the person.
I don't want to fucking date somebody from this town. I'm gonna wait till the UK at least. I can't. I'm not. I am not gonna.
Okay, wait. I am the expert of online dating.
Oh yes, I'm sure you are.
Talk to her on the phone ASAP and Skype ASAP. Don't just talk on messages. But I actually told my ex, who's that look, because we met online and she was really busy, so we didn't really get to meet. And I said, look, I'm going, we need to stop because I'm not that experienced and I need to kind of see other girls. And she was like, yeah, I completely agree. I was thinking the same thing. And I think it wasn't cheating. It was just kind of, I wanted to gain experience, like Jim said, I wanted to gain more experience. So I did that for 2 months. So I went back to her and everything was fine. We broke up and we're still friends, weirdly enough. But yeah, the whole thing with Candace is just like we click on a level that I can't ignore. It's not like I can just yeah, I know we met online, and I know that stuff, but I don't know. It feels
Being
right.
like the best like expert on online dating though is kind of like being the best player in like the WNBA, man. You need to move on to the fucking pros already. Like,
You know what? I'm finding lasting love, and so shut up.
I
That's what
mean, that's how it works out, but like typically online dating until you meet in real life is just like
He's got a
foreplay
point
that
there,
no one
Elliot.
enjoys.
No, and I completely agree, and I've met her in real life, and she's who she says. I mean, because we were
Well, then
joking.
you're good to go, man. If you met her in real life, then like you're off to the fucking races.
Here's the
It's just
thing,
like the people who never meet them. It's like,
Here's the
dude.
thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I've been with my girlfriend now for 3 years. We have a baby. We have a baby on the way.
Double congrats.
The person I met 3 years ago is not who. Things change, man.
Oh yeah, I know.
It peels away like an onion. Like.
But the good thing is, I've changed too. I mean, she's changed. I mean, she was talking about. I'm not going to say any names, but I guess, because she works at a school and she found the body of a kid who committed suicide at the school, and that was pretty rough.
Yeah.
But she's still she's still happy, and but like I remember we were planning like 4 months to meet. Like literally, it was like I can't get, because like I said, she lives in New York, and finally we met each other for like, I don't know, a couple days, and it was amazing. But we talk on the Skype every freaking day. Not a day goes by. So I know it's like like I'm inexperienced or whatever, but I think this is gonna be fun. And even though, and by the way, the worst thing you could ever do is not just give me because I respect people who give me advice, but I was talking to one guy. He's like, dude, don't do it, man, don't do it.
Yeah,
Every guy you're gonna talk to about relationships though is gonna try to like warn you. You
Yeah,
know,
I mean, just don't get
No,
burnt
he
out,
wasn't
man.
warning me. He was like basically he wasn't. I mean, he was warning me because I guess he was having a little fight with his wife or whatever, and he was wasted. So
My biggest my
he was
biggest piece of
wasted.
advice is those tend to get burnt out quickly, and the easiest way to avoid that is rather than Skyping every day, Skype like once a week and text each other throughout the week, but Skype once a week and then just talk about the highlights of the week and connect rather than doing it every day because like eventually it
you
gets
start
kind of
forcing it.
for a lot of people.
It's not my
Yeah,
fault
like
we
me and my
talked every day.
girlfriend, we can just exist in the same room without saying a word. Like
Yeah, dude.
that's where it's at,
Yeah.
man.
It's actually completely coincidence that I mean we don't. I mean obviously we don't talk every day because I'm gone. It's actually completely coincidence we talk most times because it's just like, oh, I got something to tell you. Oh, you know, it's just weird how we like. It's not like I have to call her now. It's just like we just all of a sudden
Yeah.
end up
Yeah.
talking.
Like
It was
No,
like,
yeah.
hey, let's Skype for a minute. We're
don't
gonna have
be
her on
in
the
the
show.
same boat
You
as
had
this goes for everyone. Don't be in the same boat as like my best friend who's been with the same girl for 7 years and they've never fucked.
Oh no,
No,
dude,
He's
she's got him.
literally
You
he's
know she's
literally
fucking
that
somebody
girl's
else.
bitch. Like every time she calls, like he's whipped as fuck. Like, we'll be in the middle of a game of League or like at a fucking hookah bar or something. Every time she calls, he's got to pick up the phone and be like, "Gotta do damage control." It's like, no, you fucking don't. Just nail her already.
That's the great thing about me is like she's called when I was on a Skype call, and rather than like be like, oh, I'm sorry, I gotta hang up on you. Yeah, hey, my friend's here. Do you want to join in? Because she can actually like, she's pretty cool and she can talk to my friends and shit. So yeah, it
I
wasn't like
really envy that, and I also have told Andrew before that I really envy him and his girlfriend and their relationship. And I know it's bad to envy, but I just want a strong, good relationship with the girl.
No, envy's good, dude. It leads to you doing it
Motivation.
yourself.
But as I was saying really quickly,
If
so
I
so
had a
he was
girlfriend, I'd
saying,
treat her like a fucking queen or a goddess. If
you sound
the
like
average
Elliott Roger now. You sound like Elliott Roger now.
who
You.
who's that?
I'm gonna treat her like a queen, but they didn't listen, so I'm gonna kill them all. But anyway, as I
What
was
the
saying really
fuck?
quickly, just
No, fuck that.
but as I was saying, so yeah, he was like, dude, don't do it. You know, don't know what you're gonna get yourself into. And I'm like, dude, you
Women
know that
are
I,
the
you
devil.
no, you know that I'm a punk rocker, okay? You know the worst thing to do is have an older authoritative figure
Fuck you, I won't do it, tell me.
tell me. I mean, you can give me advice like, dude, I think you probably should hold back, and I'll take it. But just like coming off like, don't do it, dude. It's like, dude, you sound like my freaking
Alright.
scorpion.
I'm gonna leave, but before I go, I wanna say, hey, 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 smoke weed every day, ram that pussy till the cum goes away.
A friend
That
with
was
weed is a friend
that was a
indeed.
perfect outro. The
Good luck.
Golden Jim has subscribed to you on the tube of you.
See, my only relationship advice is to always make certain you're not following the wrong pussy.
That's yeah.
Okay? Because there's a lot of wrong ones out there. You want the right one.
Oh, by the way, Jim, since you just subbed to me, as many know, you can definitely on my videos comment, say whatever the fuck you want. They might tell you, speak your mind. I try to get my subscribers to fucking leave feedback, but some of them are like, no, I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to
It all
piss
depends if
off
I have
people.
something to say on the
No,
matter.
I
If I
mean,
have something to say,
if you
if
have something
not,
to say,
then
say it at full. Don't. I mean, that you don't seem like the type of person that's going to sugarcoat things.
Oh,
I just,
trust
I
me,
just,
he doesn't.
I just get tired of people who comment just to be nice. I'm like, fucking tell me how you feel.
And
Don't
really
have to walk
quickly,
on
just to
eggshells.
put this to bed really quickly, just because I was, and also if I do wind up making the wrong decision, which like I said, I don't think I am, but if on the off chance, I'm still young and I have plenty of opportunities. So
There you go.
and
but
sometimes you just gotta learn how to fall flat on your face
Hey,
to learn a
Elliot, have you
lesson.
ever been so desperate to keep your girlfriend that you bought her an iPhone 4? And back when they first came out, not today because they're cheap as fuck today, but you bought her an iPhone 4 and you just pretty much allowed yourself to be used just to keep her. Oh,
no,
No.
and that
because
was
because
that was
because
my ex.
she's not that kind of girl. She's not the
And
kind of girl who will ask for expensive gifts.
well, my ex-girlfriend, we dated from August to December of 2012, and 6 months of those, or 3 months of that, half of it she fucking used me, and she was
Yeah.
cheating on me.
Yeah, she's not someone who
No,
So
I'm not saying yes. I'm just
so
talking
you
about.
do have a little experience at least dating and
Oh yeah.
seeing how you can fall for the good
Okay.
looks and the
Just
doe eyes.
since we're on this subject, I'll talk about my biggest relationship, which was over, well, in 20. This won't take too long because I know you guys are getting tired as fuck. Which I wish I would have said before Jeremy was here. May 20 in February of 2011, I believe it was. I dated the first girl I ever dated. Her name is Kaylee. I met her through my cousin. I fell in love with her, and she was 17. I broke up with her when she was 13. I was 16.
uh,
That was interesting as fuck. We didn't do anything though, obviously. But my second relationship happened in May of that year. May 25th, 2011, I met a girl named Christy. Same with her. Fell in love with her at the age of 17, and she turned out to be 14. Twice in a row this has happened online. Twice in a row. But here's the thing. With Kaylee, I found out her true age a good about 2 weeks after we started dating. So, I didn't actually gain any hard feelings. I found out about Christy's true age 5 months into dating her. So I was actually in love with this girl. I almost tried to blow my fucking head off because of it too, because I just felt so fucking depressed about it. I mean, I broke up with her, but instead of dropping her off the face of the earth, we stayed friends. And when she became 16, we kind of talked off and on dating from 2011 to 2014 until August of 2014 when she dropped off the face of the earth, and I haven't really spoken to her since, other than like once on Instagram.
Well, I'm not to
Christy,
interrupt,
but
but
with Christy, I would have literally given my life for her. I loved her so much.
all right, this it sounds like you're prone to falling really hard, really fast, right?
It's my fucking weakness.
Okay, you
Ah.
need to really think about that, man. Like, I'm not joking. This can
Yeah.
ruin your fucking life. I'm not kidding.
You really, really,
I
really got to be careful if you fall heavy and fast, because I've done it a million times.
I verify ages now. I make damn sure that.
that's the
I,
opposite happens
Not,
with me.
this is gonna sound weird, but some things you can do to like contemplate on these, like go work out, go do something that's really challenging all the time, and
I
Yeah,
play I
grow
play
grow a spine.
I
Because
play some really fucking hard platformers that are fucking broken. Shit. I and that,
no, I'm
like
talking something
physical.
physically challenging, so that you can learn
I
that
can't lift I can't lift weights and stuff because I haven't been getting a hernia doctor's orders.
okay, just anything, maybe something more artistic and that takes discipline, so that you can learn to harden yourself. Because there's going to be times where you're going to need to say, you know what, bitch, fuck you, and walk away.
Yeah, I
You're going to
don't think I
have to
can say
learn to
that
be
to
able to do
somebody.
that.
I don't think I
yeah.
can say that to a girl.
I could and I have, and I mean I didn't really feel bad about it because of what happened, but the opposite happens to me where I dated someone for 7 months and felt kind of attraction, but that's why I know this is more than because I actually feel something for this woman, which because I, I can act and stuff like that, and I want it to work, but 7 months I was just like, you know what, I'm not into this. It was fun, but I feel I'm attracted, but it's not working out. But
I
I
do.
actually had a girl cheat on me with another woman,
I will say that
with a woman.
sometimes I
So
do feel the animal instincts since evolution. I do feel sometimes animal instincts come out of me, and this is recently. Like, if you guys would have met me 4 years ago, I couldn't. There were if I heard somebody, even like I'm gonna just use an old fucking generalization. Regardless of what she does, never hit her. Like if she's on top of you trying to stab you or shoot you, don't hurt her. I would be fucking irate if anybody said anything bad about any fucking woman because I was just, I was an extremist on that. I don't know if you want to call that neo-feminism or whatnot. I literally
totally
thought men were inferior to
understand.
women, but that was because I don't know why. But today here over the last year or so, I've had some animal instincts come out. Like I used to be, one of my best friends, no longer talk to her anymore, but she always had this mindset of, oh, I hate guys because all they want to do is have sex with women, and every time I would, get horny thinking about a girl I'd always. And I'm an atheist saying this, by the way. I would feel guilty about my own natural feelings. And when I would tell friends that, they're like, "Are you sure you're not religious?" That's what a religious person would say. I'm like, no, I don't want girls to think I just want sex. I want a relationship. And here, like over the past 6 or 7 months, this is literally new feelings for me. There have been times that I'd be fantasizing about a girl, and I don't even and I just want to fuck her, and I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're like a
That's
teen.
natural.
It's usually you're going through natural things.
I know evolution clearly states
There's a
this.
self-help class.
But you got to learn balance
I
because
know.
you can't take that too far, otherwise you'll end up in jail.
Someone
I
make
know.
that baby joke. Well, yeah, dude, I knew someone who, not to be like mean, but he was high functioning, well, not really high functioning, autistic, and he was discovering girls, and because, like I said, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but, when you're autistic or whatever, you don't really understand the world, or you make your own rules, so he thought it would be a good idea to follow this girl everywhere. And this happened with someone else after I left school. I believe the one person has been arrested once, and I believe the second person has been pushed down the stairs by the girl's boyfriend.
Holy shit.
So,
No,
Wow.
I'm not that. Fuck that shit. No, 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 no.
so I mean, what is this,
But
self-help class? What happened to the burning baby jokes?
no, just real quick before the burning baby jokes. You need to give in to that feeling a little bit more, though. Like, that's what gets you laid.
I know. I can. There's been multiple times. I'll admit, there's been multiple times in life when I could have had it. I didn't want them to think that's what I wanted. And
Well, it's not a bad thing to just have sex and just
it's our
want to have.
nature.
I mean,
It's human nature.
personally, one night stands are fun, but they're not really my thing. But they're fun. But then you'll find the girl that you don't just want to have sex with, that you want to like talk
One
to,
thing you gotta be careful where the fuck you're having your one night stand at and who the hell you're having it with.
Oh yeah.
No shit.
There is, because I've had my fucking pants stolen, wallet included,
Oh shit.
and had to borrow a fucking pair of pants off my coke dealer friend
I've
just
gotten
so
beat
I
up
could
by a
go
skinhead
home.
before.
And when it was found out that she was the one that took it, he sent his fucking crack whores out to beat her ass. But I got my wallet back, sans the money, but at least I have my ID, which was the magic ID that got me booze.
I got beat up by a skinhead before who was, I guess,
You know what,
some
Elliot?
sort of
Just
plan to beat him up. Beat
just
me
to throw
up or
this
something.
out there, when enough people actually start watching these PTRs and catch on to them, I have a feeling they're going to go big. As honestly, I mean, yeah, like that dude said, make them an hour. I once said one of the first times that I watched the Drunken Peasants podcast, I was gonna sit there for an hour, but nah, people are gonna get fucking hooked on these combos, and they're gonna be like, oh fuck, I just spent 7 hours watching this shit.
I'm amazed I've stayed awake through this because
It's
I started this podcast wrecked.
Dude,
I started this
I'm
podcast going.
I'm going to enjoy rewatching this video about 3 or 4 times when I have to take out each little fucking clip.
I'm going to enjoy banging my head against the wall, but that's
Alright.
completely unrelated.
This time I am really tapping out.
Yeah, me too.
I'm done.
What
So,
about the
it
Bernie
was
Baby
good.
joke?
You want to stick around for the outro at least?
Yeah.
Sure.
Good.
All right, let me just find the stop broadcasting button. It's been great working with you guys. Let me just give it here. I'll do my little outro here. Just give me a second here. Google Hangouts. Yeah, we got to do this again. Hang on, just let me.
We'll be live tomorrow too, man. So if you want to hop on,
What time are you going to be on
definitely.
that again?
I'll probably be a little
11
late.
Central. Or I'm sorry, 11 Eastern PM.
PM, right? Alright, good, because I sleep during the fucking day.
I'll probably hang on. I'm just gonna find the stop broadcast. I have to scroll through this manually, so it might take a minute.
Fuck do I all of a sudden want to listen to
All
Billy
right.
Talents for some reason?
Stop linking. Okay. All right, guys. This has been Political Trendy Radio, episode 7 for July 6th and 7th, 2015. I have been Elliott. That has been Anarcha, Scott, Jim. We had, who else do we have? We had
Eric,
Jeremy,
Andrew,
Mr. Jeremy,
Jeremy.
Andrew, Eric, of course, the Mr. Stranglehead,
And
at
there's a very
MasonCook.com.
at the very beginning, Mason.
Noah, who didn't really say anything. All right. Once again, I'll run you through. Ellindamood, sound it out, people, at gmail.com. I gotta get a better email address. Is my email like PTR? I don't know, whatever. Is my email. Twitter at PTRadio666, Facebook.com/politicaltrendy. And if you would like to see an edited version of this, edited as in like it has a logo, a couple Mondays from now it'll be uploaded.
Look who's back.
Andrew's joined. Andrew's, say goodbye, Andrew. We're leaving.
Oh, you're leaving.
And also,
Yeah.
if you want to watch some small funnies and small segments of this instead of the whole thing, head over to my channel, Anarcha Cross on YouTube. I download these and I show you just previews, like just little segments of it.
Oh, and we
Yeah,
have one
super.
viewer. Hello, viewer. Goodbye, viewer.
And remember, just remember the fucking part about fucking horse sex.
That's an important lesson. Everything else is
It's
stupid.
just that strange, it's that weird sensation where you know you should be disgusted, but there's still that weird sensation and you don't know what to do.
Hey James, James, are you talking about that video that went viral about the woman that fucked the horse?
There are so many videos of women fucking horses that I've
Done.
seen over the years.
Done.
They all died, I think.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Farewell. And Godspeed.
Chicken sodomy to all.
All right. Goodbye, everyone, and Jim Thompson for president and Jinx Dawson rules.
До свидания.
Goodbye.